I wanted the first session to sort of be an orientation point for you, at least in terms of understanding me, where I'm coming from, explaining that to you, and also that you will begin to see the kinds of things that we're going to be talking about these 3 days, what I'm hoping to hit on. And part of the logic here is, since I know that some of what I say will be quite new, like, I never heard that before, my pastor never told me this before, yeah, you're going to get a lot of that. I want to have a place where I can say, you might feel alarmed, but don't freak out, don't panic. What I'm going to tell you, I have not only good reasons to tell you, but it's going to reflect very mainstream in terms of scholars within biblical studies, very mainstream stuff. There's nothing I'm going to really say that if I was giving this to a bunch of scholars, they'd all be asleep in about 5 minutes, because this is stuff everybody goes over and has to deal with and whatnot. So I want you to know that it's based on sound scholarship, but to really understand why people understand and I understand the text the way I do, you need to sort of get it in your head as to why Mike is approaching things the way he is. And so that's the purpose of the first one. Now, we talk about the need to interpret the Bible in its own context. Well, that's wonderful. It's necessary. Everybody feels compelled to go that direction. But the dirty little secret is that the Bible's context is not yours, and it's not mine in terms of where we live. The time we live, our own spiritual context. The context of the Bible isn't ours or anyone else born after the first century. That means several things. Biblical context is not the Roman Catholic Church. In other words, to interpret the Bible correctly, you are not interpreting it in its own context if you are filtering it through the Roman Catholic Church. You're not interpreting the Bible in context if you're filtering it through the Reformation. Now, I know Calvin was really smart. We probably don't have any John Calvins today. I know Martin Luther was a great guy, but they are not the Bible's own context. It's not the Puritans either, and it's not our own 20th or 21st century evangelicalism. What I'm trying to get across here is that we all think we're interpreting the Bible in context when we agree with it. Okay, when we agree with the interpretation that comes out the other end. I'm going to be saying some things and showing you some things that are going to be quite foreign to these items here, these contexts. What biblical context is the historical, religious, literary, and pre-scientific context in which it was written. The way people thought when it was produced. God used people to produce the scripture, people who lived at a certain time, in a certain place, in a certain context. And when you can get your head into that, then you're interpreting the Bible according to context. So it might be strange, might be incongruent, there's going to be some things that might even feel offensive, but if you are committed, and we all say we are, if you are committed to interpreting the Bible in context, that is what you need to do. Your context is not the Bible's context. The Bible's context is the one that produced it. Okay, that time frame. So I would like to put it this way. I think we need to honor God's decisions. It was God's choice to decide, I'm going to step into human history at this point. I'm going to use people to produce something for the people of God, for my people, that's going to be for posterity, that's going to, be from here till, eternity as far as what I want people to know about myself and about what my plan is. I'm going to do it at this time with a specific culture. I'm going to use people of a culture, but that doesn't mean I endorse what they're doing necessarily. In fact, I would say God largely ignores certain things, because in God's mind, he wants to pick a person living in the 2nd millennium BC. He has a specific task for them in terms of what they're writing. And what they think about, how they treat their goats and their sheep, or, even their wives, is incidental. That isn't what God's worried about. God's worried about, I'm going to take this man, he's faithful, he believes in me, and I'm going to influence him so that he writes things down that I want recorded for the rest of his people and the rest of the believers that follow him. God doesn't bother to alter the culture. It is what it is. God's using people, they're the best he has to work with. If you're going to say that there's this thing called inspiration, that God uses people to produce revelation, to transmit it, to get it down on paper, as it were. If you're going to say that, and that's what the Judeo-Christian tradition says, then you have to put up with, you have to honor God's decision as to when to do that, and the fact that God doesn't bother to step in and say, well, okay, Moses, I'd love to use you to write this stuff down, but first you need to go back home and you need to change this way about what you live, you need to change this custom that your people keep. He doesn't do any of that. He just takes them for what they are. They're just people. And God uses people. Okay? He's not bothering to change them into superhuman people or change their culture into something else. He doesn't circumvent it either by giving writers advanced knowledge. Now, I'm going to say, we're not going to spend too much time on cosmology. We will a little bit. But sometimes I'll go into a certain context, and this will upset people, because when it comes to creation, and I believe God created our world, everything we see and know, and matter and all that kind of stuff. But the Bible is not a scientific book. They didn't know anything about genetics. They didn't know anything about physics. They think that the seat of your emotions are your kidneys or your bowels, okay? They don't know anything about blood circulation. They don't know anything about most of this stuff. Now, God could have given them 21st century and beyond knowledge, and then they could have encoded that or written it out. But the problem is, if God's giving that to one person supernaturally, allowing them to say things and use words and use descriptions that we would look at and say, wow, that looks like 21st century. That looks like what we know now. As soon as he writes that down and hands it to somebody else, they're going to look at it and go, I don't know what you're talking about. I got no idea what you're talking about. What in the world are you thinking? Biblical Hebrew doesn't have a word for brain, because they didn't know that this thing up here was the seat of emotions and intellect and volition and all that kind of stuff. They thought it was here or down here. It doesn't even have a word for brain. You got no idea. So if Moses or some other biblical writer would have coined a term that he would have told people, it refers to this gray stuff in your head, they would have, okay, all right, I know there's something in there, but what do you mean that my feelings come from up? They don't come from up here. They come from in other words, there would have been a disconnect. So God doesn't bother changing their mindset, changing their worldview, changing their culture, changing the way they look at things to communicate truth. We often impose that on Scripture because that is what we know. Okay? So the question becomes, are you taking the biblical statements at face value the way they thought about them, or are you taking them the way you think about them? Two entirely different things. And there are going to be things that we encounter along the way that I'm going to try to show you the way an Israelite would have thought about a particular statement or topic. because my thing is I'm committed to trying to help you and always be at work at this myself, to think like an ancient Israelite, to decipher the text the way they would have understood it when God approached them and moved people to write it down. Because if we don't do that, if we're inserting our own world into this, we're going to miss some things. It's not like we're going to be hopelessly wrong, but we're going to miss some things that are important. Our concerns are not central to God's decision. Now, God knew we would be sitting here in this room, here in the 21st century, but when he spoke to Moses or Jeremiah or Isaiah, his concern was not, man, we got to pick words here that they're going to understand in Lehighton, in October. That is not the issue. The issue is communication through a writer at a specific time to a people at a specific time, with the understanding that God's Spirit would be able to help people in succeeding generations understand, and also that the people of God would transmit the text and the knowledge that goes with it. So he's not doing an inspiration for us necessarily in our worldview. So we need to make decisions. I would say you need to decide to allow the Bible to be what it is and resist thinking the reverse. Okay? Trying not to make it what you want it to be, or trying not to mold it to your own modern system of theology. If I were a Presbyterian, I would be trying to resist framing the biblical content in such a way that John Calvin would go. Okay? Calvin was a great man. He was a great scholar and a great believer. But believe it or not, Calvin was not, in many cases, thinking like an ancient Israelite, because he didn't know. We have material today that, had Calvin had it, he would have been alerted to a lot of things. And when I say that, I'm talking about things like ancient texts that use the same vocabulary as Hebrew, that are parallels, Dead Sea Scrolls, stuff like Calvin didn't have any of that. Those languages weren't even deciphered until the 19th century, 300 years after Calvin lived and died. So we do have the benefit of that. So we need to, again, try to take that and think like they did in the original context, not something else. I would also say you need to make a decision to be more loyal to the text than your own denomination. You will pay a price for this. Trust me, I know. But I think it's worth it. I think had the goal been a specific denomination, the entire activity of producing the scripture would have looked quite different than what it did, or what it is, what it looks like as we look back. So it's the text or something else. Trust God that he knew what he was doing it this way. Because when he speaks to an ancient person and he wants to communicate the idea of evil and disorder, that there's a certain reason why natural disasters happen, that there's something woven into creation that makes it unpredictable. An ancient person understood that and believed that, and God will use certain images, certain words to communicate this idea that are lost on us. But it really matters because, we have these questions. When Hurricane Katrina sweeps through New Orleans, did God decree that? Okay, did God make that happen? Did he need it to happen for some bigger plan? Or is there some other reason? If you pose that question to an ancient Israelite, what would they say? Well, chances are they'd say something a little bit different than what a lot of theologians say now. And that's because God communicated a certain idea to them in their culture. So we have to trust God that it was a good decision to produce the scripture, in the second millennium BC as opposed to today or the 16th century or whatever. I would say you also need to draw your theology from the text. and not filter it through, again, whatever beliefs you have. The goal is to understand the text on its own terms. You also need to live with your own lack of omniscience. It's okay to say, I don't know. I say that because I don't. I will tell you what I think, and I will even scale things for you. Okay, here's Mike's probability. What I think is probably the best option for interpretation here. Here's 3, here's where I'm at, here's where I'm not at, here's why. But, you have to live with the fact that you not only just can't know everything, but you can't completely get your head put back in the 2nd millennium BC. There's just no way to completely do that. But you can try, and there are good ways to try to do that. You do the best you can, but at the end of the day, you have to be comfortable with the fact that, I could be wrong, I could be missing something here. And that leads to what I call theological honesty, otherwise known as humility. I think in our own effort to try to go back and really think about biblical theology, think like an ancient Israelite would. Again, realizing that we don't know everything, we shouldn't also try to avoid coming across like we do know everything and then criticize lots of other things. We just need to be honest. But I think our loyalty, our paramount loyalty, needs to be to the text instead of a tradition, instead of any of our traditions. I would say this. My advice is interpret the Bible like an ordinary book. It's not a divine book, it's a divine human book. Okay, you catch the little phrase there. I'm not eliminating the divine nature of Scripture, but sometimes I think we forget that there were people involved. The Bible was not produced by a paranormal event. Now, one of my biggest gripes with the way we understand inspiration is that we have this assumption that Moses or Isaiah gets up in the morning and just goes into a trance or something, and then wakes up and looks down and says, wow, that's kind of cool. Did I write that? Like something takes over their mind and their hand just starts moving. Okay? It's not the way it happened, and you can tell if you pay attention to the text it's not the way it happened, because there's editorial things happening in the text. There are very human things happening in the text. There are very cultural things happening in the text. God used people. People are people. At the end of the day, what they produced, God was happy with. You got it right. He looked down and said, good job. That'll do. Nice work there. Because God has been watching this person since they were born, molding their life, preparing them for this moment. They are what they are because of a whole concatenation of a series of events. They are ready to do the thing God intended for them to do. And if God just has to give them a little push, give them a little compulsion, a little influence, you need to sit down and write this letter to the Galatians now. The time is now. You're ready, they're ready, they need it. Start writing. And God lets Paul or whoever, lets them write that letter. But again, God is supervising the work. Theoretically, this is just theory. If they goofed, God will say, okay, I'll fix that. Go to bed now, take a nap, wake up, come back to that, go to your amanuensis or yourself, and I'd like to say it this way. There's just a providential oversight process that's different than a paranormal event. Paul, I wrote this letter, I'm going to sleep on it now. Or I'm going to go have lunch, and I'll come back, and there's this one section I think I could do a little bit better. I'm going to use this as an illustration instead of that. There's a process to it. But at the end of the day, when Paul says, I think I'm done now, God will look at it and say, good job. That is what I wanted you to produce. But it's a very human thing. It's a divine and human book and process. So again, we have ordinary people. God is involved at every step of the process because it's His story. He knows how he wants it told. It's told by people he chose using human techniques. Why is it that one gospel, and you can notice this in English, in the Synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, they all write about the life of Christ, but they aren't identical. Some include things that others don't. Even when they write about the same thing, the words can be different. And even when you get down like to the Greek text, they'll use different tenses. Okay, they'll put it in a different sentence. Communicates the same thought, but it's different. Okay, if God's dictating everything or doing the automatic writing trance thing, there's no explanation for that. But a writer, because Mark or Matthew or Luke had a very specific intention up here, again, God prepared them for. God influenced them, that would be in their mind at that day, at that time, during that trip, when they're producing this. Because they have something specific up here, they want to craft what they're doing in a deliberate way. They have intent behind it. So we're going to get on, not today, but tomorrow, there are some really unusual things happening in something as basic as Jesus' genealogy. Why is it that there are certain women in Jesus' genealogy? Okay, why those 4 and not 4 others? The writer has a very deliberate reason for picking the 4 that he does. That's a human thing, because he wants to communicate a certain idea, but it's also a God thing. Again, God preparing him providentially through the course of his life, leading him to a situation where he sits down and says, I know I need to put the story of the Lord in writing. What are some things I think are important to communicate, to telegraph? Well, that question is going to be largely answered by that person's experiences, what they perceive the need to be. And so when Matthew sits down to write, puts out his genealogy, he has something he wants to communicate very subtly by choosing those 4 women, his deliberate reasons for it. It's going to surprise you because it does relate, again, to what we call divine counsel stuff. It's just something that you'd miss unless you were looking for it. So what I tell people about, looking at the Bible like an ordinary book. Again, this is going to sound odd, it might even sound controversial, it might even sound disturbing. I think that Christians it would be really beneficial if you would read the Bible like it's fiction. Read it like a novel. You know, when you read a novel, you know it's a story. So that when you're reading a particular scene, you just sort of know, because you've read a lot of fiction, and you kind of know what to expect. You know that the guy who wrote this, or the woman who wrote this, is going to do things to me, as a reader, to get my mind to track a certain way. So you know that guy that was in that scene, I'll bet I'm going to see him again. That place where this event happened, I'll bet I'm going to see that again. That word, that line, I'll bet I'm going to see that again. That is there for a reason. There's an intelligent mind behind the way this is put together. And you're alert, because that's what novels do. It's not what textbooks do. Textbooks are dry, and it's just dispensing information, and it's just topical, and once we're done with that, we're never going to see it. It's a different thing. But when you read a novel, you just know that it's a story, and I need to be sensitized. I need to be alert to the author doing things to me, getting me to think a certain way, storing things in my mind to be ready for when they spring them again. If you read the Bible like that, you'd get a lot more out of it, because you would be looking for patterns. Patterns are more important than most other things you do in Bible study. Word studies, even writing notes, it's good to write things down because then you preserve them. But what I'm saying is, if you read it like it was fiction, you sort of have this inner hearing that's just, it's turned on now. I'm ready to be not manipulated, but I'm ready to have somebody tell me certain things with intent. I'm alert to be looking for that. And we're going to see a few of those, more than a few. So ramifications. Ordinary people do not always intend to be understood literally. The biblical writers are people. Okay, if you remember anything from this session, remember the Bible's context is not my own, and these ramifications. God uses people, and people, when they write, do not always intend to be understood one way. When you use words with a spouse, you write a letter, you write an email, you assume that the person on the other end of that will know when you're using words literally, and they'll know when you're not. You make that assumption. Because the other person on the other end knows that people don't always use words the same way for the same reasons. The biblical writers are no different. Sometimes when they use a word, they mean the real-time, literal, one-to-one real correspondence thing. Other times they use words to make you think more abstractly. Same word. We're going to see some of that, and that will influence how we think about prophecy. Okay? I'll leave it there for now. Ordinary people who write stories do deliberate things in crafting the story. There's intent. Their thoughts are selective. They plant ideas. They structure information in a certain way. Vocabulary, again, is not one-dimensional. Think about it. If I use the word run, what does the word run mean? Anybody?
Move quickly by...
Move quickly. Why did you assume I meant a verb?
It's something you get in a card game.
Could be a horizontal dimension.
Could be what they score in baseball. Okay? It could be something a woman gets in her pantyhose. I mean, you look at the word run in a dictionary, you're going to have about 20, 25 different meanings. A clever writer will use the word run so that you really have to think about it. Which one did they mean? Maybe they mean all of them at the same time. Maybe they're trying to be clever. Maybe it's a play on words. Maybe I'm supposed to think abstractly so that I can think literally. You just, when you're a sensitive reader, you know, especially if it's fiction or poetry or something like that, you know you can't assume the first thing that pops into your head, the first literal thing that pops into your head. Bible is no different. They're real people using real words that have wide ranges of meaning and can even overlap. This is why patterns are important. Because if you can, let's say the writer uses the word 10 times, and like 8 of those times, yeah, you know, okay, it's not literal, it's an abstract thing. So these other 2 over here, maybe they're this, maybe, you know, he's got a run here, all 10 are like that. But maybe he wants to break the pattern so that I notice it. Writers do things like that just to draw your attention. You can't assume it's always the same way. But when we go to prophecy, I'm just, you know, I'm sure this is not news to anybody. There is this reflex, especially within the evangelical community, that everything has to be literal. Everything has to be one-to-one, you know, correspondence. What the person thought of in the Old Testament using this word, I have to draw a complete one-to-one equation over here the way the New Testament writer uses it. So what they were thinking here must be what they're thinking there. Why? Who made that rule up? You're going to find that the New Testament writers are very flexible. they're going to pull stuff out of their hat over here that you never saw coming over there. Why? Because you were thinking one way over here. And you're thinking that one way has to be this way. And the New Testament writer's like, boy, did you miss it. Maybe I just did a bad job. Or maybe the problem is you, read it like it's a piece of writing. We tend to read the Bible like it's a paranormal thing, like an object. Like it's something that I better not think about it because it's from God. God doesn't want me to think about it too much. No, he wants you to think about it a lot. He wants you to recognize it for what it is. He used people to produce things for you to digest. And since they're people, they do people things when they write, just like anybody else. Literalism at times is just inadequate for Bible interpretation. We're going to see a few examples of that. And I'm not going to just tell you that that's what I think. I'm going to show you that a New Testament writer quotes an Old Testament passage, and you're going to wonder, what in the world was that guy on? Because the way he's using this passage over here, I would have never guessed that. It looks like he's wrong. It's just so unexpected that it looks like he messed it up. No, he didn't mess it up. It looks that way because of your expectation. He's doing something deliberate. You're just missing it. Symbolic meaning does not mean not real. For those of you out there in TV land listening, you have got to get over this. You've got to get over the idea that if, when Heiser says some meaning could be symbolic, he just means it's not really real. No. If you believe in a spiritual world, a world that transcends your own experiences, your own terrestrial reality, if you believe in that, how can you say that something that transcends literalness isn't real? You have a theological problem on your hands. Okay, so symbolic, abstract. Instead of symbolic, think of abstract, an abstract meaning. Doesn't mean that it's not real. In many cases, it transcends your expected reality, your own experiential reality. It's bigger. It's more real than what you're expecting. Again, we need to hold on to those thoughts about bigness and transcending our own reality. Biblical symbology draws on its own context again. When the biblical writer references a dragon, okay, there are places where, Revelation 12, where the writer says dragon and references it to the serpent. Okay, then that's nice, because then he's telling you, here's a connection I'm thinking of. I'm putting it down for you. But the dragon, as a symbol, has a long history in the Old Testament. There were certain associations, certain ideas that accrued to that image that are not apparent to us, but that were very apparent to the first century person reading it. Those connections are just as real as the one you got, the one he telegraphed. Sometimes the writer will think, man, people know this so well, I don't need to go into all the details. They just know it. Well, that was good for them because they did know it. Not really good for us because we're 2,000 years later. And the only way we're going to know it is to get inside their heads so that we can appreciate all the baggage, all the things attached to that image. We're going to be looking at imagery a lot over the next 2 days. Biblical symbology is self-referential. What I mean by this is that when you're looking for abstract meanings to a symbol, those meanings, that range of possibilities needs to come and will come from the biblical text itself. You don't need to go out into some, weird land of, interpretation or something like that. You want to look somewhere else within the Bible for how these images are used. And oftentimes, a writer will deliberately use one word or a phrase so that your mind immediately goes to a specific passage. Even though they don't quote it, there will be something that they pick that your mind, again, they're assuming you know the text really well. They're assuming that when you read that, your mind will immediately go right there. It's just like the novelist. Okay, the novelist gave you a phrase or a scene in the first chapter, that just was riveting. And again, you had this sense that I'm going to see this again, and I know I'm going to see it again somewhere. 300 pages later, if he's done his job, or she's done her job well, as soon as they put that in, your mind will go back to that page. It's like a trigger. There it is. Boom. I was waiting for it, and now I see it. Biblical writers do the same thing. So they don't even have to quote passages. They don't have to say, thus says the Lord, or as it is written. I mean, that tells you that they're going to quote something. A lot of times they don't do that. They're just writing along, and I want them to think this thought. They'll get it. They'll get it if I put this in. And they did. Again, it's harder for us because we're further removed. But they do that. Self-contained, again, that again is a reference to let the biblical writer's own patterns give you the frame of reference for the literal possibilities and the abstract possibilities. Again, try to keep it within the writer's own context, what he's doing in his own culture, and even within the book itself. You're not going to have to run all over the place, because the biblical writers will either use things that are so familiar to the wider culture that nobody would even ask, or they will, I don't want to get too far ahead, but Leviathan. Leviathan was known outside the biblical world. If you were an Israelite and you walked, to some Canaanite town and said, "Hey, how about that Leviathan?" Okay, they're going to know, other than thinking, "Man, I got to get away from this guy." They're going to be thinking certain thoughts, because across the board, no matter if they're a Canaanite, if they're a Mesopotamian, if they're a Babylonian, they're going to know there's a certain set of ideas that goes with that term. Okay, so there are those kinds of things, but there are even tighter things, again, where if a biblical writer uses the word servant post-Isaiah, you can't help but think, okay, am I supposed to be thinking of the servant in Isaiah? Because that word occurs a lot in that book. Again, it's self-referential, it's contained. And a biblical writer will use certain things because they want your mind drawn into certain places. They want you to think a certain, flow of thought. And they can do that really, really easily. Other considerations. Understanding myth, in quotation marks, and the Bible's relation to it and beyond it. Now, myth is a term that, I'm calling this book The Myth That Is True, this book I'm working on. And I'm using it like I'm going to describe it here. Myth is a term used for any piece of writing, ancient or modern, that has characters that are divine. That's all the word means. So when you have some scholar or some guy on NPR, talking about, the mythical narrative of the Bible, he probably means two things. One is this, that in literary terms, it's a myth because there's divine characters. Now, the second thing is he probably just doesn't believe it. Okay, so then he would call it, but then it would be a fairy tale to him. But myth, as people use it, academics use it, means God's a character, angels are characters, demons are characters. It's a genre term. I'm bringing it up because I might use the term at some point during the next 2 days. And I want you to know what I mean by it and what I mean by the title of the book. So in that sense, a lot of the Bible is myth because God's the character. He's a central figure. It's not that God isn't real, it's just that's what it is literarily. We believe that the Bible is the myth that is true. Okay? It is a certain style of literature, but it also happens to be true. And I like Tolkien's thing, the guy who wrote The Lord of the Rings, he referred to the Bible as true myth. This is where a lot of this kind of thing comes from. And I like the quotation here. Myth is a means of communicating truth that could not be conveyed in any other way. All myths and religions contain some aspects, some distortions, some distorted reflection of the true myth, which is the gospel as revealed in the Bible. Why would Tolkien call, or the source of the quotation, call the gospel the true myth? Because Jesus was a character, and Jesus was God in the flesh, and so that's what it is in terms of genre, but it's the one that turns out to be real. Okay? Myth has entered into reality and history only in Christianity. So far from being fantasy or fiction created by fertile human imaginations, myth was for Tolkien a way of knowing truth. And I'm going to, when we talk about symbols and images, I'm going to draw attention to the fact that biblical writers will use pieces of mythology, myth, from other literatures around them because they want to take that because people know it, they're familiar with it. Everybody knows this particular story about Baal or this one about Tiamat or something like that. Everybody knows this. I'm going to use this as a vehicle and I'm going to do something with it. Usually they'll take the bad deity out and put the good deity in, Yahweh, the God of Israel, so that Yahweh gets credit for creation or for bringing rain or something like that. They're going to take a piece of myth, transform it into a myth that's true. It's a theological corrective. Biblical writers do this a lot, probably more so in the Old Testament than the New. The New Testament writers will use things that later, in late antiquity, Renaissance, medieval era, they will use things like gematria. Gematria, you all know what gematria is? It's giving a number that has a symbolic or hidden meaning, an occult meaning. Occult just means hidden. The Bible does that. Now, it's a sinister term for us because of what's done with it after the New Testament era. 666 is the classic example. John tells you the secret isn't the number, because he gives you the number. The secret is this number has a meaning. It is the number of a man, or a human number, you could translate it. So the number itself conveys an idea. That's gematria. The 153 fish, it's gematria. It comes from somewhere. It's not just John saying, well, I got this story about Jesus and, frying the fish on the beach and, like how many fish did I say he did? Or how many fish did I say that they caught? And 153 sounds good. It's not random. That comes from somewhere. And people knew where it came from. It brought along a certain set of ideas. And John uses it deliberately. Abraham went out to fight with the 5 kings. And he took 318 men with him. How many men should we say he had? 300? Let's make it a little 318. It's not random. The number means something. Okay. Biblical writers will use techniques of myth, okay, these stories that people know, and techniques that the biblical world would have associated with something unfavorable, like the Babel cycle or something like that. But they'll bring it in because they want to use it for a specific purpose, to communicate a corrective idea, a theologically corrective idea. They'll do that. And so Tolkien is alluding to this sort of thing, literary form, all that kind of stuff. In the gospel, truth has entered into history and reality, and the Christian myth was the singular truth to which all other stories pointed. And all other stories were somehow related to it, but inferior to it in terms of truth. This is why, incidentally, that the church fathers thought that a lot of the ancient gods and myths were allowed to develop as they did by God, because they still had vestiges of the truth in them that God would later use to win them to Christ. That God would influence people to take certain ideas out and use them as bridges for evangelism. Again, biblical writers are claiming their story of divine activity is the one that's true. They do this to teach truth to the masses. They utilize things that the wider culture would have been familiar with, even pagans. And that interaction, and hence its power, is lost on us largely, again, because we don't know their context. Okay, if I was sitting here and we were in the 1st century and I got a bunch of Jews and Greeks, and I said, hey, let's talk about the 153 fish. Yeah, let's talk about that. That means Jesus is superior to there's a whole set of ideas that comes with it that are totally lost on us. Because they were trying to communicate. The Bible communicates its ideas, again, using mythic words, symbols, catchphrases, familiar to them. This means it's deeply flawed to assume that its mythic words, symbols, and catchphrases point to modern times, knowledge, or events. Now catch that sentence. If the biblical writer is using ancient ideas, ancient fragments of their stories, their myths, if it's written in an ancient cultural context, it can't possibly be pointing to black helicopters. It just can't. Okay? If that was God's intention, if that was really God's intention, no one in the 1st century, no one prior to the invention of a black helicopter would have known what the heck was going on. Wouldn't have had a prayer. Now you say, well, John's having a vision, and he could be looking into the 21st century, he could be looking at Apache helicopters and stuff like that. You only think that because you're living now. You're not thinking that because it's exegetical, because there's something in the text that tells you to think that way. You're thinking that because you live now. And what I'm going to try to get you to consider is, don't think now, think then. Okay, it has its own context. John uses certain descriptions because the people he's writing to, and they all expected the Lord to come back in their lifetime. I mean, if there's anything true about prophecy, that's pretty obvious now, because it's just smattered everywhere in the New Testament, this expectation. They're using descriptions and imagery and symbols that the people of that time will understand and get a message. Okay, a certain message. If the intent was 21st century, then essentially every believer prior to that time was hoodwinked. It was a false expectation. It was a false hope. Not in a sinister way, but God looking down on them and saying, oh well, I wish I could have said something that you would have understood or would have really meant something to you genuinely, but When you get to heaven, you won't even worry about it, so who cares? It's their context. Okay, that's what I want to try to get across. Keep it in their context. So will I let the Bible be what it is? It's not easy. It's easy for us to say it, but it's not easy to do. Or am I going to retool it in my own image? Am I going to filter it through my own tradition, in my own time, in my own circumstances? We need to interpret the Bible with the big picture in mind. I've got a few slides left here. My suggestion is, and you're going to see us, you're going to see me do this. I'm not going to do it didactically, but you're going to see me do things like this. Don't ignore the templates. Don't ignore the patterns. Don't ignore the way the New Testament writer uses the Old. That'll tell you something. Don't ignore the fact that the biblical writers are writing it like it's a novel. They're trying to get you to think certain thoughts. Don't ignore the fact that they structure information in a certain way that they would have understood, maybe not you. What good are the puzzle pieces if you don't have the lid for the help? Well, we're going to be covering over the next couple days some major thematic ideas. They are here across the top: kingdom, kingship, the subjects of the kingdom, the people in the kingdom, and conflict. If I can reduce biblical theology to 4 sort of umbrella areas, this is how I would do it. Again, place, person, residence, and enemies. These are the big ideas of the story, and the writers will use all sorts of different methods to talk about the kingdom, to talk about what kingship is, to talk about who's in the kingdom, and to talk about the struggle, the conflict with evil. They're going to use all sorts of vehicles to do that. Each one of these is going to be situated in the past. The biblical writers will talk about things that were before them, their time. They'll talk about things that are happening in their own time, and they'll talk about things in the future. They will talk about all 4 of these subjects in past, present, and future, and they're all connected. Biblical writers will consistently want to create threads. Here's something that happened way back in Adam and Eve, or way back in Noah, and there's that little thread that starts there, and then all of a sudden, at some other time, they'll say something to get you to think back to that. And then once they say this here, a few hundred years later, somebody else will say something else. Okay, I need to pick up that thought and that thought to understand this one. Okay? They will thread ideas through all of these subjects. And I'm going to try to give you a really brief overview. I know it's 2-3 days. It's still going to be a brief overview of tracing certain threads through both testaments. And specifically, our aim this time is to connect it to how we look at prophecy. So, kingdom. Again, this is a quick summary of the kinds of things that I'm going to be showing you. Kingdom in the past refers to places like Eden. It's where God lives. It's where He rules. You do realize that Eden was not the whole earth. Eden has geography in Genesis. It's a little piece of earth. It's not the whole globe. It's a little piece, little piece of turf. Sinai, Zion. There's an unseen realm that God is, that is the kingdom as well. The present, again, depending on which biblical writer we look at, they're going to be talking about the kingdom of God in their own time in a certain way, building on what's gone before, and then accumulating that thread, that set of ideas. They will use that to project into the future. They won't be doing projections into the future randomly. Hey, I'm going to make up a new idea now that's completely detached from everything else that went before. They don't do that. They will attach what they say about the future to the past. They will attach what they say in Revelation to something in Exodus, to something in Isaiah, to something in Daniel, to something in Zechariah. It's a continuous stream of threads. And if you disconnect Revelation from these threads over here, you're not going to be anywhere close. And when I talk about the threads over here, I'm talking about literal points of understanding and abstract points of understanding. They will connect literal things to revelation. They'll connect symbols to revelation. They're trying to create threads. They're trying to create continuity of ideas. Kingship. Well, God is the king. There's the Davidic king. Again, there's this, heaven and earth, seen and unseen realms thing going on. In Old Testament, again, God, Davidic king, is the earth unruled? When there's not a Davidic king, is that ever true? Are the future kings going to be the same as the past kings? Will it look the same way? Will it be literal or abstract? Will it be both? Because it was both in the past, maybe it's both in the future. Why does it have to be one and not the other? Again, this is really quick now, and it's going to feel disconnected. But we'll go through all these things. Kingship and subjects. If you look at the future part here, will kingship, again, look the same way in what we think of as the future kingdom? Will it look the same way as it did in the past? Or will it be, different in terms of, is it literal or abstract, or is it both? Which version of the kingdom in the Old Testament will the future kingdom look like? Because there was a time when God was king and you had a kingdom on earth before Israel. It was called Eden. It was called Sinai. Okay, it was called, the whole Deuteronomy 32 worldview thing. God is king of the nations and picks one. He's using this language before you even have a land. Okay, so is it possible that kingdom in the future is disconnected from a specific land? You know what I'm getting at here. We have this idea of defining kingship only in terms of Israel. This millennial kingdom idea. Okay, because that's an obvious connection to draw, because it comes from the Old Testament idea. But there is kingdom thinking, kingdom language, kingdom happening, kingdom reality that's disconnected from Israel. It's more than that in the Old Testament. So is the future kingdom, which one is it going to look like, or maybe all of them? Who knows? Because the writer of Revelation is trying to connect you back, trying to get you to look back. Again, the subjects, human and divine. If, let's just say, and I'm not taking a position here, because I don't believe this, but let's just say that the kingdom of God in the future is only in the unseen spiritual realm. Some people would say, oh man, that's disappointing. I want there to be a literal 1,000 year. Well, okay, I understand that. But is that any less real? See, it feels less real to us because we're terrestrial. We're embodied. But if you really believe in an unseen world that's just as real as ours, that's real. It's still real, and you're going to be a part of it. Maybe not the way you think of, but you'll be a part of it. The real question in eschatology, is that all there is? Or is there something going on right here? Conflict. The fourth theme, chaos. There is a chaos concept we're going to talk about this morning. You have problems of the state of the earth, being what it is, being imperfect. You have intelligent evil, going on. You have unseen forces and seen forces, unbelievers, believers, so on and so forth. All these things, again, they're the same way. There are past references, current references to the biblical writer, and future references, and they're all threads. They all need to be understood in continuity. We're going to talk about literal geography and cosmic geography. They are connected, but they are different. Sometimes we need to give up literal geography to understand cosmic geography, to understand what a passage is really getting at. Again, application to eschatology, here's going to be my method, my unconscious and conscious method, both of them. Here's how my mind works, essentially. The wider ancient Near Eastern culture informs the Old Testament, because that's when they lived. They're going to use symbols, words, stuff like that in the Old Testament itself to articulate ideas. That in turn informs what comes after it, both in terms of what goes on between the Testaments, books like Enoch and other things. Jewish people are writing and thinking and doing theology, trying to understand just like we do, and all that becomes part of what's floating around in their head. So the Old informs the intertestamental period, the New Testament, and all of that informs the New Testament itself in terms of its projections of the future. Everything builds on what comes previously. You don't just do the last one by itself. You don't do the last one in light of the 21st century. You do the last one in light of everything that's come before to understand it. So let's take a break, and we'll come back and jump into it. 10 minutes. I wanted to start with something highly controversial, because that's just fun. I want to start really at the beginning, and last year I didn't really do any of this. I want to spend a little bit of time on, as it says in the subtitle, why things are the way they are as cast, as described in the Old Testament theology. Why the innocent suffer, why people suffer in general, but even including and especially the innocent. And why people are the way they are. So the rest of the morning, in 2 parts, we're going to consider this, because there are a number of really big picture themes. If you remember the 4 big ideas, one of them was conflict. And in the succeeding slides, I had notes about chaos and evil and enemies and things like that. From the very beginning of the biblical story, there are certain elements that are going to be either in the world because God was content to do things a certain way based upon certain decisions God makes that, for lack of a better term, bind him by his own will to have things be a certain way, and that create the possibility for evil, for suffering, but God deemed that better than any other way. But for us, we suffer under the consequences of that decision, but we are also what we are because of that decision, and we also have incredible blessing because of that decision. And so I want to talk about the Old Testament worldview concerning these things, because all of the bad stuff in here, one of the aims of eschatology in biblical theology, eschatology referring to the doctrine of end things, end times. One of the specific trajectories and goals of eschatology or biblical theology is the ultimate reversal of all these things. And so there will be, again, threads started here, words, symbols, images, that you will see again deliberately in both the Old and the New Testament, because the writers are tracking the progress of certain ideas. It's leading somewhere, and it will have a denouement, at some point, a climax. When we get to New Testament prophecy, God has a goal that you can better understand the way the Bible ends in the book of Revelation if you understand the imagery of how it begins, because that's where it's leading. We are heading forward into the past in biblical theology. We are going forward back into Eden. Okay? So with that said, I'm going to talk about these passages this morning. We have Genesis 1, the first 3 verses a little bit, Genesis 1:31, then a passage in Genesis 2. And I want to talk about creation, and I'm using the word chaos, and I will define that as we go. Genesis 1:1-3 familiar passage to all of you. I have it because I'm the writer here. That's displayed the way it is for a reason. It's not just bad formatting. Okay, in PowerPoint. All right. It's that way for a reason. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And then we have a parenthetical thought in verse 2. Now the earth was formless and empty, darkness was upon the face of the deep, Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. End of parenthetical thought, and God said, let there be light. And in verse 31, at the end of the chapter, God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. So I'm taking these two passages, and now we're going to talk about them and what's contained in them. Not so much what happens in between, but there are certain ideas communicated in the first section, first 3 verses, that will make verse 31 seem kind of odd. Like, why did God say it was good when he gets to the end of the passage? Again, I realize it's fuzzy now, but just hang with me here. Some questions. Prior to Genesis 1:1 through 3, had God created anything else prior to this? Did any of you think of anything? Okay, go ahead.
Well, if the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the face of the deep existed.
That would be correct.
So it was already
Repeat that for the
created.
tape. For the
Okay.
bill.
She said if the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the deep, then that deep, whatever it was, had to be there prior to let there be light and all that kind of stuff. Now again, if you're thinking, well, how does that work scientifically? You're already lost. Okay, because they're not theoretical physicists in the 2nd millennium BC. They're going to use images and ideas to communicate simple but profound thoughts, but the way they do it will not only reflect what we think of as science today, but that's beside the point. That isn't what it's intended to be. The way they do it will be to use that as a vehicle to communicate certain really important theological ideas about those 3 questions that I introduced the session with. Why is the world the way it is? Why do people suffer? All this about, why do unpredictable things happen, to good people and so on and so forth. This is actually going to lead to addressing questions like that. Does evil exist yet? Prior to Genesis 1:1? Okay, that's a question. Where was God's co-creator, his agent of creation? You say, what co-creator? Well, isn't Jesus cast as co-creator? Where is he? And where does that idea come from? Are there other creation accounts in the Old Testament? Are there any other passages in the Old Testament that describe creation? There are. Are they like this? Yes and no. There are similarities, and there are some real kind of odd differences. Is creation perfect? When God is done at the end of chapter 1, is creation perfect? And I'm using that word deliberately. Okay, we're going to hit these questions. We'll start with the first 3. Job 38, the sons of God are around before God starts doing what he does in Genesis 1. We know that from Job 38. Where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? Again, laying the foundation of the earth, that's language that draws on Genesis 1 about, having the dry land appear out of the primeval sea and all that stuff. Who determined its measurements? Surely God's going after Job here a little bit. On what were its bases sunk? Again, this is all ancient Near Eastern cosmology. The view in the ancient world was that The earth was round and flat. It rested on foundations, sometimes called pillars, sometimes bases like this. It has cornerstones. It's described as a building. The earth itself is described as a building with something underneath holding it up. Then the mountains are described as the pillars that hold up the sky. The firmament, in Hebrew it's the rachiah. The rachiah is a dome that covers the earth. It was conceived of as solid. I'm not really going to go through cosmology this time. We did that last time. During Q&A, if we want to go through cosmology, we can. But Proverbs 8, Job 37 talks about the firmament being as solid brass. You could knock on it. The stars were fixed to it. There's all sorts of passages in the Old Testament that talk about primeval cosmology. And this is the same as it is anywhere else in the ancient Near Eastern world. The Bible uses even the same terms that you'll find in other texts. So before all that, there was the sons of God. They're watching. Like, this is kind of a cool show. We get to watch God do this neat thing that's going to produce the heavens and earth that humans will experience. Their reality is different. They're off planet, so to speak. But they get to watch what's going on. Other sons of God, Elohim, were present at least prior to Genesis 1:9. And the reason I put 1:9 in there is we have this heavenly host language. There's no suggestion that they are evil. At least anything clear in the text. But they're there before God does what he does. What about the co-creator? This is the other question that I raised. So we have passages in the New Testament that clearly say, hey, like there's two there. Jesus is the agent of creation. For by him all things were created in heaven and on earth. Oh, in heaven and on earth. Well, does that mean like the spiritual realm or just the atmosphere? Could be either or, could be both. But Jesus is prior. He is the agent for creating all these things. And then we look at the line that ensues. Oh, well, I guess it is the unseen world. Thrones, dominions, rulers. You mean even before the sons of God? Even before like the heavenly host? Jesus was there? Yeah. He is the agent for creating all these things. 1 Corinthians 8, although there be so many so-called gods in heaven and earth, as indeed there are many gods and many lords, yet for us there's one God, the Father, from whom are all things, and for whom we exist, one Lord Jesus Christ, through whom are all things, and through whom we exist. So again, it's this idea that Jesus is the agent of creation. Proverbs 8. This is the co-creator passage in the Old Testament. Now, I have here verse 1. So Proverbs 8, verse 1, 2, and then I go down into the 20s because I wanted to fit it all on one screen. Does not wisdom call? Does not understanding raise her voice? Female. On the heights beside the way at the crossroads, she takes her stand. Get out of verse 22, the character of the whole chapter is wisdom. So wisdom says, the Lord possessed me at the beginning of his work. Possessed is in boldface for a reason, because we're going to talk about that word. The first of his acts of old, ages ago, I was set up at the first before the beginning of the earth. So like there's somebody with God before creation. In the Old Testament, that person is cast as female and called wisdom. When there were no depths, I was brought forth. When there were no springs abounding with water. Before the mountains had been shaped, before the hills, before all this stuff, I was there. Who is wisdom? Wisdom was the agent, but what does that mean? Now, I'm going to use some passages from apocryphal books that the Jews knew because the New Testament will touch on, will draw information from some of them, but they're also helpful. To a Jew, wisdom was God's co-creator. Well, that's profound. That's right in Proverbs 8. Okay, but there's more to it than that. I'll tell you what wisdom is, how she came to be, I'll hide no secrets from you, so on and so forth. So we have this character, another passage, wisdom, the fashioner of all things, taught me. She is a breath of the power of God, a pure emanation of the glory of the Almighty. Therefore nothing defiled gains entrance into her. Here's the key passage. She is a reflection. Greek is apagasma, of eternal light, a spotless mirror, the working of God, an image of his goodness. Okay? Keep this in mind. Wisdom, God of my ancestors, Lord of mercy, who have made all things by your word. By your wisdom you formed humankind. So whatever this character is, he has a role in humankind. Give me the wisdom that sits by your throne. Wisdom is sitting next to God on a throne. With you is wisdom, she who knows your works and was present when you made the world. Again, this book is just drawing on Proverbs 8. Send her forth from the holy heavens, and from the throne of your glory send her, that she may labor at my side, so on and so forth. Wisdom is in the assembly of the Most High. That's the divine council. I dwelt in the highest heavens, my throne was in a pillar of a cloud. Well, wait a minute. Who's in the pillar of cloud in the Old Testament? God. Who's in the pillar of the cloud here? Wisdom. Who else is in the pillar of cloud in the Old Testament? Oh yeah, Mount of Transfiguration. But even back in the Old Testament, you have the angel. The angel is in one passage, seems to be the same yet distinct from the pillar. Just flying through here, and I'll connect the ideas in a moment. Now, by the time you get to the New Testament, Jews believed in two at the beginning. Proverbs 8 and this other stuff predate the New Testament. I spent a lot of time last year talking about the Jewish Godhead. Okay, two Yahwehs, one visible, the other invisible. Co-identified yet distinguished. The angel was but wasn't Yahweh, just like Jesus is but isn't God. He is God in essence, but he's not the Father. All this talk. It's Jewish. Here you have Jewish idea of a co-creator from the very beginning. And there were words used of that co-creator like eternal, okay, enthroned, okay, all this kind of stuff. When you get to the New Testament, look at what Luke does. Luke writes this episode about Jesus. Jesus is the speaker. He's railing against the Pharisees. Woe to you, lawyers also, for you load people with burdens hard to bear, blah, 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 blah. Woe to you, you've built the tombs for the prophets that your fathers killed. He comes down here and says, Jesus is saying, therefore also the wisdom of God said, I will send them prophets and apostles, some of whom they will kill and persecute. Who does the Old Testament have sending prophets? And apostles. Apostles just mean sent ones. God. So Luke has Jesus merging wisdom and God. Okay, he substitutes wisdom, the wisdom of God, for something that we know God was doing in the Old Testament. It gets even odder. Matthew's version of the same episode, Jesus says, therefore, I send you prophets and wise men and scribes. Matthew identifies Jesus with wisdom, who Luke identifies with God. This is how a Jewish thinker would process Jesus. This is why Jesus is considered the co-creator. Because Jesus was wisdom, wisdom was God. They're all the same, but they're different. Why is wisdom feminine in Proverbs 8? Anybody remember? We touched on this real briefly last year. Because the Hebrew word for wisdom is grammatically feminine. Grammatical gender has nothing to do with real gender. Grammatical gender is a means of classifying nouns so that they agree with certain verbs. That's all it is. That's why German, das Mädchen, little girl, is neuter. Germans know that little girls aren't neuter. They're little girls. They're female. Grammatical gender has nothing to do with biological gender. You know, we don't use case endings, what are called case endings in English, but we use gender like this. We refer to ships in the feminine. Okay? We refer to ships or nations as her or she, her people. Well, why is it feminine? Well, it's because of the history of the English language. The word that we now use for city or ship comes from some other language that was grammatically feminine. That's just the way it is. You know, it has nothing to do with real gender. And they knew this. But what they were tracking on was the idea of two, from the very beginning, God and the agent of creation, whom they identified with Jesus. The writer of Hebrews makes this absolutely explicit, if you know what you're looking at. Wisdom of Solomon said, she is a reflection, apagasma, of eternal light. Wisdom is the apagasma. Now look at what the writer of Hebrews writes. Long ago, at many times and in many ways, God spoke to our fathers by the prophets. But in these last days he has spoken to us by his Son, whom he appointed the heir of all things, through whom also he created the world. He is the radiance, the apagasma, of the glory of God, and the exact imprint of his nature. He upholds the universe by the word of his power. Now, you can't appreciate this until you realize apagasma appears one time in the Septuagint, in that Sirach passage that I showed you. It doesn't even occur outside the Septuagint. It is an extraordinarily rare word. There is only one place the writer of Hebrews could have gotten that word in this context, and it's that passage that I showed you a few slides ago. There is no doubt that the writer is taking that word from that passage and saying it's Jesus. The whole reason I'm going through this is to answer that initial question. Has anything else been created prior to this time? Well, yeah, you got sons of God. Does evil exist yet? You know, I think at best it's ambiguous. I don't see any clear evidence that it exists yet. Where was God's co-creator? The co-creator was right there from the very beginning, before we had anything, before there was a universe, before there was matter. The co-creator was there. Okay, Jesus was there. So yeah, there's something going on before Genesis 1. What about the rest of this stuff? Are there other creation accounts? Are they like this? And the critical question, is creation perfect? Before I hit the next slide, what I really mean by the question, is creation perfect, was it all God wanted? Was the entire creation Edenic? Okay. Was it exactly as God wanted it? Or was it just pretty good? We're going to hit both of those questions now. I just want, in your mind, to be thinking about, okay, maybe there's something about creation that I've missed here a little bit. Alternative creation passage. Now you look at the bottom. You have established the heavenly lights and the sun, fixed all the boundaries of the earth, made summer and winter. Again, that harkens back to the Genesis, creation of the heavenly host for times and seasons and all that stuff. So this is very clearly Genesis language right here. And you think, oh, Psalm 74, yeah, we're talking about creation there. Yeah, we are. Here's the rest of it. God is my king from old, working salvation in the midst of the earth. You separated the sea. Remember in Genesis 1? The waters are separated. But now wait a minute. Okay, you divided or separated the sea. The word sea there is Hebrew yam. That'll become important in a moment. You broke the heads of the sea monsters. Where's that in Genesis? Tanin, also translated elsewhere as dragons, plural. You broke the heads of the sea monsters on the waters. You crushed the heads of Leviathan. Holy cow, where does Leviathan come in Genesis 1? And what in the world is this? Leviathan, now we're in the wilderness? I thought we were back in the sea. I mean, what's going on here? You crushed the heads of Leviathan. You gave him as food for the creatures of the wilderness. You split open the springs in the brooks, again, division of the water. You dried up the ever-flowing streams. Well, you know what? Is it watery or is it dry? I mean, what in the world's going on here? But this is connected to this. There's some relationship here we can detect. So it kind of looks like creation, but it kind of doesn't. It's different than Genesis 1. What in the world is he doing? Like, this doesn't the guy who wrote this, like, is he clueless? Like, I mean, how can you mess up Genesis 1? I mean, come on. How easy is that? Psalm 89. The heavens are yours, the earth also is yours. The world and all that is in it, you have founded them. Again, a very pithy, simple statement of creation. Don't really get any detail. Here's the rest of it. O Lord God of hosts, who is mighty as you are, O Lord, with your faithfulness all around you, you rule the raging of the sea. There's the sea again. When its waves rise, you still them. You crushed Rahab, like a carcass. Okay, before it was Leviathan, now it's Rahab. By the way, this isn't the Rahab of the Joshua story. She's not around in the primeval sea floating around getting beat up by God, okay? This is just Rahab. It's a proper name. Crushed Rahab like a carcass. You scattered your enemies with your mighty arm. And the result, seems to be, the heavens are yours, the earth is yours, everything's hunky-dory. Everything's great now. What in the world is going on? I'll show you what's going on. The reason this is easily understandable now, you think easily, yeah, right. Okay. When I tell you this, it will be easily understandable. But the reason it's easily understandable now is because in 1929 we had a truckload of tablets discovered at a place called Ugarit that have in their contents stories that are a lot like Psalm 74 and a lot like Psalm 89. And we get a fuller context for them. Ugarit was the center of Baal worship, so they were Israel's neighbors. Baal worship, of course, was the bane, of the Old Testament prophets. Always had to deal with it because it was like right next door, and it keeps like leaking over, into Israelite territory. There are important word-for-word parallels between Ugaritic myths and Old Testament passages that the writers will use to communicate certain ideas. Why? Because, like it or not, because Baal worship was so popular, and wouldn't a fertility cult be popular? Like the whole sexual worship, okay? That was Baal worship. Israel constantly drifting into it. But it was so popular, these stories and myths are well known. By the way, they are well known into the Roman period. This isn't just an Israelite thing. They are very similar to, again, these Psalms and other passages because the biblical writer wants to say, no, what you believe about Baal is false. Baal is not a good guy. Baal's not the creator. Baal's not, fill in the blank of all this neat stuff. Baal is a jerk, okay? Baal is somebody to avoid. Baal is evil. Yahweh's the one who should get credit for this stuff. And so they'll use certain things to communicate certain ideas. And part of that are these terms. In what's called the Baal cycle, the big story, the major story is there's a fight between Baal, whose name means Lord, and Yam, okay, same word as in the Psalms, the sea, and Mot, which is death. This is also the biblical Hebrew word for death. Yam is also called Nahar, the river. Remember the brooks and the streams of the two Psalms. Yam is also described as a dragon, Tanun, remember Tanin, and a seven-headed monster called Litanu, which is the Canaanite word for Leviathan. It's spelled differently in Hebrew because of the dialect. In these stories, Yam, or the sea, represents the forces of chaos, disorder, disruption, something that needs to be brought under control. And that's the way it's going to be used in the Old Testament. In this story, Baal is the one who brings control and goodness to the earth. And the biblical writer wants to say, no, it's not Baal who did this, it's Yahweh who did this. That's why, again, they're using parts of it. Baal does that by killing the dragon, the forces of chaos. Baal eliminates or subdues the forces of chaos and gives us our nice, orderly, created world. Because the biblical writers want to defeat Baal as getting credit for this, they will use this sort of terminology. Baal is also described as the rider in the clouds, the Most High, and those things get used too in the Old Testament. So what we have here in Psalm 74 is the God of Israel doing the stuff that happens in the Baal story. Because the theological point is, first of all, the right God should get credit for it. Second of all, I want you to see that certain of these terms, Yam, Sea, Tanin, Litanu, Leviathan, just the words themselves, in the mind of the reader and the hearer, when they heard those terms, those names, they thought disorder, chaos, unpredictability, something that can explode at any moment and harm us. Okay, something that needs to be brought under control. Because when it's under control, things function pretty well. But there's always a threat that something can, it can break forth and we can be harmed. Again, Old Testament has creation texts. Psalm 74 is the best example, where creation, the idea of creation, is the subjugation or control of the forces of chaos, bringing order out of disorder. Now we're going to get to the question of, what about Genesis 1? So it does this by symbology of a battle between God and a sea dragon. Everybody in the ancient world who read a story about God, a God, and a battle of a sea dragon knows what that's about. That's about how we got the nice, orderly world we have now. The gods have to be responsible for that because we didn't make it. Right? My neighbor didn't make it. It didn't make itself. Has to be a power outside it to bring it into order. Right? Chaos, again, functions as a metaphor for God bringing order from disorder. Let's go back to Genesis. So we have here in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. We have this parenthetical thought. The earth was formless and empty, and God said, let there be light. So if you read this quickly, you might wonder, where's the dragon? It doesn't look like anything like Psalm 74. It's in there cryptically, and I want to show you how. Here's the Babylonian creation story. Now, to understand the weirdness of some of these things, in the Babylonian thought, everything started with a watery abyss. There's just water. They don't know anything about elements. They don't know anything like that. They do know that things we see are probably made of smaller things. There's constituent elements. Remember from History of Civ, up until the modern era, people were trying to figure out what were the primary elements of the material world. Anybody know what the candidates were? I'll give you a hint. There was a rock group that was named
Earth, wind, air, and fire.
Yeah, earth, wind, fire, and air. Okay, there were four of them. Those were considered the primeval elements. Everything that we see is made out of those four things. That was primitive, science. Before even, the classical Greco-Roman articulation, the Babylonians named these constituent elements, they gave them deity names because there's only one thing that can exist before material things, and that must be gods. So we're going to just give these constituent elements God names, and we'll think of them as gods, because then we can talk about them. Because they don't know anything about science. They don't know anything about minerals and elements and all this stuff. So all the gods lived in this watery abyss. That's all there was. And the lead deity, Apsu, his name represents fresh water, is a major figure. And Tiamat lived in these waters, and she was a dragon. She's all cast as a dragon or a beast. Now the story goes that Apsu is disturbed by other gods in the abode because he hears that the other gods have a plan to destroy humanity, because humanity, they don't like the idea of humanity. Eventually, we get our material world and humans out of here. So when we get humans, Apsu hears of a plan to destroy them, and the plot's discovered, and eventually one of the gods kills Apsu so that he can get rid of the deity that's friendly to humanity. And this god, Ea or Anki, is known as Marduk in the Babylonian version. This is Sumerian. And he becomes head of the pantheon. So what you have happen is the primeval gods create the material world that humans know and humans. One of them gets torqued off at the humans and says, we're going to kill them off. The good guy in the pantheon, Apsu, says, I don't want to do that. We don't want that to happen. He eventually gets killed off, and the lead god here becomes Marduk. Marduk, though, doesn't get along with Tiamat. Again, if you're trying to come up with any logical meaning of this, just abandon it. They're trying to answer questions like, how did everything get here? Why is there conflict? What about, how do the gods treat people? Why do people die? Why do we have natural disasters like a flood? All this kind of stuff. So they make up this story. Part of the story is this conflict between Marduk and Tiamat. And essentially this gets retold by a conflict between a deity and a dragon. They have a fight, the dragon is destroyed, and Marduk takes her body, splits it, and makes a new heaven and a new earth. So you have a god defeating a sea beast, dividing the waters into heaven and earth. Does it sound familiar? Yeah. Deep here, the deep, is Tehom. It's the Hebrew equivalent of Tiamtu, which is Tiamat. The problem is, and it's not a problem, but in the Genesis version there is no battle. The battle's already happened. The battle of Psalm 74, killing the dragon, bringing order out of disorder. In the Genesis version, that's history. Chaos is already subdued. It's already under control. Darkness upon the face of the deep. We've had this conflict. Okay, there's no activity going on here because now, once the deep is still, God starts working. He starts bringing order out of the disorder, out of the formless and emptiness that was there. Okay, the stuff that's there. So it's actually, two stories just told at different stages. Now here's the point. You have stories about creation, whether they be in Genesis or Psalm 74. And what the writer's trying to communicate is that, first of all that we know in our world comes from God, who's the creator. To get there, God had to bring under restraint certain things that were part of the material stuff he was working with. Part of creation, there's something sort of built into it that must be restrained. And only God can be the restrainer. Only He has the power to make creation work as it should, so that people can live on it. Remember the New Testament, by Him all things are held together and all things consist. Okay, there's a force there, God, Christ, that's holding everything together so that it works. But there's danger. You have this chaos stuff, part of the fabric of creation. And when we get to Genesis 1:31, God calls it very good. Notice that chaos isn't eliminated. Chaos is subdued, and out of chaos, out of the parts, of the dragon, we get our orderly world. But it's still in there. Okay, it's just framed and controlled and restrained. It's tamed to the extent God wants it tamed. And God says, looks really good. This will work because what's the goal? This is a place where humans can live. Now on that place, I'm going to be there too. And my little slice of the pie is going to be Eden, and that will be completely perfect and without chaos. The rest of the globe is not. The rest of the globe is really good. It's wonderful. It's lush. It's ready for habitation. But Eden is even better. So we have a contrast between the absolute perfection of Eden in terms of life on earth, and we have, again, the globe as it is. There's an issue with, there's an element of danger, an element that needs to be held together, that needs God to hem it in, to control it. So if we go back to the questions here, creation isn't perfect. The entire creation isn't perfect. It's very good. But within it, there's just this element of something that needs to be restrained. Now, thoughts here, the second thought. The Genesis creation, again, couldn't be completely perfect, as in finished with no need for any change, for two reasons, or no improvement possible. All creation wasn't Eden, and the new heaven and new earth naturally have to be better than this one. Now, part of that is because of the fall, but even before the fall, there was this sense that only God can hold this together. If God weren't active in holding it together, we'd be in big trouble. And there's this danger that it can break forth and we can have problems. New heaven and new earth won't be like that. So for some reason, God deemed it desirable to leave this possibility for disruption in creation. For some reason, He decided to do that. It's not evil, because He wouldn't call evil good, but it's unpredictable, it's untamed, it is free. It's not programmed, it's not static. Creation is a reflection of God. Not God, it's a reflection of God. God is the only completely untamable thing, and creation is like Him in a little way, because sometimes things just happen. Because it behaves in a certain way. And, earthquakes can be natural. Rainfall, floods can be natural. Fire is a natural force. Sometimes humans get harmed by those things. They're just part of creation. It's not perfect. Now, the ramifications. Why do natural disasters happen? Why do people suffer? Natural chaos is one of two reasons for suffering. That's the way creation is. It's untamed and it's unpredictable. The curses of the fall aimed at humans do not call for natural disasters. Have you ever noticed that when you get to the fall? The curses are about, women and childbirth, and men, having to work extra hard now to tame, to get food from the land and all this stuff. Things like lightning and fire and earthquake and flood These are things that nature does. Humans just somehow get in the way, either because they're not wise, or just because they're in the wrong place at the wrong time. Okay? God isn't trying to cause these disasters, they just are. So why would God leave creation like this? I would say it reflects his nature as being tamed and unpredictable. Romans 1:20, you can tell something about God from creation. God is not under restraint. He's not tamed. Eschatology is about reversing, making creation perfect. Now the other force is intelligent evil. So why do people suffer? Well, there's an element of that things happen because God has left creation wild. The other reason is intelligent evil. Eschatology plans to correct both. So here are the thoughts I want you to get. In terms of why the world is the way it is, part one, this is before the fall. Creation is good but untamed. It's not Edenic. Events at Eden suggest that that place was intended as this is what creation can be and will be if there's no sin. There's going to be a test here coming up. If there's no sin, if temptation is, survived, if it's avoided, if it's resisted, the potential is that every place can be like this. Every place can be Eden because God wants to dwell on earth. He wants humans to dwell with him. When the kingdom of God spreads through the whole earth, then creation will be perfected. It's not completely perfect now. Only Eden is like that. Eden is the model of what it can all be. So when you get to eschatology, this is why the new heaven and new earth are Eden. Because then Eden is global. The entire earth. There's no threat of natural disaster. Okay, creation never, we're going to look at some passages on Sunday that describe the kingdom in terms of it's always abundant, earth is always abundant, no one ever gets sick, no one ever gets hurt, there is no death. Again, it's a perfected state. So Eden is that at the beginning, one little piece of earth, and earth is left as it is, and we want to see, God wants to see if humans will choose Eden over something else. And we get an external, temptation brought into that. So God's original plan to have Eden overspread the whole earth will eventually occur. That's where everything ends. That's how Revelation ends. We go back there. We also see a blended family, divine and human. Again, we'll talk about that yet this morning. But this was the ideal, and it's where everything will head. This is what it was at the beginning, trying to move toward that. Let's take 10, and we'll talk about intelligent evil, the other reason why life is the way it is. And what I'm going to do is once we get through the second part, I'm going to tie the two parts together because God wants a kingdom on earth. He wants to live with humans. He wants humans to be in his family. He wants humans to be in his ruling bureaucracy, this thing we call the council. He wants humans to help run things that he's made. He wants his kingdom to be the entire globe. He wants all people, all nations, to be part of this family, this administration. What you get in Genesis is you get the seed beginning and the potential for harm because there's a choice that needs to be made. And when the wrong choice is made, think about it, Eden is no longer. Eden disappears from the picture. That means there is no perfect state at all. That means everywhere humans live, they're subject to catastrophe from nature. And after the fall, that also means they're subject to the acts of intelligent beings who can choose to harm you. All of that could have been reversed. All of it will be reversed. But once the fall happens, humans are at the mercy of nature. They're at the mercy of intelligent evil. And the rest of the story is God's effort to restore rulership, restore the kingdom to earth. And that's a struggle. Even when he finally chooses Israel, when he finally says, I've had it with humanity, I'm going to just pick one nation. Even when he does that, good grief, the Israelites, what a struggle. Even when they get to the land, they screw up. I mean, it's a constant struggle. It's victories and it's losses. It's ups and mostly downs. But everything is inching along. And God tells us at several points. After the exile, when the worst disaster possible has happened, this is when God comes up with the new covenant, when he says, I'm going to just take it on myself to deliberately always have a remnant on earth. I am going to win. Okay, the destiny of this planet, I am decreeing the end. I'm letting people do their thing because they're imagers. They are me. They're reflections of me. And if I took their free will away and just decreed it, right now, kingdom, I would have to take away their image, their imaging status. I'd have to take away their freedom. Then they wouldn't be like me anymore. Mm-hmm. But I'm great enough. I am greater than evil. Every time evil wins, I am God. I will take that evil and I will steer it to the end that I'm determining. I will win. And I will have my way. And so you have this whole story. Earth, waiting to be redeemed, waiting to be made perfect. Humans, you have believers, waiting for the final culmination of the kingdom. Will it happen in our lifetimes? You have the enemy thinking that they can win. Why? Because they've won lots of times already. They even infiltrated Eden. Okay? They even had an infiltrator there and managed to forestall the program. If we can pull it off then, that kingdom, we can pull it off in this kingdom too. They really think they can win because they know they're free to act and they've had victories before. And we were talking during the break, this is why prophecy was cryptic the first time. God didn't telegraph what the Messiah would be exactly. Where's the Old Testament passage that has the Messiah being God in the flesh? There isn't any. Why is it that the disciples, couldn't look at Isaiah 7 and think Messiah? Because the word Messiah is not used in Isaiah 7, in the virgin birth passage. And the virgin birth passage is fulfilled in Isaiah's own lifetime. Isaiah tells you that. Okay, in the next two chapters. Nobody ever reads beyond verse 14. Okay? But Matthew later on sees a connection. How does he do that? Why are the disciples so stupid? They're not. Why does Jesus tell them, only after the fact are you going to understand this? Because that's the way it was designed. We're going to have a whole session on the cryptic nature of prophecy because I take Paul seriously when he says, had the rulers of this world known, had the powers of darkness known, they would have never killed him. Because that was the end. I mean, that is the pivotal event for everything that follows. And not only that, that's the pivotal event for where everything was leading. Mm-hmm. So had they known, they would never have done this. But they didn't know. Because it was never spelled out. And all this stuff, these are just the little threads here. You've got, again, this whole, why are we in this mess? It's because, it's partly because God made creation. He didn't make it perfect. He left it untamed because it's like him, and said, okay, we're going to make it this way. Now we're going to put Eden on the planet, and you're going to make a choice. You're going to make a choice. Because God knows that it's going to be infiltrated. He's not like stunned. that there's rebellion, because he made divine beings free too. This is why the image is plural. In Genesis, let us create humankind in our image. Okay, God is speaking to the members of his heavenly host. Okay, in some way, we and them are alike, and we're also like God. Genesis 3, after Adam and Eve sin, what does God say? Now they've, man and woman have become like one of us, knowing good and evil. What does that mean? Well, there's just, it refers to the loss of, in Adam and Eve's case, it's the loss of innocence. Now they know what it means to make a decision, okay, and to act independently, to act, on their own authority. Divine beings already know that. God certainly already knows that. Humans didn't know that because they were in an ideal environment. They'd never been, steered in any direction. They'd never been tempted or anything like that. So you have this element of, do we want Eden, or do we want, this thing that's less than Eden with all its risks? Do we want to obey God, or do we want to be gods ourselves? And based on those decisions, you have everything lost. They're left to the forces of nature. They're left to intelligent evil. They're left to their own devices. You want to be your own God? Fine. We'll see how that works. And it's God's effort to not give up. I mean, it's not like God has to think about giving up, because God knows the end from the beginning. There's a place he's steering it. But he can't, because he made us like him. He's not just going to step in and say, man, that thing of making you like me, that just didn't work out. So now I'm going to make you robots and I'm going to play. Everything's a chessboard now. I think every thought for you. You're not like him if he does that. Okay, the image is undone. It's erased. Okay, so God has bound himself. God has taken the risk, if you don't want to use that. I mean, it's not a risk to him. It's a risk to us, because we're less than God. It's like, God isn't creating a bunch of robots. And some of them I'll just make not like me, because that might be fun. And other ones I'll make like me, because I kind of want that too. And I will just play a game. He's not doing that. He wants creatures like him to love him, to make these choices. And when they fail, he's going to step in and steer the ship without removing your image, without removing who you are, without changing what you are as an imager of him. And because of our nature, that takes a while. But again, God, look at what God does. He steps into history at key moments. He says, I need this to happen. I need Israel out of Egypt. I have heard the cries of my people. Now is the time. Okay? In the fullness of time, God sent for, he steps in at key places and said, now's the time to do this. Now's the time to start that. He intervenes. Okay, he intervenes. But then he says, now we've done this, now we're going to use people. I'm going to influence people to do the right thing. I'm going to influence people to move this along. And some of them are going to rebel. Some of them are just evil. Evil's going to happen. But we're going to beat it. We're going to beat it. And I'm so powerful, I'm going to do it without robotizing everybody. I don't need to do that. Again, these are just kernel thoughts. But let's take 10, and we'll get into some of the fall stuff with free will and all that kind of thing.
That too.
All right, so part 2. Again, creation and chaos, and again by that I mean early stuff, the stuff associated with the beginning of the world as humanity knew it, first humans, and the Edenic situation. So there's that element. That's what I'm talking about when I use the word creation, beginnings. And chaos, of course, the first part was the unpredictable nature of the world as God left it. Again, creating a contrast between it and Eden. And now we're going to get into the creation of humankind and humanity's presence in Eden, and of course, what goes wrong there. So, in Genesis 1:26, again, very familiar passage, God said, "Let us make man, humankind, in our image, in our likeness." And then in verse 27, lo and behold, we have it singularized. Okay, so here's the plural, here's the singular. And again, up here, we have, I don't want to get too far into this, but as we spent a good bit of time on this last year, there's a reason why it's plural. It's an announcement, again, to the heavenly host. But when the actual creation of humanity happens, only one deity, only God does that. So let's talk a little bit about the image and plurality and all that stuff. Preliminary observations. If you just look at that Genesis 1:26 and 28 passage, these things become apparent. Both men and women are included equally. The image, whatever that is, we'll talk about that, makes humans distinct from the rest of terrestrial creatures. It's not incremental. You either have it or you don't. Okay, they don't get the image in stages. Okay, it's just something humanity has. Makes humankind like God in some way. So the image must be something shared with God's own being and nature. It has to be congruent there. It's also shared with the us, the plural. Again, I think the most coherent view of that is that God, single speaker, is announcing his intention to the heavenly host, his divine council, saying, "I've got a great idea. Let's make humankind in our image." So he's going to be like God, he's going to be like you guys too, because you're like me, because I made you too. There's something shared going on there. So there's an announcement to a plural crowd, let's do this, but then when the time comes to actually do it, only one being has the power to do it, and that's God. That's why it's singular later on. So let's talk about what it is. I don't want to spend too much time on what it's not, but we'll try to focus on what it is. I will say this about what it's not. Since it's not incremental, since humanity must, all humans must possess it, and you don't get it in stages, any view that defines the image as an attribute or quality, even if it's connected to the brain, like the ability to think about God or pray or something like that, if you connect it to any quality that must develop chronologically, you have problems. You might as well give up your pro-life position right now, because a fertilized, conceptus in the mother's womb does not pray, does not think, doesn't do anything. And if you say, oh, well, the potential was always there, it's going to become a human being, it's going to become what am I saying? It's going to become a person. Well, when? Well, when it can do those things. And when is that? When it gets a brain. You see the problem. Then you have something that isn't human from the very beginning, even though you want it to be that way, and you're going to talk about potential. Great, we have a potential person. Thanks for that. You see where it's going.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is like the mainstream view
Yeah.
in Christian circles, and it's like, why doesn't somebody they have. There are people who object to it for the same reasons I'm objecting to it now. It's not consistent. So let's throw all that aside, and you can have any ability you want. Communication ability, sentience, whatever. None of them work because they are not always equally possessed from the moment of conception. Just the way it is. And don't talk to me about potential persons, because why do you care about conception then anyway? So let's talk about what it is. Think of it as a verb. Image, the word image as a verb instead of a noun. Again, part of the debate is really linked to the phrase, let us make humankind in our image after our likeness. Well, I like to illustrate the verbal idea this way. When we use the preposition in, we don't always mean the same thing by it. There's a way to understand in the image that will help us understand what is meant and will help us see it as something, as a status or something, some role, some function. If I say put the dishes in the sink, what do I mean? What am I talking about?
Physically in the sink.
A location physically in a certain, I put it in a certain place. Okay, so we're talking about location. If I say something's written in pencil, what do I mean? It's written with a pencil, so the pencil is the instrument of the writing. If I say he broke the vase in pieces, I'm referring to the result, what it looks like after the breaking. Lots of pieces. Here's what to say in reply. That denotes purpose. Here's how to say this. Here's how we're going to write what we're going to write. If I say I work in accounting, now it might mean location. There might be a physical department of accounting, or it could refer to what I do. I'm an accountant. I do what accountants do. I would say that last one is the way we need to think about the imaging idea. That humankind was created to function in the capacity, in the image of God. We're created to represent God, to do what he would do, to do what he does, that sort of thing. It's a functional thing rather than a qualitative or an attribute thing. So let us create humankind as our image, okay, in the capacity of, or as our image. And when we say that, when we refer to image as a function, what we're really saying is God creates humans to be his imagers. That's where the verbal idea comes from. So if you think of creation in the image of God, we're created to image God. We're created to be his imagers, to be like him, both with respect to the creation and with respect to other imagers. To treat them as God would treat them, to treat creation as God would treat it, all that sort of stuff. This, I think, helps us in the New Testament, again, just to rabbit trail a little bit, when Paul says that we are being transformed, okay, we behold the glory of the Lord, being transformed into the same image, what does it mean? We're becoming like Jesus, okay? Because Jesus was the image of God. Other passages have him as the express image of God. He's like the best image of God. He's like the imager of God, the image of God. What God is, what God does, how God behaves, he is the perfect example. He's the perfect imitator, perfect imager. And we're conformed to the image of his Son. It doesn't mean we all progressively start to grow beards and look like Jesus. It means we start to behave like him, and someday we will be like him. And I do think that means, post-resurrection, that our bodies are transformed to be like his. We shall be like him. We're not going to be Yahweh because we're created. Okay, we'll never be that because we're contingent beings. There's only one of those, but we'll be like him, in a significant way. Both in terms of how we're transformed in physical terms and how we're transformed in spiritual terms. So all humans are imagers of God, but they all don't represent him the same way. We're able to function in God's place. We image him because we share certain attributes that are God's. Now I want to focus on one of those attributes, and that is freedom. Okay? God is free. He has a free will. He's the only being who is completely free, meaning he needs no external help. He needs no external influence. He has the perfect mind to decide what to do at all times, in all places, under all circumstances. He needs no contribution. Now, God does respond to people, to prayer and things like that. But the point is he doesn't require it. He is completely free to do what he wishes. And we share the attribute. We have a little taste of it. And I would say without it, if we lacked this attribute and others, we would not be like God. We would cease to be his imager. Therefore, I would say this freedom is essential to imaging. It's absolutely critical. Without it, we are no longer imagers. Eden and its free imagers and connections to this whole chaotic business. If we look at Genesis 2, I'm going to go through this quickly because it's pretty obvious. Here we have the Lord God planting a garden in Eden, in the east, and we have a description. Okay, Eden has geography. These are known places. Tigris, Euphrates, Pishon, Gihon, and so on and so forth. The whole point with the geography is to telegraph to us that the world was not Eden. Eden was on the world, part of the world. The entire creation was not Eden. It's something less than Eden. It's still very good. God liked it when it was all done, but it ain't Eden. Right? Therefore, what is said about Eden is not going to be true of the rest of the created world. There's no problem with chaos being part of the creation of Eden. Eden was a small locale on earth. So the rest of the globe has this characteristic of being untamed but restrained. But in Eden, everything works like it should. It's perfect. It's not going to do anyone harm. There is no element of potential disaster as far as the creation is concerned, as far as the environment. But there are intelligent beings running around Eden. Okay? Human and non-human. Eden was where God was, and so where God is, it's the best, it's the perfect environment. Now, let's talk about temples a little bit, because later on, we're going to talk about temples and tabernacles and the temple of the future and all this kind of stuff. I want you to realize that temples in the ancient world had certain characteristics that are going to look awfully a lot like Eden. Because Eden is the place where God dwells, and there are parts of the description that are characteristic of other ancient Near Eastern religions and things like that, because naturally the gods live in the best place, the most lush. Think about it. This is the Middle East. Dry, doesn't rain much. You're lucky to get 3 squares a day and water. But where the gods live, man, it's just this perfect, lush garden. It's just wonderful. It's part of the reason, by the way, that the promised land that was intended to be God's abode is described as how, consistently?
Milk
A
and honey.
land flowing with milk and honey, just abundant. Again, trying to thread the idea. Where God is, man, that's the best place. That's the best place. The gods are also going to live on mountains. Why? Because they're remote. They're at a distance. And it takes a journey. It takes some effort to go visit. So the ancient Near East uses certain images to highlight certain aspects of the perceived relationship between mere mortals and gods, or God. Eden is also called a mountain. In Ezekiel 28, it's the mountain of God. There's no mountain here in Genesis 2, Genesis 3. But the reason that image is used is because, that there's majesty, there's remoteness. It conjures up images that frame the relationship between deity and humanity the right way, puts the right boundaries there. So in the ancient world, the deity's abode was just a temple. It's where gods live. Of course it's a temple. So even if it's a garden, the garden is still a temple because that's where God lives and we worship him there, so it must be a temple. Duh. They're just thinking like this. Where the gods live, or where God lives, is where his household, his administration live. Where God is, the council is. Where the council is, God is, because they're inseparable. This is where God runs things, runs the affairs of the cosmos. It's the best place. It's the place, it's the headquarters, it's the beachhead. I mean, all these metaphors, we could use. They're thinking the same kinds of things. The temple was a place where heaven and earth met. Why? Because you visit the temple to interact with God. So we know the heavenly part, that's God. And when we show up there, and plus the fact that it's here on earth, you got the heaven and earth conjunction, intersection going on. Temple was associated with life. Okay, it's certainly not associated with death. Why is it associated with life? Because the only explanation for where life comes from, where it came from at the beginning, and why it's sustained is God, or the gods. We don't do that ourselves. If we don't do it ourselves, we can say that creation perpetuates itself. Yeah, we can see that. But the ultimate originator is God. This is why, a little rabbit trail again, you get all these weird rules in Leviticus. Like, if a male has a nocturnal emission, he's not allowed into sacred space. You got to, go home for 7 days and then take a bath. And, a woman who gives birth to a child is not allowed in the sanctuary. A woman who's menstruating, not allowed in the sanctuary. Why? Because they lose 2 bodily fluids, okay, semen and blood. Why are they important? Because they are both connected to life. Got to have blood to live. And the other one produces babies. When you lose them, that is like dying, the loss of the life force. So when you do that, you have to go through a ritual process to be made ceremonially pure so that you can approach God again. You can approach the life. The life giver wants nothing to do with death. Okay? So that by merely making you go through that little ritual, it reinforces the idea that that place is life. Anywhere that's not there isn't. My world has death in it. I lose, things happen, we bleed, the life force is gone. Or we can't come in contact with a corpse and then go to the sanctuary. We can't have connection to death. Again, these are all abstract ideas, but when you see them within the framework and what they're supposed to teach, the sanctuary, the presence of God is associated only with life. These little oddities fall into place because they're designed to teach very simple ideas. They just do it in to us, kind of a weird way. Temples were often oriented to the 4 cardinal points. They're oriented to every direction so that everything is covered. Okay. It just denotes totality, the 4 corners of the earth. It's a sign that everything, you could start anywhere, in the earth that we know, and follow an access line in any direction, and you know where you're going to end up? Right here. Right here. This is the center. That's why later when we get a temple in Jerusalem, Jerusalem is called the center of the world. Is it is it the mathematical center? No. Who cares? That wasn't the point. The point is, conceptually, this is the center of everything. Right here, this spot. That's what they're doing. Again, they're simple ideas, but conveyed in fairly abstract ways. Eden, again, is a temple. God lives there. It's a lush, well-watered garden. Again, a mountain in Ezekiel 28. Heaven and earth meet in Eden. There's no death in Eden. Tree of life. Sustains it perpetually. Has geography. 4 rivers, 4 directions. This is all designed to say that Eden, in biblical theology, is cast as a temple. When you get to the tabernacle and the temple itself, why is it? Why are the colors what they are in the tabernacle? Why are some of the objects of the tabernacle, shaped like plants? Why does the temple get decorated with plant life? Why do we have, two pillar tree? I mean, it's garden imagery. It's not just like, man, this is boring, we got to dress it up. Like, who's a nice artist here? Okay. It's designed to remind you of the first temple, of Eden. This is the place where God lives. It's either a garden or a mountain. Eden, Sinai, Zion, they're playing on both images for different reasons. It's cosmic geography. In Egypt, again, just a little rabbit trail, this is why all Egyptian temples were built when you entered the front. They went up a slight incline, very, very slight incline, and this is why you have the columns that are decorated like lotus flowers and papyrus plants and all that stuff, because in Egyptian mythology, at the beginning of creation, the primeval mound rose out of the water. And the water was conceived of like the Nile, a marshy, kind of thing with plant like reeds and stuff like that. So every Egyptian temple was a little microcosm of the first mound. So at the end, you're elevated because you're going up the mound. And at the end, they would have a little boat, okay, either a little boat or the image of the god, because the god lived there, and he used the boat to get around, because it's all water. Again, they're just very abstract ideas, but they're designed to recreate the creation story. Why do we have pyramids? Okay, the pyramid was conceived of as the first mound, the primeval mound. That's the place where life is. So the things that go into it that die, or they're dead, you do the ritual inside the burial chamber, and they come back to life, because it's where the God, all these kinds of abstract ideas are just floating around in the architecture. And the Israelite temple is no different. You just have to sort of be in tune with what they're doing. They're not just killing time. It's not like, oh, these guys are union workers, we've got to give them something to do. They're not doing that. Okay, there's a purpose behind it that's more than just economic. Okay, it means something. Now, again, to just play this out a little more, because you're going to see some of these phrases later. At Ugarit, again, some common language. The gods, El and Baal, are both, they both have houses that are described, especially El, source of the two rivers, midst of the double deep. Mount Safanu is Baal's mountain, also known as the Mount of the Assembled Council, the Pukru Moed. Moed is going to be a big word when it comes to eschatology, especially Armageddon. I'll give you a little hint there. God of Israel, again, Yarkatate, Safon, and Safadu. They are words, same words, different languages. The word means north. If you're living at Ugarit, which is ancient Syria, the heights of the north are the range of mountains in Lebanon, and that's where that's where the gods live, way up there, the high point. But curiously enough, in Israelite religion, what gets called the heights of the north, the same phrase, the Architect Zaphon, is Zion. Is Jerusalem in the geographical north? No, it ain't even close. It's in the southern part of the Holy Land. So why do they call it the heights of the north? Because it's the cosmic north. It's the place, it's the divine abode. Doesn't matter where it is on the planet. It matters that you connect the idea, okay, the idea of, the real gods don't live up there, okay. The cosmic north and geographical north to the people of Ugarit are, sort of coincide. But the Israelite writer's saying, no, the cosmic center of everything is down here. We're just going to use the same phrase so that you get the point. And this is how they telegraph ideas that don't have any like spatial logic in that case, but in terms of cosmology and the belief system, they're completely coherent. I mean, anybody who reads that knows what you're calling Jerusalem, what you're calling Zion. That's the divine center, not this place up here. Okay. And other terms, again, in Canaanite religion, El lives in a tent and a tabernacle, a house, temple. And the same terms are going to be used in the Old Testament because the logic is this is the real deity, this is the real creator, this is the real master, not the Canaanite El, but Yahweh, who is also called El, over here. So you have, again, some of the same vocabulary. And this is where the council is, because where God is, that's where the council is, because they work for him. Okay, they travel with him. It's his entourage, okay? You want to use that, or the administration. You know, he doesn't subcontract the affairs of the cosmos. I mean, it's all done right in-house, okay? Now, Genesis 2:9, we have, the tree of life was in the midst of the garden, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And I want to draw attention to this phrase, tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Down here we have it in verse 17. Tree of the knowledge of good and evil. What is that? What is that thing? Well, I would say we can eliminate some things. Some commentators will say it has something to do with sexual activity, because after they sin, they know they're naked. Well, it's not as though God didn't want Adam and Eve to know about sex, because he told them, be fruitful and multiply. Okay, so that really isn't the point. That's not a transgression. That's what I want you to do. Okay? It's also not a reference to moral discernment, because it's gained by eating. The fact that Eve, when she gets into the conversation with the serpent, the Nakash, the fact that she, during their conversation, she knows what God told them. Now, granted, she adds a little bit to it, but she does know. And she's hesitant. That tells you right away that she knows, we're not supposed to do this. I mean, she has already. The choice is going to be rebellion. Again, the command would be pointless if the humans didn't know what disobedience was. They knew what they weren't supposed to do. So again, she hesitates. She already knows. So knowing good and evil is something also true of God and his heavenly host, because once she eats and she knows good and evil, now she's like one of us. Okay, Genesis 3:22. So let's look at it here. The serpent says to the woman, you won't surely die. God knows when you eat of it, your eyes will be open. You'll be like God or the gods. The word's Elohim. So in verse 4, verse 5, we're not sure if it should be singular or plural. When we get down to verse 22, we have one of us. So we know, this is plural up here. So it's God and the other members of the heavenly host. And now humans, after the fall, are going to share this knowing good and evil thing, whatever that is. Now, what I have here is I have a search. The exact phrase used in Genesis occurs 5 times. Here you have the Genesis references down here. You'll notice there's only one other place where knowing good and evil occurs. Deuteronomy 1. And here it is. As for your little ones, who you said would become a prey, again, this is after when Moses is reflecting back on their failure to take the promised land, when they were afraid, of the giant clans, and we don't want to go in there, we're going to get our butts kicked. And so Moses now in Deuteronomy is looking back at that event. He says, as for your little ones who you said, would become a prey to the inhabitants of the land, and your children who today have no knowledge of good or evil, they shall go in there. To them I will give it, and they shall possess it. So the second generation of Israelites who inherit the land, they were innocent of the unbelief, the sin of their fathers. So what the phrase really refers to is, it's not knowing good and evil means to be innocent in moral responsibility, to not have been encumbered with accountability. So you can tell, if you look at it that way, when they sin, now they are encumbered with accountability. Okay? The other divine beings know what accountability is because they work for God. Okay? They know what to do and not to do. You know, and in God's sense, he knows what it is because he has to watch what happens, you know, failure and success and that sort of thing. And he dispenses, you know, the accountability. So this whole idea here, and I wanted to rabbit trail a little bit on it, because it kind of becomes confusing, and it'll relate again to freedom as we see the stuff played out. So in Genesis 3 again, we go back here, you will be like God or the gods, you will be like the gods, knowing good and evil, and like divine beings, of which God is one. Behold, man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. Point, they would be held morally accountable for their choice. That was something new. Why? Because they'd never rebelled before. They are no longer innocent. They have now come under moral accountability. Points. Adam and Eve could make free choices. It's because they were like God. They shared that attribute. That they could choose was not wrong. I mean, the ability itself wasn't wrong. But they're responsible for their choices. Just like God, again, and his non-human free agents, they know what accountability is by experience. They become like the Elohim. So there's the connection points. Other points that extend from the fall. So we have freedom, we've got moral accountability, we have I should say immortality lost, immortality gained, but that's an awkward way to put it. They become mortal, there's rebellion in both realms. Okay, this is a first. By the scriptural account, the fall is the first instance of human failure and rebellion. And by all intents and purposes, at least what we're told, it's the first time when one of God's other divine beings, the serpent I view as a divine being, I think you guys all know that already, it's the first time we have that happen in that realm as well. So we have chaos outside Eden in the sense of nature is untamed and unpredictable. Now we have chaos inside Eden because it's been infiltrated by the Nakash, the serpent, and Adam and Eve succumb to that temptation. Ramifications. Last time, again, we talked about chaos woven into creation. Then the goal is that all the world will eventually become like Eden. This is why in Revelation 21:1, there is no sea. And we'll get to that again too. But the whole idea of the subduing of the dragon, the water beast, the sea, Leviathan, Tanun, all these terms. The ancient person conceived, they used the sea as an image for something uncontrolled, for kind of obvious reasons. I mean, you can't control it. I mean, it's just completely, you're at its mercy. So that was a really powerful image for them that gets used in their literature and in the Old Testament. And when you get to Revelation 21, when everything becomes like Eden again, John just throws in this little line. There was no longer any sea. You know, if you know what that means, that's like, wow. You know, that's a very powerful statement. Chaos of free will decisions, again, gravitating toward evil. You're going to have the redemption and the resurrection of the body, you know, which will, again, cure the fleshly impulse. Again, this is more than Adam and Eve because they could die. You realize that in the glorified state, you're actually beyond Adam and Eve. Okay, they had what's called contingent immortality. I talked about this last year, I think. Adam and Eve could die. They were fully human. Even before they sinned, they could die. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been human. If Adam gets up one morning and he's making breakfast for Eve and he cuts himself with a knife, he's going to look down and see what? Blood. If he takes out an artery, and he doesn't fix it, he's going to die. Adam and Eve, couldn't go into the water and just walk around underwater without need of oxygen. Why? Because they were human. They go swimming, they fall, hit the head in a rock, Adam rolls in. He's not going to wake up half an hour later and come out and say, well, that was dumb. He's dead because he's human. Now, we know from the story that doesn't happen. But the thing is, they were not in and of themselves immortal. Their immortality was contingent upon not being stupid, not having an accident, and not sinning. Because as soon as they sin, they are driven out of the garden. And what's in the garden that's important? The tree of life. Now, maybe that was something they ate that would maintain their life, who knows. But the fact is that Eden is where God lives, and God is associated with life. You stay in there, you live. Okay? It's again, a real simple set of ideas. When you're removed, you're going to die now. You're already, contingently immortal. Now you're out, you're like really immortal. And that's one of the costs. And on top of that, you are divorced from the life force, from the thing keeping you alive. So Adam and Eve, they begin to age and they die. When we are resurrected, we ain't going to die. We're beyond that. We actually supersede that status. There's also, again, in the eschaton, the elimination of external evil influence. We're in the Edenic state. We're immortal now in terms of resurrection. Now, we're still contingent in the sense that, God could say, well, I have a new idea, I'm going to wipe you all out. Because he's God. Okay, but, we know that's not going to happen because God tells us that's not going to happen. The point is we're not little Yahwehs now, that we have our own, eternal set of attributes. But, we're in the Edenic state, we're in a perfect environment, there's no, temptation, there's no, solicitation to rebellion. We still have, our will. We're still imagers of God, but we have the perfect environment and we have nothing to solicit, encourage, prompt us toward anything other than God's will. It's the perfect Edenic state.
We have 10 minutes.
Okay. So, if we go back to part 1, why do natural disasters happen causing the innocent to suffer? Because that's the way the creation is. That's the way it was outside of Eden, and post-fall, it's even worse. Okay, there's just no... There's restraint. If God wasn't restraining it even now, if there weren't things in place, however that looks, however that works, it would be awful. In fact, when restraints are removed, as God describes in prophetic passages, you have what? You have great tribulation such as the world has never seen. Okay, you have these phrases. Again, a progressive withdrawing of restraint, both in terms of the natural world and, according to Revelation 9, what is opened up? The bottomless pit, the abyss. Again, these are all ideas to say it's pretty much hell on earth. Restraint is removed. Restraint over intelligent evil is removed. It's just really bad.
So the pit's kind of an anti-mountain.
What was that?
So the bottomless pit would be like an anti-mountain, the reverse of a mountain.
It is. They're viewed as diametric opposites. In fact, the same heights of the north, you get the same phrase, Yarkate, heights of the pit. That doesn't make, how can a pit be high? Well, it refers to the extremes. Again, the polar extremes idea. What's the second reason for suffering? Well, it's intelligent evil. Free will acts of fallen human agents and evil non-human agents. Deliberate rebellion instead of imaging God as intended. That's why people suffer. That's why people do bad things. They're imagers, but they choose, they make decisions to not image God, but to either be gods to themselves or just to harm, just to do evil. Because again, there's, on this side of the cross, we would say they're lost, they're unredeemed, they don't have an indwelling spirit, and all this sort of thing. which are all true. But the problem is even more severe than that. And why would God leave creation untamed? Because it reflects his nature. Why would God make humans free and let them make free decisions? Because they're made as his image. He's free, so they have to be free as well, to represent and be like him. To remove that attribute is to eliminate the image, and you can't have divine imaging without freedom. So humans are what they are. They are free to choose to image God, and of course now to believe in Christ and submit to the power of the Spirit. And all these are all choices. Okay? They're also free to do none of those things. So where is our hope, eschatologically? Well, the unpredictability of untamed nature, we have chaos woven into creation. God doesn't step in to change it now, but it is under restraint. And again, God says, I'm going to unrestrain it at some point, because that's part of the day of the Lord. When, all things get set right, but that means judgment and also redemption. They work hand in hand. There's suffering and there's redemption. The day of the Lord is when everything is resolved, and it involves both violence and divine intervention, and out of that comes glorification. So all these things are reversed and set right. Chaos of free will decisions, the threat of human freedom to do evil. Again, imaging is really important. Evil happens when freedom manifests as rebellion. Freedom is also necessary for true obedience. We can't forget that. So the resolution of that part, evil can end only one of two ways. Removal of freedom at the cost of imaging, and God isn't going to do that because then we're no longer human. And the second is redemption, resurrection of the body. Again, this is eschatological sense, the ultimate sense of deliverance of evil. So eliminating all the evil external influence and Satan and his angels and so on and so forth. Logical question. Is God not in control then if he does not predestinate everything? I would say God does not predestinate evil. Humans are free. He foresaw evil but didn't need it to happen to work a plan. Now I know the old explanation for this. You tell me when we stop, because I can always pick up the last slide or two. Why does evil happen? Well, some hyper-Calvinistic positions will say God does predestine evil, and he's behind it. Because they're stuck in a position that God must have control of every event, even evil acts, to be sovereign. Then there's this mediating position where, God saw evil and incorporated it into his plan. So in other words, God couldn't think of a better plan? Right? Like God, now that God has the plan set, he needs evil to happen so that it all works? I don't think God needs evil at all. Okay, that's what I'm getting to. There's a different perspective here. And where I get that, I think 1 Samuel 23 is really important. This is the story, real quickly, of David at the city of Keilah. He delivers the city, from enemies. And while he's there, Saul hears he's there. And he goes, David is like a caged bird. Okay, I'm going to go down there, and I'm going to surround that city and put it under siege, and I'm going to get him. Well, somehow David finds out that Saul is on his way, and so he asks God, if Saul shows up here, will the men of Keilah surrender me to him? And God says, you bet. Like in a heartbeat. Thanks for nothing, David. Here you go. Here you go, Saul. And so what does David do? I think I'm going to get out of here. Now, what does that tell us? God foreknew an event that didn't happen. That means that God's foreknowledge of an event does not necessitate its occurrence. Foreknowledge does not necessitate predestination. It just means God knows. God gives David the information. There you go, David. Now, God knows what he's going to do, but David has to do it. If he sits there, God's going to be right. Okay, he didn't foresee incorrectly. But nevertheless, there's freedom within the context of God's foreknowing. So God deemed freedom, even though it would be used for evil, essential to human existence. And again, which God is sovereign? The one who foreknew and predestinated every event of human existence, including the fall and all sins. Is that God sovereign? Well, I mean, yeah, that God would be sovereign because he controlled everything from the beginning. Is this God sovereign? The one who foreknew evil would happen as the result of sharing his attribute of freedom with humans, and so allowed humans to do sin, all the while steering free human choices toward the final ends of human history that he did predestinate. Which God is sovereign? They both are. What I'm suggesting is that this one is more reflective of biblical theology than that one. You still have a sovereign God. You just define sovereignty as the ends to which all things go. And this one has everything up front. It's front-loaded. Which is the better chess player? The guy who makes you move every move and then he's just going to make you lose? Or the guy who says, it doesn't matter where you move, I'm going to win? I mean, that's the analogy. Which one is like the better player? Front-loading or back-loading? So, it's determinism versus eschatological predestination is what I like to call it. The ends are predestinated. That's a big term, I know.
We like it.
Okay. Have a minute, or should we skip to the summary to begin next time?
29, it's 12:29 right now.
All right, well, just a quickie here. Evil exists because free will is essential for being an imager. An image refers to representing God as co-rulers with him, co-administrators. The image doesn't need evil to be a reality. Imaging preceded the fall. God's intention was to rule his creation through these proxies, through these imagers. And eschatologically, evil will be eradicated. There will be no enticement to sin. And all the earth will be transformed to an Edenic state. But that's not going to happen until there's a battle with intelligent evil. That just has to happen. Why? Because some free will imagers are evil. Human and non-human. It's bound to happen. It's inescapable. Okay, we'll can it there. All right. Now, if you were here last year, there's going to be a good portion of this that will be familiar from last year, but I've added a few things, and I have to confess that some of what I've added, I did so with a little trepidation. Because what I'm going to say about Satan, and I'm going to use the phrase the Satan with respect to the Old Testament, is probably going to be a lot different than what you've heard to this point. I'll telegraph it by saying this. I don't want to minimize Satan's power. And when I go through the Old Testament, the thought might pop into your head, well, doesn't he think there is a Satan? Like a big S Satan? Yes, I do. But the Old Testament does not know that guy. Okay? There is no capital S Satan in the Old Testament, meaning no grand cosmic enemy that's called Satan. There is a cosmic enemy. He's the serpent. Okay? We talked about him last time in the fall. But there are things like in the Old Testament, the serpent is never called Satan. Satan in Hebrew is never applied to the serpent in the Old Testament at all. And I'm going to show you a few things where Satan isn't even used as a proper noun in the Old Testament. What we think of as Satan as the word or the name for the great enemy of God is an idea that takes hold, there are linchpin ideas, there are thread beginnings in the Old Testament that, as you go through the intertestamental period and on into the New Testament, the term Satan becomes used as a term to describe the great enemy. But the Old Testament doesn't actually use that term to describe the great enemy. And there are some ramifications to that I think need to be put out there. Because on the one hand, the way the New Testament describes Satan, again, I don't want to minimize that. He is a liar. He is the accuser of the brethren. But in some respects, I think he gets portrayed as a little too big, or bigger than he really is. And I think this audience can appreciate that a little bit, because in the Old Testament idea of the unseed world does not include big S Satan. What the issue there is are other beings, specifically that have cosmic geographical boundaries, and who are referred to as other gods and things like that. It's just a different perspective that gets elaborated upon and expanded in the New Testament. I'll try to go through and make that clear. Some of this will be old hat for you, and some of it will be new. Psalm 82 should be a passage that is familiar to everyone. But in case it's not, the screenshot here is the ESV. Psalm 82 verse 1, God has taken his place in the divine council. In the midst of the gods he holds judgment. And you'll notice that the word God is in blue. There's a blue highlight on it. And below, where the columns are, right here, this column is also blue highlighted. That is showing you that this word, capital G-O-D, is the word Elohim in Hebrew. Here's what it looks like in Hebrew. Here's a transliteration. So the first word there is Elohim. We have a singular being because, this is the verb right here, and if I were actually using the software, if I hovered over this, it would tell you that that's a singular verb. So I've often said on radio shows and on a website and all this stuff that Elohim is a term like fish or deer. If I say the word deer, D-E-E-R, how many? There's no way to tell. I have to put it in a sentence. I have to attach it to a verb so that you know whether I mean one or more. If I say, the deer, let me think of a good verb that illustrates it. The deer is in the field. Singular. You know that because of the word is. The deer are in the field. It is obviously plural. Hebrew is the same way. You don't know if Elohim is singular or plural until you put it in a sentence, until you attach it to something else grammatically. And here the verb is singular, and so this Elohim has taken his place, right here, has to be singular. Well, now we have in the midst of the gods highlighted, and you'll see that it's the same word, Elohim. This one has to be plural because we have a prepositional phrase actually in Hebrew, in the midst of. That requires more than one. So that's why it's translated plural. So Psalm 82 verse 1 is a very useful verse. You have Elohim 2 times, same verse. One is singular, one is plural. And it's the God of Israel presiding over this thing called the divine council, this divine assembly. And the members of the assembly are called Elohim. Now, some, if this is the first exposure to this, sort of get freaked out by this. What do you mean there's more than one God? And, I thought there's only one, and blah, 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 blah. Well, let's talk about that. These Elohim have to be divine beings, plural, because in another passage, like Psalm 89, we have here, who among the heavenly beings is like the Lord, plural again. This is B'nai Elim. Elim is the plural of El. And they are in the skies. We go back to Psalm 82. Some will say, well, the gods here are humans. They're human judges. They're Israelite elders or something like that. There's a lot of, in my view, very strange explanations for this within the wider Christian evangelical orbit to deny that the gods in Psalm 82:1 are divine, non-human beings, because there's a fear that if we affirm that, we're somehow denying monotheism. Okay? But the difficulty, again, is you can't very well have a council of human Elohim in view in Psalm 82:1, because here the council, the assembly of the holy ones, is in the skies, and the beings are B'nai Elohim. The last time I checked, human beings do not rule in the skies. Okay? They don't have a council somewhere up in the clouds. That's language that speaks of divine beings. And there's lots of other, reasons to include that. I said you are gods. Here again, we have a plural here because this in Hebrew is plural. The pronoun is plural. Sons of the Most High, again, sons is plural. All of you. Nevertheless, like men, you will die and fall like any prince. So what we have here is we have a scene where God is presiding over a bureaucracy, an administration, a council of other beings who are called Elohim as well. And he is their boss. He has power over them in terms of their mortality and immortality. And he's judging them. Psalm 82 is actually about the judgment of the corrupt administration of certain divine beings within the council. And that has eschatological ramifications we'll see on Sunday. That's actually part of Day of the Lord judgment. Now here's a list of passages where we have either Elohim or B'nai Elohim listed in them. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I just wanted to have some place where you have a sort of a neat little reference point for all of them. So it's not just one passage. Let's talk about this in relation to monotheism, because I want to get to what Elohim really means and how do we parse this. Incomparability of Yahweh. You have these statements that there's none besides me, none like me. These are not denials that other gods exist. How do I know that? Well, Deuteronomy 32:17 is probably a good passage. There the gods, Elohim, are called Shadim, demons. Now, if you don't want to believe in the reality of other plural Elohim, you pretty much have to deny that demons exist as well. Because they're tied together in that passage. So right away you have a problem there. Well, then what do these statements like this mean? It just means that there's none like this one. There's something about Yahweh that is absolutely, authoritatively, exhaustively unique. Now, these denials, I think, interestingly, some of these denials occur in the same chapters, Deuteronomy 4, Deuteronomy 32, and then in the second half of Isaiah. They occur in chapters that elsewhere in the same chapter affirm the existence of other Elohim. Deuteronomy 32 is a really good one because Deuteronomy 32:17, they're called demons. Elsewhere in Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9, we'll hit that. The sons of God are distributed among the nations, and the nations are allotted to the sons of God when Yahweh chooses Israel after the Babel event. The denial phrases are used elsewhere where denial of existence cannot be possible. It's a typo. Example, I have a whole list of them. Here are passages that use a variety of phrases to say something like, there's none beside me, there's none like me, there's no God except me, and all this kind of stuff. These are the Hebrew phrases, if you can read Hebrew. But I want to zero in on these two. Isaiah 47, 8 and 10, and Zephaniah 2:15. In both of those instances, those verses use what we would refer to as a denial phrase of Babylon, where Babylon, the city, is personified and says, there's none beside me, there's no other. So, is that a claim that there are no other cities that exist in the world other than Babylon? No, that would be absurd, because, hey, there's lots of cities. Babylon, attacks them all the time. It's a statement that I'm the best. I am superior. And I'm suggesting that that's what these mean. You know, that's the way that you parse incomparability statements or denial statements with the fact that some of the same chapters tell you there are other Elohim. Now, what gets called an Elohim? If you actually study the Old Testament and do a search for Elohim, and I don't really recommend doing it because it just takes so long. It occurs thousands of times in the Old Testament. But you will find out that 6 things get referred to as Elohim. Now that alone should tell you that an Israelite knew that the word Elohim was not a word that exclusively applied to a set of attributes. The very fact that a monotheistic Israelite could call something else Elohim while he refers to his God as Elohim should tell you immediately there's something going on with that word. Because if the point of all those denial statements was to say that no other Elohim exist, and Elohim only speaks of capital G-O-D, why in the world are biblical writers using the term of gods in this council, gods of the nations like Ashtoreth? Interestingly enough, the masculine is used instead of the feminine. There is no biblical Hebrew word for goddess. They don't use it. They use the masculine form of the word. Just kind of interesting. Milcom, the Elohim of the Ammonites. Demons, Deuteronomy 32:17. Disembodied human dead are called Elohim. This is the Samuel incident where Saul goes to the medium, the mistress of the Ov at Endor, and says, hey, I'd like to talk to Samuel. And yeah, call him up. And, whatever she does, she gets Samuel, and it kind of freaks her out because, she just sort of goes to pieces. And Saul says, well, what do you see? And she says, I see Elohim coming up from the ground. And then he says, what does he look like? Okay, singular, what does he look like? And she describes Samuel, and then Samuel says, why are you disturbing me? You're going to die. Forget anything you're going to ask for. The answer is no. Because Saul wants some pity, and he ain't getting it. He's doomed. But nevertheless, Elohim used of the human dead there, and angels. This is a reference here, Genesis 35:7, uses a plural that refers to the gods, plural, that appeared to Jacob at Bethel. If you go back to Bethel, you find out that that's the place where Jacob wrestled with a man who turns out to not be a man. And other passages allow you to draw the conclusion this is the angel of the Lord. So that person is included in Elohim language as well. So what do we do with this term? This tells you it's not a denial of monotheism. It's a word that a biblical writer could use of 5 different things besides the God of Israel. Now, it's hard for us because we use G-O-D, and we mentally attach to it a specific set of attributes that are only relevant to the God of Israel. And so when a lot of people, when you tell them for the first time, hey, the Bible says there are other Elohim, it freaks them out because they think you're saying there are other beings like Yahweh, when that isn't what the biblical writers were saying. Elohim is what I like to call a place of residence term. If you are called Elohim, it means you are someone or something that belongs in the disembodied spiritual realm. Gods of the council, demons, disembodied dead, angels, and of course Yahweh, the God of Israel, and the Israelite Godhead. All of these things are Elohim, and all that it does, all the term does, is tell you where this being properly resides. That's it. Now, in that realm, there's hierarchy, there's differentiation of attributes. Yahweh is an Elohim, but no other Elohim or Yahweh. He is unique. He's what I call species unique. This is what an Israelite believed. It didn't matter that there were other Elohim running around. What mattered was there was only one of those, by definition. In fact, this one created all the other ones. They are derivative. They are contingent. They are inferior. But they all live at the same place, and that place is the spirit world, the unseen world, the spiritual world. That's all the term means. I want to hit some other terminology, because that was sort of review. Park a little bit here. Shadim is actually a very rare term in the Old Testament. It is used only 2 places. Right there, do your exhaustive word study on Shadim, demons. 2 passages. It tells you right away that demonic, what we would call a demonic entity, plays a very small role in the Old Testament theology of the unseen world. The more significant characters are the sons of God who are corrupt, who are the administrators of the nations. They're a big deal. The other big deal are the spirits, the Rephaim spirits who inhabit Sheol, who inhabit the underworld. They're a big deal. Demons, not so much. They're minor players. As best as can be told, this is probably a word that comes from Akkadian, Shadu, Shadum, it would still be a singular, which refers to a spirit being or some kind of force. All right? It's nearly always singular in Babylonian Akkadian literature. When it's singular, it can be a good thing. Okay, protective spirit. When it's plural, it's always bad, and it's only plural in the Old Testament. So you have a high degree of agreement right here, again, cross-culturally, that when the term is used as a plural, and by the way, the New Testament takes this pattern too, the plurality is deliberate, and it has a sinister tone to it. When you get a pluralization like this, it telegraphs to everyone in the Semitic world that the Shadim referred to here are not good. They're bad. But you only have 2 occurrences of it. But nevertheless, they're sinister, bad guys. Cherubim, both cherubim and seraphim are really the same thing, but the terms derive from different cultural images. Let's put it that way. A cherubim comes from Akkadian koribu, or karuv, and it was a reference to a creaturely entity that guards the throne. We've all seen like these pictures of the winged bull kind of critters. Okay, it's that sort of thing. This word again comes from Akkadian. Seraphim is from the Egyptian seraph, which is a fiery serpent, and in Egyptian culture they were the throne guardians. So it's really the same sort of function, but the terms are different, but it's sort of the same level, the same office, that kind of thing. A couple illustrations. This one is not. This one actually comes from Phoenician, so this is a more Canaanite illustration. This would be a koribu or a karuv, right here. Again, always associated with the throne guardianship. This is just a selection from an Akkadian lexicon. Other picture, this one is actually something very similar, just hand-drawn, and you get the idea. Creaturely, human face, but creaturely body. Angels, when they are described in the Old Testament, are always human in appearance. These are not. Here's an illustration of the seraph, or seraphim is plural. The Egyptian flavor, again, a winged serpent figure, human face. But where we see this is typically Isaiah 6. Now, some think that seraph comes from the Hebrew seraph, to burn. Seraph is actually a noun, though, for snake. And again, in the Egyptian cultural context, it's a throne guardian. Now, I have this note here. Isaiah's time, Isaiah 6 is where we get the seraphim reference. In Isaiah's time, Israelite kings used a lot of Egyptian iconography, a lot of Egyptian symbols and portrayals in their own architecture, their own royal trappings, which is why Isaiah, because he's living and ministering in this time where the kings use things with Egyptian flavoring, this is why he chooses the word seraph or seraphim instead of karuv or cherubim. And as an example, this is King Hezekiah's seal. It's the actual seal, this is the hand drawing. And at the top, this says Yehuda, so Judah, and this is Lechezkiyahu, belonging to Hezekiah, gotta tilt my head here, Achi Melech. Okay. You have belonging to Hezekiah, the brother of, or let's see, is this a Z? Yeah, that's a Z. Achaz Melech, belonging to Hezekiah of Achaz the king. Hezekiah, whose father was Ahaz, the king. So this is Old Hebrew script. But if you look at it, it's the Kepher beetle. It's a completely Egyptian symbol. And the Kepher beetle, with the wings, was a symbol of life. I was chatting with somebody in between one of the breaks. The reason that the Kepher beetle, the dung beetle, is a symbol of life to the Egyptians is these beetles would roll these little balls of dung around with their hind legs. Go to YouTube, you'll see a video of it. It's hilarious. They're rolling these little balls of dung around, and the Egyptians happened to notice that sometimes these little balls of dung, little beetles come out of them. I mean, they didn't know that what was going on was the beetle was laying the eggs, and after a while they would incubate and then they were born. The Egyptians thought that the beetle had power to create life, like spontaneous generation. And so it became a symbol of life, creation, creative power. And it was a familiar symbol of life and prosperity, so Hezekiah takes it as his own. This ate Hasatan in the Old Testament. Again, some of this is probably going to be pretty new, but I want to show you this, and maybe you can. I would be interested to, when we get done with this, at some point while I'm here, it'd be interesting to hear how some of this is processed on your end. This noun, Satan, occurs 27 times in the Old Testament. What I did was I ran a search in my software, 27 results in 23 verses. Okay, you can see that there. Now, the Hebrew word Satan is not a proper noun in the Old Testament. That is because of Hebrew grammar. Let me go back here. Okay, we'll use the next one. As with English, Hebrew does not append what's called the definite article to a proper personal noun. The definite article is the word the. I don't refer to myself as the Mike. That just sounds stupid. We don't put the word the in front of a proper personal name. Hebrew doesn't either. And in nearly every instance of the occurrence of this word, the definite article is attached to it. It cannot be a proper name by rules of Hebrew grammar. It never does it. So, this is just a quote from a grammar, so you know I'm not making it up. This is from Walton O'Connor's Biblical Hebrew Syntax. We'll skip that. I ran a search on the word Satan with the definite article in front of it. So again, you can see I'm just not making it up. Here are the results. You'll notice that all of your occurrences in Zechariah and Job have the definite article. If Job 1, 6-9, 12, 2, 1 through 4, so on and so forth, they all have the definite article. This is not a proper name in Job 1 and 2, or Zechariah 3. Satan actually is an office in the divine council. The job of the Satan is actually described in Job 1 and 2. Have you considered my servant Job? And he asked the Satan, where have you been? And what does he answer? I've been running around to and fro throughout the earth. The Satan, his job was to go see who was in obedience to God and who wasn't. Because if you weren't, then you were in trouble. You were unrighteous. If you died unrighteous, you were going to go to Sheol and all that kind of stuff. Stay. There are 3 instances where the noun does not have the definite article. So here there's a possibility. We could have a proper personal name. They are Numbers 22, verses 22 and 32, and 1 Chronicles 21:1. Again, we might have proper name here. However, if you look them up, the context denies that idea in all 3. Right here, these 2 of them, guess who's called Satan? The angel of the Lord. He is not a bad guy. He is not a cosmic enemy. He is, in fact, the embodied Yahweh. Satan means to oppose, means to be an adversary, to be an accuser, see that? A challenger. So when the Satan was running around, checking up on people who were in obedience or disobedience, he would say, yeah, I saw Jeff over there, and Jeff, just that and the other thing, and you need to, Lord, you need to do something about that situation. So when he shows up in Job, God says, do you have anything to report about Job? Knowing what the answer is going to be. Now, where the Satan goes wrong in Job 1 and 2 is he challenges God. He says, yeah, I know about Job. He's a righteous man, but that's only because he has a nice life. I'll bet, if you did this, that, and the other thing to him, he would curse you. And the Lord says, you're wrong. And then, the whole rest of the book ensues where you find out that he was wrong. And, it opens the whole thing about why did God let this happen, and so on and so forth. At the end, the real answer to that is because Job needed to trust that the decision that God made had nothing to do with Job's character. He was blameless. God said he was blameless, so I think he was blameless. God would know if he wasn't. And Job suffers because, for some reason, God deemed that acceptable for some other end. And the problem with the book of Job is you're really not told what the end is. Now, Job gets restored, and he's rewarded, for not cursing God, but he's also a little rebuked in the end because, Job naturally wanted to know why, but he didn't come to the right conclusion. The why is because I'm God and you're not. I have my reasons. You need to trust me that just as I am as good and as wise as I am powerful and allowing you to go through this suffering, you have to believe that. That's your answer. I'm not going to give you any more detail than that. I want you to be faithful, Job, and I'm going to restore you. We get a little frustrated with that, but Job had to accept that, and he had to do what? He had to believe. That's a hard lesson. It's hard to believe.
Yep.
In cases like that. The other example here, 1 Chronicles 21:1. This is when Satan prompts David to take a census, and then God punishes him for it. If you go to the parallel passage, who does the prompting? Go ahead and look it up, or maybe I have it here. 2 Samuel 24:1. Who prompts David to take the census?
Joab?
No?
Oh, one of those things with God, I think.
What?
The Lord.
The Lord. Yahweh. The way you reconcile that is there are things about the description of the Satan here that that describe the angel of the Lord in other passages. That is how you reconcile the passages, because both the angel of the Lord and the Lord are the Lord in Old Testament theology. They're both Yahweh. So there is no contradiction. But if you deny that, then you have Satan doing one thing, proper name Satan, versus Yahweh. And you get in all sorts of trouble there. Well, I guess Yahweh is Satan then, and Satan is Yahweh. No, you're missing the whole point. But, you'll see that sort of discussion in certain things. So even in this, and by the way, Yahweh prompting David to do this and then punishing him for it, the narrative says that God had already had an occasion. I mean, David was under judgment. And so when God prompts this, he is going to use David's census as the means to punish him, for a bigger picture sort of thing. So sometimes, the lesson is, sometimes God can put you in a situation as a stepping stone to chastisement. This is what he does with David. It's God's prerogative to do that. God is the judge. God is our judge. He's all our judge. He's our boss. And sometimes God needs to chasten us. And if God is watching over our lives, sometimes he'll say, you go over there, because I know when you go over there, you're going to get your butt kicked. And you're going to learn something through that experience. And you need to go through that experience. Okay. Again, it's sort of a Job scenario. You have to trust me that this chastisement is going to work together, for your own good somewhere down the road. And with David, as bad as it was, it has the desired effect. If you don't have God, does that mean 5 minutes?
No, it means, I have a question.
Sure.
How do you reconcile the New Testament that says God doesn't tempt,
It's not
doesn't do the tempting, and yet it sounds like God
because
is
it wasn't.
tempting
It wasn't.
David.
He's not tempting him to do a moral, like a moral evil or
Okay.
something like a crime or something like that. He tempts him to do something unwise, and that leads to suffering. Sometimes God gets directly involved in the chastisement for our sin, is the overall lesson.
Okay.
There are a few other occasions like this where God steps in, with other biblical characters to be sort of a direct instrument, of their chastisement. But it's never like final annihilation or anything like that. I mean, it's chastisement.
Mhm.
David is still the man after God's own heart. God still makes a covenant with him. He still has Solomon. He doesn't take the kingship away. All that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
But nevertheless, Joab comes to him and says, "This is just a dumb idea. Why are you doing this?"
Yeah.
And Joab doesn't want to do it. He thinks it's a needless prelude to war. The verbs that are used there are used for mustering troops, the census. If you go back, like in the book of Numbers, it's the same terminology used there to assemble troops. And Joab's saying, we don't need to go to battle anywhere. What are you doing? Because he's the captain of the army. He's going to have to go do the dirty work. And he's like, this is just not, this is dumb. This is a bad idea. But David is lifted up in pride. Either wants to go gain something militarily or just know how big his army is or whatever it is. But God uses that, to punish him for what's in his heart. Sometimes that happens.
Could David have resisted? Could he have not done it?
I think in this instance, it's pretty clear. I would say in this instance that the answer is no, because God directly steps into the situation and wants that to happen in that way for David. I think God is very free to step in and make something happen. I mean, like a direct intervention, so that there's a concatenation of events. I don't think there's any biblical justification for thinking that every event that happens, like how many spoonfuls it took me to finish off my bowl of soup today was, predestined. And the amount of time it took me to do that, and that's a lot different, than saying God can intervene here. I think with Saul, Paul, I think God says, I'm going to get that guy, and I'm going to get him today, and I'm going to get him right now. I'm going to knock him off his horse. I'm going to show up to him. He's going to believe in me because, what else is he going to do? I mean, how is he going to resist this? And then when he gets off his feet, I'm going to tell him, you go to the town, and I'm going to tell you what to do. And then things start rolling from then on out. So I think God is perfectly free to do that. I just don't think that there's any biblical merit that every event that occurs in every place at every time works that way. So, as a summary, you have here Elohim is used for beings in the unseen world for a whole host of things. It's basically synonymous with spirit, like a spiritual being, a being that resides in the spirit world. You have other terms: Satan, Malachim, messenger, angel, sons of God, cherubim, seraphim. Shadim might denote disposition because in the plural, in Akkadian, there's like hundreds of these, and it's always a malevolent being when it's in the plural. So some scholars would say the word itself might denote malevolence, just a malevolent entity. Proper names, again, some of them, you do have proper names, Baal, Yahweh. Some of them have meanings. But they all have meanings, but sometimes the meanings are more significant or have more impact in terms of a scene or a specific role. Terms of appearance or character, Nakash, again, serpent or serpentine. It has other meanings, as we talked about last year. I'm not going to go through the whole thing about. Nakash can mean one who practices divination, with the intent to deceive. Okay, there's a verb nakash for that. Nakash can mean shining one, because the article is appended to this as well, the nakash. If this is the adjective, it means the shining one. And again, it would denote something about character or appearance. Stars, Tsebaot, heavenly host. So you have a fairly limited range of beings for the unseen world. Most of what occurs outside these are specific proper names of deities, of entities. Chemosh, Milcom, something like that. Obviously foreign deities. In terms of structure, you have Yahweh at the top. This is the sort of the bureaucratic council structure. Sons of God and Malachim. So sons of God is hierarchically significant because it's the sons of God who have geographical rule. They run the nations. They are in charge of the other nations besides Israel. It's a higher pay grade. Okay, if we want to use it that way. Then these guys down here, they're all Elohim. They're all Elohim because they live in the spiritual world. Yahweh, of course, is the sovereign. Sons of God rule the nations, also referred to as princes in Daniel 10. And the Malachim, the term just means messenger. Okay, they communicate in some way with usually people. Who's absent? Elohim and Sheol never show up in any council passage, either in the Bible or outside. Like in the text of Ugarit, you never see them in a council structure. Demons, again, are not ever in any sort of job structure, which is why a lot a lot of scholars, again, think it refers to disposition, a malevolent being. Rephaim are in Sheol, but again, the Rephaim, if you're down here, I mean, this isn't the council structure, but Sheol, the underworld, the place of the dead, the realm of the dead, is something that, obviously God has ultimate control over because he's God. But in terms of running the affairs of the terrestrial world, interaction with humans in a bureaucratic way, you don't have them depicted or described in that sort of council-like bureaucratic setting. Now, in their own realm, and the dead go there, in their own realm, I think that there is hierarchy implied because the Nakash is sent, part of his punishment, part of the curse, is that he is put down to Eretz, which is typically translated the ground, but that is also a word used for the underworld. Okay, it's used in Job that way, it's used in a couple other places, Jonah. So he is like the original, the Nakash is like the original inhabitant, and by definition the overlord of this realm, the realm of the dead. And that is his chief point of power over humanity. This is a point I want you to realize. The Nakash, the great cosmic enemy, the power that he has over humanity is the fact that they die. Yahweh can remove you. If you're a believer, you're again the godly, the hope of the Old Testament person, everybody goes to Sheol, everybody dies. Sheol is both the grave, and it was viewed as you get put in the ground and then you just kind of keep going down there and you wind up in the underworld. But the hope is that the righteous will be pulled out of there by the Lord to be with him. We think the same way even as believers. When I die, I go to the other world, I go to the afterlife, the spiritual world, I pass over. Modern humans use this kind of language too. And the hope of the believer is that when I pass over, in that realm, in the realm of the afterlife, there's an awful part of it, and there's a wonderful part of it. There's with the Lord and not with the Lord. We're just sort of trapped by having to use the language of geography, the language of place, like it has latitude and longitude when it doesn't. But you pass over to the next life, and the next life is either one of damnation or one with the Lord. They're expressing the same thing. And if you wind up in Sheol, only the Lord can take you out, and he only will if you were godly, if you believed in Yahweh, and you weren't disloyal, all that kind of stuff. Just the Old Testament theology there. But in the bad part, not only are the unrighteous human dead there forever to remain, but Rephaim are there. Rephaim outside the Bible are depicted as the departed spirits of the great kings, great warrior kings of old, the great Gibborim of old. Now, in Canaanite texts, they are not called giants, but the idea of Gibborim and Rephaim are used in the Old Testament of both great warrior kings, Genesis 6:4, you have Gibborim there, and also giants. So it's a good bet that this is sort of an Old Testament, this is where the idea of the association, just like it says later in the Second Temple period, when you kill the Nephilim, the immaterial part of the dead Nephilim became a demon. That's in Jewish theology, that's where demons come from. We're never told where Shadim come from, malevolent spirits, in the Old Testament. They're just there. They're not there much, but they're just there. But in Jewish texts between the Old and New Testament, they spent a lot of time here. And the view there is that when God wanted the Nephilim destroyed, when one of them died, their spirit went to the underworld and became part of that, became a malevolent spirit. Now they're not locked in. They can come and go. There's only a place of, a special place in hell, okay, for certain of these, the offending sons of God, okay, in Genesis 6, are always across the board. Whether in the New Testament, the references to being in chains, okay, Tartarus, and intertestamental Jewish literature like in Enoch, the original offenders are locked away. All the other inhabitants, malevolent spiritual inhabitants of Sheol, or the underworld, are not locked away. They come and go. When you die, that's who you run into, if you're left there. Okay? And they're never part of any sort of life on earth administrative structure. But in their own realm, you have to coexist with them. And they were feared. I mean, even outside the biblical text, it was a fearful thing to go to the underworld and encounter one of these. Okay, that's even outside of biblical theology. What was that?
People couldn't do
No, but I mean, when you die and you end up there, it was a fearful thing. Now the Nakash, again, is demoted to the underworld, taking Eretz as underworld. Here's a couple passages. This one's interesting. Ezekiel 26 actually mentions Rephaim as well, and uses Eretz to describe the realm of the Rephaim. And you'll never see the word Satan used in association with Sheol either. You will see Nakash. Okay, this is his realm. This is his domain. This is where he's sentenced. Great enemy. He is the Lord of the dead. He is the Lord of this place. And since everyone dies, I mean, think of it this way, everyone dies, and so he has dominion over all humans, unless they are believers and they are transferred from his realm to the Lord's.
Is the
Otherwise,
Nakash-
he has complete dominion.
Is the Nakash Satan, Lucifer, as we understand?
Yes. I mean, later on in the New Testament, this term, in terms of a challenger, of an adversary, is applied to serpent. And another term is brought into, again, getting back to the realm of authority here, once the resurrection happens, think about this, once the resurrection happens, again, had they known, they would have never crucified him. Once the resurrection happens, there is no claim, okay, on anyone who is in Christ. You don't even go there for like a minute. Okay, you don't even touch the place, and it doesn't matter whatever accusation. There's the Satan element. Whatever the Nakash or one of his underlings says, whatever charge they bring against the believer is completely irrelevant, because they are in Christ, and when they die, they are out of there. There is no claim at all. He has no legal status. I think of Satan as a prosecutor without a perp. He's got nobody to accuse. Now, he's going to act like he does, but he's got nobody to accuse. It's like, what are you doing here by yourself in court? Just get out of here. I mean, there is no claim. This is why the first coming, okay, the resurrection, and the crucifixion and the resurrection, we're going to talk a lot about how the first coming, the kingdom, is inaugurated. That is sort of that's the beginning of the end, and it's triggered by the crucifixion, because with this, you're rolling back people. Every person who becomes a believer is one taken away. The claim to another person is over. And it's because of the resurrection, it's because of belief in the resurrection, in the work of Christ. So the resurrection is the key to rolling this away. It's the key to reclaiming the nations from these guys as the kingdom advances. Every foot of kingdom turf, that a believer occupies is 1 foot less that they occupy. Again, you have to think of these rollback, kind of metaphors, these terms. It's all triggered by the resurrection, so it is the fundamental event. It's the key event. But this is sort of its own territory. In terms of people who are living, this guy can accuse believers all he wants. You just don't belong here anymore. Go back home. You go back home and preside over the ones that are yours because they're dead. Okay, because of the fall. You started this. They are mortal now. They will die. And if they don't, believe in the revelation that Yahweh gave them, all the way up through the cross and all that kind of stuff, then because of the fall, because of losing immortality, and because they made the decision not to believe, you own them. They're yours, but they're the only ones you have any claim over. You think you have claim over everybody because they're mortal, because everybody dies. No, you don't. No, you don't. That's why Jesus is called the first fruits, from the dead. I mean, that event triggers all the other ones. It's the basis for any resurrected person, Old or New Testament, being with the Lord. It's the basis for that. Go ahead.
This may be a little rabbit trail, but what do you think was going on with after the resurrection? And it says that holy people came out of the grave and showed themselves in the city and that sort of thing.
Repeat the question, Mike.
Okay. He asked, what do I think about the accounts, I think it's in Matthew, where people were resurrected after the resurrection of Christ.
And they talked with
Right.
the people. in
I
the cities.
think the purpose behind that was the same purpose as Jesus going around healing people and casting out demons. In other words, I'm giving you a taste of what the kingdom will be like. In other words, these are little object lessons. I'm here. I'm going to start the kingdom now. When the kingdom reaches its full consummation, there is no more death, there is no more sickness. I mean, just fill in the list with the stuff Jesus does. This is what it's going to be like. And it includes the resurrection of the dead. The dead will come back to life. So I think that was a foretaste in that area, like the others were foretastes in the other areas.
Is there any indication that has to happen at some like it just like a switch is flipped and all of a sudden the kingdom comes, or is that like a process that's already in place that's happening and we're involved?
It's a process that's already in place that is inexorable. When Jesus said, upon this rock I will build my church, we'll talk a little bit about where he was standing when he said that. It has nothing to do with Peter. It has nothing to do with the Protestant view that God being the rock, and it has nothing to do with any of that. It has to do with where they're at. They're at the gates of hell when he says that. But what was recognized as the gates of hell. And what he's saying there is this, what I'm doing here is going to start a ball rolling that will never be stopped. The gates of hell, our translations say, will not prevail against it. Well, the problem with that translation is the word against does not show up in the Greek text. It should be translated, the gates of hell will not withstand it. The verb is passive. Okay? There's no object to it. The church is not on the defensive.
Mm-hmm.
The church is on the offensive. And the gates of hell will not be able to withstand it. This kingdom, if you think about Daniel, we're going to get into prophecy, the last kingdom, during the last earthly kingdom that Daniel talks about, that is the point when the kingdom of God, the kingdom not made with human hands, begins. And it's a kingdom that has no end. When did that happen? That happened at the first coming, because that's the last kingdom. Okay? And it depends on what you view. Some say the fourth kingdom is the Hellenistic Seleucid period, the intertestamental period. The kingdom starts there and keeps on rolling. A lot of people say it's Rome, okay, during the time when Jesus was there. I don't really care what view you take. It's just, I kind of like the Rome one because Jesus is present. But once that kingdom begins, it has no end. It keeps progressing. the final consummation, I believe, will be on earth. Even though I don't like the term millennium. I think the millennium is too small. Okay, if that makes any sense. And hopefully it will later. But Eden was on earth, as it was in the beginning, so it will be at the end. I mean, there's just a point to all these things. There needs to be closure on the planet, the reclamation of the nations, all that kind of stuff. I believe in an earthly kingdom for a lot of different reasons than your classic sort of millennial argument. And some of those arguments are really bad, some of them are okay. I think most of them are just irrelevant. I just look at it a different way. And when you have these sort of reversal mechanisms, and you know where it's moving back toward, it's an inevitable, inexorable process that's already begun. I think if there's one big lesson I'd like to communicate during the time that we spend here, it's that a lot of the really cool stuff in terms of the power of the kingdom, the presence and all this kind of stuff, you don't have to wait for that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like in this remote future thing. It began, a couple thousand years ago. And again, it's this inexorable process. It's a spiritual battle. It's a war. It's all these things. But I think some people just have the idea that, wow, the real victory is going to happen. Well, yeah, the final victory is going to happen out there. But there's no reason to suspect that substantial victories can't happen now because of all this other stuff. That's the whole purpose. It's the whole intent.
Mike, I have a
Yeah.
question before you go off this slide. And just for my frame of reference, help me out here. We've talked about the Nakash, but bring in Isaiah 14, Lucifer, something
Mhm.
like the name of just
Yeah.
to put it in this model that you have.
Okay. We have Genesis 3. This is the term that's used in Genesis 3 of the serpent. The serpent's curse is, again, to be cast down to the ground and crawl on your belly and all that kind of stuff. The serpent winds up, instead of being above everything, the guy in charge, he's essentially the guy under everybody's feet. Now, and Eretz can refer to terra firma, but Eretz is really the underworld because that's his domain, a la Isaiah 14. Isaiah 14, you have the same backdrop story. Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28 are instances where the prophets are respectively railing against, one's the king of Babylon, the other's the king of Tyre, and in their rant, the prophetic rant against these kings, the prophets use a backdrop story of a divine being who was swelled up with pride, like the king is proud, swelled up with pride and was punished. He wanted to be above the stars of God. That's Isaiah 14. I will be like the Most High. I will be above the stars of God. I will, have rule over the council. I will, sit on the Mount of Assembly, the Har Moed, and all this kind of stuff. No, you won't. His judgment is to be sent down to the earth, to the ground, to the Eretz, again, to Sheol. I mean, this is where he gets sent. So the names, the characters, in Isaiah 14, the person is called Hallel ben Shachar, which is the shining one, the son of the dawn, which is why I think it's important to recognize that Nakash can refer to a shining being. Ezekiel 28, it's Karuv, and also described in terms of brilliant, jewel-like appearance. Again, shininess, that kind of thing. So you have three uses. One in Genesis is sort of describing the primeval event, but the other two are utilizing elements of the story to get across the point of how hubris is punished, and God brings him down to this realm. So it's not just Nakash. Hallel, this is Hallel, and this is the anointed prince, the cherub of Ezekiel 28, all describing the same demotion, the same punishment, and the person is cast out of Eden. Ezekiel 28 has him cast out of Eden, the garden of God, the mountain of God, that kind of thing. So you have sort of three versions of the same event, but two of them are used for different purposes. Go ahead.
Does Satan and Nakash, or these other sons of God who are in rebellion, do they still have access to the divine council room now?
Yeah,
Repeat the question.
does Satan still have access to the divine council room? I would like to wait on that, because I made that a part of a New Testament thing. The passage in Luke where Jesus says, "I saw Satan fall like lightning, from heaven," and stuff, something like that. So, can I wait for that? Just get permission here. Again, human dead are in Sheol. We've already hit that. Again, Nakash, we've already hit the absence of this term in the Old Testament. In the New Testament, this term is applied to the Nakash. And also earlier, in the Second Temple period, there is sort of a more intense focus on the serpent and using other terms, including Satan, Satan, of that being. Okay, we've covered that before. From Nakash to Satan, let me say a little bit more about this. Again, the Old Testament role of this divine being was, it's just a term that this Satan, Satan.
Yeah, he's still moving.
Okay, Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9, again, just,
I'll call Brad.
we spent a lot of time on this last year. I wanted to, again, just refresh this in your memory. Again, that middle tier of the council, the whole, sons of God, the princes over the nations, and that sort of thing. The middle tier in the council hierarchy appears to be occupied, again, by Elohim, whose role it has something to do with cosmic geography, with administration of the nations that were disinherited by Yahweh. And that idea comes from this passage. So what you're looking at here is, I have the NIV at the top, in case you've never seen this before. 32, 8, and 9. NIV is here, and it says, "When the Most High gave the nations their inheritance, when he divided all mankind, he set up boundaries for the peoples according to the number of the sons of Israel." And down here in the ESV it says, according to the number of the sons of God. Sons of God is the correct reading. It's the reading of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Basically, there's really no versional evidence that supports sons of Israel, but the better argument, since we're not going to sit here and do textual criticism, the better argument is that, when does this happen? When does the Most High divide up the nations and all that stuff? In the Old Testament story, that happens
Babel.
at Babel. Yeah. Was there an Israel in existence at the time of Babel?
No.
No, there wasn't. So this is, again, in terms of the biblical story and logic, and of course the textual evidence, it should not say sons of Israel. The correct reading is sons of God. So what you have happening is, the Deuteronomy 32 looks back at what happens at Babel and essentially says, at that time, God decided, I'm not going to be like working with every nation. I'm not going to be on a one-to-one basis with humankind. I gave you instructions after the flood, and you're still disobeying me, and blah, 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 blah. God disinherits humanity, okay, as his own. Said, fine, you want to do your own thing? I'm not going to be, I'm going to sort of wash my hands of you, and I'm going to give you your wish. Okay? You're not going to have to listen to me anymore. And instead, this is the Old Testament explanation or rationale, ultimately, for where other pantheons come from. God puts the nations under the authority of lesser divine beings. He charges them with the administration of the nations. We learn from Psalm 82 that they do a crummy job, because they're judged in Psalm 82 for being corrupt. The sons of God over the nations, they're not doing what they should be doing. I mean, God's not totally, wanting everybody else in the world, to go to hell in a handbasket. He's just not going, they're not going to be his people. in verse 9, God makes a decision. The Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is his allotted heritage. It's at this time, right on the heels of Babel, that God calls Abram. He says, I'm going to make from you, I'm going to take you, one guy, and I'm going to make my own nation. I'm going to start over, we're going to start from scratch. Now, he tells Abram at the time, that it's through you that all other nations of the earth will be blessed. Okay? So God has a plan for dealing with the nations he's disinherited. It's just that they're not going to be in the one-to-one intimate relationship with him. He is going to start his kingdom program over with a specially chosen nation. They're supposed to be the object lesson. They're supposed to be the conduit through whom and to which the truth about the true God is supposed to flow. Israel does a miserable job of that. They can barely, in fact they don't, even handle their own affairs as far as their own loyalty to Yahweh. But the kingdom, again, kingdom rule, which is God's desire, is going to begin anew, not with everybody, but with one nation. We're going to do something with that nation that when it's in place is going to go back and bring the other nations into it. Deuteronomy 32, you don't have really a view of what that looks like. The rest of the Old Testament is Israel against the other nations and Yahweh against the other gods and all this sort of thing. And so it begins to sort of play out in both an earthly sense and a cosmic sense. Deuteronomy 32 later in verse 43, I just wanted to throw this in, also has another reference to divine beings that the traditional text does not. So again, this helps as well to establish the correct reading of the Dead Sea Scrolls stuff, because in this one you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have 6 lines, and the pairings all parallel each other. But in this one you don't. There's something missing. You say, well, how did this wind up this way? Some of these sorts of things happen because the text that this is based on, the Masoretic text, was standardized at around 100 AD. And there are places where references to divine plurality are removed. And I don't want to get too far into this, but some of the motivating factors have to do with the divine plurality that extends from what happens with Christianity. There are some specific things that are changed in the Jewish text that's going to be transmitted down the road that are specifically aimed at undoing a theology that includes any sort of divine plurality. So, it just depends what book it is. I don't want to get too far into that. The two powers stuff. Again, here's the parallelism again. We'll skip through that. Genesis 11, of course, is the incident that Deuteronomy 32 is referring to. Again, we have some plural language here. Let us go down. It's the same kind of thing that's going on in Genesis 1:26. Here's the part we want to get to. So in Genesis 11, Babel, we have the disinheriting of the nations. Genesis 12, God calls Abram to create a new nation for himself, his portion it's referred to as. And the Old Testament story is Israel versus the nations. And if you count the number of nations in Genesis 10, I don't really recommend it, it's kind of a boring exercise. But there were 70. And that represents the number of nations that were known, the nations known to be in the world at the time of the writing. This is why you have this 70 thing going on. It shows up in other places too. It's going to come into play tomorrow when we look at Acts 2 and Pentecost, and how Pentecost is sort of the beginning of the reversal of this. But this idea of the known world at the time. And again, Yahweh versus the other gods. These are just examples of what's going on in terms of a sense of cosmic geography. This is one of my favorite stories. This is Naaman, the leper, with the dirt. I love that story. I guess I'll say something about it real quickly. This one, David is driven out of Judah. And he laments in this passage, like, how am I going to pray now that I'm, kicked out of, God's country and all this kind of stuff. It's not a denial that God is everywhere, but they had a sense that Canaan, the promised land, was holy ground. It was Yahweh's domain. And to be in right relationship with him, to commune with him as one ought, you needed to be in it. You need to be in sacred territory. Whereas if anywhere outside was impure, it was the domain of other deities, and I don't want to be there. Okay? This is kind of a good illustration because Naaman the leper comes from Syria, and we know the story. He goes and he has leprosy, and the little girl says, "Hey, go down and see, the prophet Elisha." So he goes down, he gets mad because Elisha says, go jump in the Jordan and dip yourself 7 times and it'll all be taken care of. And he's like, what's the Jordan? I mean, good grief, it's a little creek. I got the Tigris and the Euphrates. I mean, what's that? And he feels insulted. And then one of his soldiers says, if he'd have told you to do something spectacular, would you have done it? Well, sure. Well, why don't you try it? It's easy. So he does. He goes to the Jordan, dips himself 7 times, comes out, and he's clean. And he's so thrilled, he goes back to Elisha and tries to pay him something, out of gratitude. And he says no. And then the healed guy, Naaman, asks for what? Anybody remember? He asks for dirt. Can I take some dirt back with me? And he explains it. When I go in, I'm kind of responsible for the king. We got to go to the temple, and when we go to the temple, I kind of have to take him by the arm, and when we have to kneel down, I got to go down with him. And would it be okay if I take some dirt back? Because either he's going to keep it with him, or he's going to sprinkle a little bit when nobody's looking, so that he's on holy ground. He believes, because he says right in the story, I know now that Yahweh is he's the real God, he's the real deal. Can I take some dirt back? And Elisha says, yeah, sure, go ahead. That'll work. Great idea. I wish everyone would ask that.
Why did he ask?
I think he had a sense that he needed connection with holy ground to worship the real God, the true God. He didn't want to be caught without it. Other cosmic geographical language, again, Daniel 10, princes, again, these are titles of rulership and authority. They're governing titles. And we see the references here in Daniel 10, prince of the kingdom of Persia, Greece. Then we have Michael, who is the prince in charge of Israel. And this is why there's a debate over how do we understand Michael. Is Michael the angel of the Lord? Who is Yahweh anyway? Is he Yahweh and some, just calling him by another name and that sort of thing? There are other places where, again, he is described as, one of the archangels. So he seems to be of lesser status than the angel of the Lord or Yahweh. But you can see why the discussion would happen, because this is Yahweh's domain. Israel is Yahweh's domain. Psalm 82 again, if you read through the whole psalm, here's the council, down here, again, reference to plurality, but the gods, that were sons of the Most High are corrupt. They're doing a really bad job, and so God is going to judge them. And at the end of the psalm, we have this refrain, Arise, O God, judge the earth, you shall inherit all the nations. Kick them out, get rid of them, and take them back. And eventually, in the New Testament, there are going to be key events where this process begins. There is a displacement of the beings who have authority over other pieces of geography now. So what we're going to see, on the one hand, again, this is sort of where we've been. We have, again, this Deuteronomy 32 worldview where there's Israel and the other nations under the auspices of other deities. Yahweh is still the global king because he's the one who does the doling out. He is the one who removes them when he deems it appropriate. Again, the idea is echoed in Daniel 10. It's really an eschatological judgment. It's the same idea that you've done wrong. You're going to die. He doesn't say you're going to drop dead now. He doesn't say you're dead. He says because of your corruption, you are going to die. You are going to lose your immortality. And there are certain things in the New Testament that pick up on this and show us that their displacement has begun. And ultimately, it ends with the book of Revelation. New Testament uses certain terms to reinforce this idea, which we'll see. So what we're going to find out, especially tomorrow, is a lot of the reversals begin with the crucifixion and or the founding of the church. And even earlier than that, even when Jesus shows up and begins his ministry, you start to see some of these things. We're going to take a look at the connection of the announcement of the kingdom with driving out demons. Okay? It happens a lot in connection with the announcement that the kingdom of God is here. Leave. I mean, that's essentially what it is. You're no longer, just leave. But we'll see that tomorrow. Some patterning that relates to chaos, conflict, and kingdom. I want you to just pick up on some general patterns here, and then we'll move to a few more specifics. Again, just so, I wanted to throw this in so that you again start, when you start thinking about the Bible, even when you're in the midst of reading it at one place, it's very handy and I think very useful to always have the big picture template in your head. And you can start picking up on ideas that are threaded, put down, picked up, put down, picked up, all the way through in a variety of ways. So here you have a state or circumstance will require God's intervention. Again, this is just a general pattern. So you have something that God must do, and then you have a conflict or some rebellion. There's a resistance to God's order. Again, this is like a cycle that's going to be repeated. Then you have an outcome. God restores things to the way he wants them. And then God's desired order or will proceeds amid the context of free will beings, either humans or non-humans. So this cycle, God needs to act, there's resistance, there's restoration, and then there's divine rule reestablished. You're going to see those ideas just tumble along in a lot of places. And as the biblical story moves, through your Genesis 1 through 11, then you get Abraham, you get the patriarchs, you get Israel, you get Sinai, you get all this stuff. And these things are going to be, evident you're going to be in any one of these at any given time, and it sort of lets you know what to expect, that it's coming. It's all moving toward, again, the final consummation of all these things. So for example, in Genesis 1 and 2, we have material. It's formless and empty. It needs ordering. You have a disordered, chaotic state, things as they are. God acts to bring order out of disorder. The results are, God says, I like that, it's very good. It's not Eden, it's very good. But it's still untamed and unpredictable, because I want you to learn about me from it. Okay. Genesis 2, we have a habitable world now at the close of Genesis 1. It's ready for human habitation. So in terms of the eschaton, eventually this will become globally Edenic, and eventually there will be divine rule on earth with humans, globally. That's the goal. So here's the pattern, here's how it's worked out in these two chapters, and ultimately, this is the goal. Genesis 3. Eden, home to both gods and humans, and free will beings. There's a potential for problems there. You have rebellion, the Nakash rebels, tempts humans to rebel. Innocence and immortality is lost. curses, forgiveness, humans are removed, and God's judgment. Heaven is no longer on earth, and the domain of the Nakash is the underworld. He is Lord of the dead. Genesis 3, you have a promise of eventual restored Edenic rule. This is again the seed promise. The whole, I'll put enmity between your seed, the seed of the Nakash, and the seed of the woman, and that'll eventually, again, work itself out. There will be someone who's human. Eventually, someone from Eve will restore Edenic rule on earth. But right now, God and humans are in separate domains. There needs to be a reuniting of heaven and earth. And that's going to ultimately come through this seed. So, again, here you have the pattern. A lot of these are repetitious from the other ones, but and eventually there will be no temptation, immortality, a new Eden, and again, divine human rule, symbiotic rule. Genesis 4 through 9. Humans are free. There's no direct divine presence, which means there is a potential for a problem, and we get plenty of problems in here. We have human sin, wickedness, proliferates, transgression of the heaven and earth boundary, Genesis 6 incident. The outcome, sons of God are imprisoned on earth in the abyss, and it's cast as being in the underworld in ancient cosmology. Genesis 9, there's a promise of a new beginning, an Adamic covenant. It's repeated, the covenant to be fruitful and multiply, replenish the earth. It's repeated so as to fulfill God's will or human hegemony on earth as a step toward ultimate restoration of divine rule. You got to start somewhere, so after the flood, God tells Noah, be fruitful and multiply. It's deliberate. It's supposed to sound like what he told Adam. We're going to start over. We're going to try to restore godly, divine rule, God's will for the way the earth is supposed to be ruled. We're going to start with you now, Noah. So go out, get it done, be fruitful, multiply. And eventually humanity doesn't do that. No surprise there. Genesis 10 to 12, human freedom again. Again, no direct divine presence, so they pretty much do what they want. Humanity refuses to disperse. We will be as gods. I have ziggurat here because the story of Babel is set in Babylon, Mesopotamia, and everyone across the board, and I'm no different here, would argue that the Tower of Babel was what is called a ziggurat. Anybody know what a ziggurat is? What it looks like? It's pyramidal, but it's stepped. In Babylonian theology, the ziggurat was the place where heaven intersected earth. It was a temple. This is what you used it for. This is where the gods met humans. And so when you built one of these, you're trying to localize a deity. You're trying to call it down to do your bidding. It's a place to congregate as well. I mean, all these things, when the people are going around building these things in ancient Mesopotamia, it was a place for the city's favorite deity to live. Because you want to have it here so that you can barter with it. Keep it happy so that the crops grow and my cows don't die and all this kind of stuff. But the whole logic of temple building, and even more so the logic of idolatry, was so that you as a human being could do something to either initiate and or keep steady the relationship between you and the deity. It's not to say that you're really in control, but it's the attitude that I'm getting at here. Why does God forbid the use of an image for himself? Because God understands the logic of idolatry. You make that idol so you're thinking, I'm going to inhabit it, so that you can sort of control the relationship a little bit.
Manipulate?
Yeah. We're not doing that. I'm not going to be tamed, is the message. Not only am I not like anything, in heaven or earth, I'm not going to be tamed. The lesson should be loud and clear. Okay, you want to contact me, I will tell you how it's done. In fact, you go to this guy who's called the high priest, or Moses or whoever it is. When I feel like speaking, I'll show up. He'll see the cloud. He'll come over to the tent, and we'll have a conversation. I mean, it's completely opposite of what you'd expect anywhere else. But again, there's intent behind all. It's telegraphing certain ideas. So again, we have the nations divided, as we just saw, and then God calls Abraham, again, instituting, reordering things, trying to inch the thing forward. And the goal, again, divine rule on earth with humans, reclaiming the nations, so on and so forth. Now from Genesis 13, I skip for the sake of time all the way to Numbers 10:10, because most of this time they are at Sinai. So I've essentially combined the patriarchal period with the period at Sinai. So the circumstances that require God to act, God needs to step in and fix the mess. The patriarchs are imperiled and at times disobedient. Abraham goes to Egypt, he lies about Sarah and all this kind of stuff. Well, Abraham's kind of important because it's through him that Isaac will come, and there's that Genesis 3:15 thing going on, that we have the seed of the woman. So, God guards him. Exodus 1, Israel fails to return to Canaan. I mean, God tells Jacob it's okay to go down. Jacob asks him, when Joseph says, hey, come on down here, you got everything you need here. Jacob gets to the border, here we get cosmic geography again, he gets to the border of the land at the pillar sanctuary there that they set up, because he had met God there. They have a habit of doing things, planting trees, building little pillars, to mark places of divine encounter. Because if it happened once, it might happen again. So we'll stop there and see. And he asked God, am I doing the right thing? Because this is the land. This is the land you promised Abraham. God says, go ahead. It's okay to go down and see Joseph. Fine. He never says, go down and never come back. Go down and just sit there. The whole idea was to save them from the famine. But it's kind of nice down there. Land of Goshen. It's like one of the prime real estate. They don't come back. And so they wind up, becoming slaves in Egypt. God calls Moses. We have the whole plagues, the Exodus. And there are passages in the Old Testament that talk about how some of the plagues were directed against the gods of Egypt and so on and so forth. By the way, the Exodus, what's the key event in the Exodus? It's the control of
Water.
the sea. It's just not a coincidence. I mean, the imagery is important. In fact, this is, if we went back to Psalm 74, we talked about the whole chaos dragon thing. This is why Psalm 74 links the creation with slaying the dragon, and why the dragon imagery is applied to the wilderness and the desert. Because in the writer's mind, both the creation and the deliverance of Israel right here were two separate but parallel acts of divine creation. One, the world is created, the other one, a nation is created. And in both instances, the forces of chaos and the gods associated with them must be subdued. But again, it's tracking, it's tracking the threads through the stories. Yes.
Is that kind of maybe a reason why one of his first miracles was turning water into wine?
I think there are things like that where he has power over nature.
Calming the sea.
Calming the sea. He does. Not only does he calm it, he walks on it. He wipes his feet on the critter. I mean, it's the feeling you get. On my way over, I think I'll wipe my feet on you. What do you think of that? It's just that kind of thinking.
You think that was the real
I
intent?
think it's in the Old Testament, when you conquered someone, what was one of the symbols that you see
Under the feet.
You put your foot on the neck. It was a symbol that I'm the winner. You're not. You know, these acts have again symbolic value to the reader. It's a sign of mastery to step on someone.
Then
Kind
wa-
of is today too.
And then water came out of his side when he was.
I think that just describes the death condition.
Oh.
That's to show he was dead. He really did die. And again, down here we finally get to Sinai. You know, they get the law, they get the priesthood, the tabernacle, the ark. They're ready to go. Ready to go into the land, and we got the kingdom. Okay, we're finally going to get the thing started again. You know what happens? You know, we go up to Numbers 10 because Numbers 11, 12, and 13. What happens? This is a good quiz question here.
Is that the scouts?
Fun with the Book of Numbers. Yeah, it is.
The scouts.
Yeah, they camp at Kadesh Barnea, and Moses sends in the 12 spies. They come back, and 10 of them are like, man, they're really big. You know, there's just no way. There's just no way we're going to do this. You know, the whole rest of the story, Numbers, Deuteronomy, they actually go in, and they're in different geographical regions, but they actually defeat the same people groups in different places, you know, on the way to getting back to the land during the 40 years of wandering. And the whole point there is when they get back, you know, they're at a different location to cross into the land. God deliberately has them go up through the Transjordan where these guys live. Wipe them out here, come back down, you know, you camp where you're going to cross, you know, the other side's Gilgal where they're going to renew the covenant. Now, there's no reason to be afraid when you go into the land, is there? Because you just beat the guys over here. They're the same people. The very people you were afraid of 40 years ago, you just cleaned their clocks because I'm with you. Take the lesson. Go in. I don't want to hear any more talk about how scared they, you know, how frightening they are. Big deal. Okay, go in, get the job done. You just did it here. As I'm with you over here, I will be with you over there. Again, the whole forced itinerary in the Transjordan is for a purpose. It gives them some, you know, it should give them some confidence, and it does. When we get to Exodus and the Sinai laws, again, you have Exodus with the sea, the chaos imagery, conflict with Egypt's gods. When they go through, after they get on the other side, the Song of Moses, Exodus 15:11, who is like you, Yahweh, among the gods? I mean, they just burst into that. You have holy war for the land, and it's versus divine and human forces of chaos and disorder. Exodus 15:3, Yahweh is called a man of war. And that man of war is this guy, the captain of the Lord's host, who is the angel of the Lord. How do we know that? Because he's described as having a drawn sword in his hand. A very rare phrase in the Old Testament occurs two other times. 1 Chronicles 20, and what's the other one? 1 Chronicles 20, and Numbers 22, with Balaam. They both describe the angel of the Lord. The phrase only occurs 3 times in the entire Old Testament. Here and those 2 other places. The other two, it's explicit. It's the angel of the Lord. So here we have Yahweh embodied, ready to go in to the land. We'll take care of it. So you have many odd laws, again, and a lot of the laws reinforce this Deuteronomy 32 worldview. We talked a little bit before about sacred space and holy ground, and, you know, the association of life and death and all this sort of thing. It's designed to, just as Israel is Yahweh's territory among the known nations of the world, within Israel, there's special sacred spots. It's called the tabernacle sanctuary, the tent structure with the fence around there. And to reinforce this point, you know, you had to watch where you walked. You had to watch, you know, what you touched. You had to dispose of carcasses at a certain place because you couldn't put it on holy ground, or there was big trouble. I mean, all these weird rules are designed to reinforce the idea that some places are common, some places aren't. Wherever Yahweh is special. He will have no connection with death. He will have no, you must pour out the blood before him because it's his. Sacrifice, this is why you shouldn't eat any blood, because it's mine. Again, all these little sort of odd, lessons. When you sacrificed an animal, you gave its life back to God. If you kept blood or ingested it, you were taking. You were taking part, the conception was you're taking part of that life for yourself. And you say, well, I just did it by accident. Hey, there were rules for that. They were even supposed to salt their meat heavily to draw out the blood. Because blood is a life force, life and death belongs to God. It's just that simple. And again, all these weird rituals, these weird laws, they're designed to reinforce a fairly small set of ideas. They just manifest themselves in different ways in what they're doing. Leprosy. Leprosy was conceived of as a manifestation of deterioration. Something was dying. You cannot come into sacred space because you're bringing death with you. We're going to quarantine you, you go through different procedures, hopefully you could be healed and all this kind of stuff. But you were not allowed to transgress these boundaries because it was designed, again, to teach, to associate Yahweh with life, not death, life. Even in sacrifice, you're giving a life back to God. Go ahead.
Is the B team, his enemies, these Elohim, are they associated with death? Like the opposite?
Yes. To an Israelite, they are, now in their own theology, they're doing what they're doing. If you sort of read through, ritual, there are lots of these rituals around for other nations and stuff like this. You don't see, this is like a significant difference. The logic isn't the same. You're feeding the deity. Okay, you're filling its gut, is what you're doing. You're giving it a good meal. It's not this, we're giving a life back to you because you're the source. The Israelite mentality is quite different. So in the native, whatever it is, Canaanites or whatever, they have a conception of what they're doing. It isn't the Israelite conception. And the Israelites look at them, because they're not Yahweh, as you guys are all going to Sheol. You're like dead meat. I mean, you are his life, your death. I mean, your domain is cursed. We go over there, we are no longer in Yahweh's domain, which again they associate with life and blessing and all these good things. So this is why, again, you have these certain restrictions. There's a whole set of ideas that accrue to them. And why violations are such a big deal. Even odd death penalty laws. Why is the woman who grabbed the testicles of a man, why is she under the threat of the death penalty? Because if he cannot have children, his name will die. His name is wiped out, from the planet. There will be no memory of him. He can't bring forth life. You took life from him. You are not allowed to take innocent life. So you have forfeited the right to live. We're going to give your life back to God. I mean, it's just a string of ideas that are associated with who is the one who has the authority over life and death. Again, a simple idea, but it just manifests itself in different ways. Again, you could just spend hours going through really weird Old Testament laws, and there's a logic to them. It's very foreign to us, but to them it made sense, because it fit somewhere, in a whole. Let's see here. Okay, Israel had to choose her path, and again, rejection of the law meant rejection of the distinction as the people of God. I mean, think of it that way. The law was a big deal because it is what distinguished you from everybody else. Now, the point is not that other nations didn't have similar laws. A lot of them did. But what was different about Israel is the laws that became the Mosaic Code were linked to a covenant relationship with Yahweh, which was in turn linked to the land. The other nations of the world might have laws about marriage and who you can't marry, and if you steal something, you got to pay 10% back. And they might have similar laws, but you will not find in other ancient law codes the idea that these laws are given to you so that because you are in covenant with your God. They're just not structured that way. And so that becomes an important distinction because this defined you as Yahweh's portion. And if you don't want it, you obviously don't want to be Yahweh's portion. You must want to belong to some other God. Goodbye.
So get out of the lane.
Right. Get out of the land. The phrase cut off from his people. Sometimes in some contexts that is the death penalty, but a lot of it is banishment. You're no longer a member of the community. Go belong to somebody else. Exodus and Sinai laws, again, I don't want to spend too much time going through them, but again, you have, let's go back here, this point down here. Since the law defines you as Yahweh's portion, obedience to the law is linked again to the Abrahamic promise of the land. And the centerpiece of this is the greatest commandment, thou shalt have no other gods before me. You shall love the Lord thy God, and so on and so forth. This is just ingrained in the Old Testament. What I want you to see especially, and this will be controversial to some, but it's just inescapable, and I want to show you that. The possession of the land is linked to two things: driving out the Canaanites and avoiding idolatry. They are both linked to the greatest commandment. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God, and no other gods before him, all that kind of stuff. Now, there is a supposition, and it's eschatologically relevant, that the covenants made with the patriarchs are unilateral and unconditional. In effect, Israel could do nothing to lose their covenant status and the covenant promises, which include the land. That is not true. It's easy to think of the covenants as unilateral and unconditional because of certain isolated passages about how the ceremony is conducted in Genesis 15 and whatnot. But I'm going to just show you. This is like everywhere in the Old Testament. Deuteronomy 4, 6, or 26 through 28, I call heaven and earth to witness against you today. You will soon utterly perish from the land you are going over the Jordan to possess. You will not live long in it, but will be utterly destroyed. The Lord will scatter you among the peoples. You will be left few in number among the nations where the Lord will drive you. And you will serve other gods there, the work of human hands. I mean, this is Deuteronomy. This is the second time they're going to go in and take the land, but he's telling them, okay, this is what's going to happen to you. And it does. It's sort of a foreshadowing of their failure to drive out the Canaanites. And ultimately, it leads to exile. This is a description of the exile. Deuteronomy 6, don't put the Lord your God to the test. You tested him at Massah. You shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God, his testimony and his statutes, which he has commanded you. Down here, that you may go in and take possession of the good land that the Lord swore to give to your fathers, by thrusting out all your enemies before you. There's a link between loyalty to Yahweh and the land. Deuteronomy 7. because you listen to these rules and keep and do them, the Lord your God will keep you with you the covenant. I mean, how much clearer could that be? You're loyal to me, I'll be loyal to you. The steadfast love that he swore to your fathers. He will love you, bless you, multiply you. By the way, that echoes the Abrahamic covenant. He will also bless the fruit of your womb, so on and so forth, in the land that he swore to your fathers to give you. Leviticus 26 is sort of the classic passage. If you walk in my statutes and observe my commandments and do them, then I will give you your rains in their season, the land shall yield its increase, everything's going to be great. You shall eat your bread to the full and dwell in your land securely. But if you will not listen to me and will not do these commandments, if you spurn my statutes, if your soul abhors my rules, so that you will not do all my commandments but break my covenant, then I will do this to you. I will visit you with panic, waves, fever. I mean, there's long lists of these. You shall flee when none pursues you. I mean, you're just going to be ready to take off because you're just going to get pounded so much. I will destroy your high places and cut down your incense altars. Again, here's idolatry. I'll lay your cities waste, make your sanctuaries desolate. I will scatter you among the nations. Your land shall be a desolation. This is an interesting phrase that becomes prophetically relevant. The land shall enjoy its Sabbaths as long as it lies desolate while you're in your enemy's land. Again, the land, obedience to Yahweh, loyalty to Yahweh as one's God was linked to possession and dwelling in the land. However, after failure, all of these passages also speak of repentance, forgiveness, and I'll remember my covenant. When you're in tribulation, all these things come upon you in the latter days. You will return to the Lord your God and obey his voice. For the Lord your God is a merciful God. He will not leave or destroy you or forget the covenant with your fathers. Leviticus 26. If they confess their iniquity and the iniquity of their fathers and their treachery, walking contrary to me, so that I walked contrary to them and brought them into the land of their enemies, if then their uncircumcised heart is humbled and they make amends for their iniquity, I'll remember my covenant. Now, why did I bring that up? Because one of the big issues with eschatology, and we're going to go back to this theme, I'm going to take you through the covenantal passages. One of the big themes with eschatology is, we got this Deuteronomy 32 worldview. It's Israel against the nations. All the laws, all the sacrifices, all the rituals, are designed to identify you as Yahweh's portion, as his people. If you do not want that, that must mean you want someone else to be your God. If you are disloyal, if you violate the covenant by worshiping other gods, you notice there's not stuff like, if you steal something from your neighbor, I'm going to kick you out of here. No, it has to do with who your God is. And you demonstrate that by driving out, the enemies, because if you don't, what's going to happen? You're going to mingle with them, and you're going to fall victim to idolatry. Drive them out. I'm the only God that you worship. You remain loyal to me, and I will keep you in the land. They obviously didn't do that. Okay? And so they've got kicked out. We know all about the exile, but here's the eschatological question. When they're brought back after the exile, in the days of Ezra and Nehemiah, that's obviously, in some respect, linked to the promises that God would remember his covenant. Now the key question is, wasn't there supposed to be a kingdom reestablished then? When they come back, does that look like a kingdom? Is it a kingdom? If it's a kingdom, where's the king? We're in the land. We don't really have all the land that we had before. In fact, it's not the land that God swore to give us. All these questions come up. So, what is the meaning of the return in relationship to the promises that God would remember his covenant? is it possible that God would remember his covenant in a less than, I like to say, more than literal way? In other words, I'm bringing you back to the land. There's going to be a kingdom. There's going to be a king. The king's going to have subjects. But I'm going to do that in a way that you can't even imagine. In fact, I'm going to have to start poking other prophets like Isaiah, Zechariah, and Ezekiel that are more contemporary to you and give you a picture of what I intend. Yeah, it involves bringing you back to the land. But it's really big. Because you already know my ultimate goal is not to rule something the size of New Jersey. My ultimate goal is everything. And so what does that mean for kingdom prophecy? Does it mean that all of that is done in and through this circumcision neutral thing we call the church, which is in some sense, at least some sense, the kingdom, and it's global? Is there beyond that? We know that much for sure, that God did that, because the New Testament tells us that. The real question is there more than that? Is there a national future for Israel that's part of that? And that's really hard. That's a difficult question. On one level, it doesn't matter, because you could more or less just say, if there is, God will get it done. Let's just focus on what we know the kingdom is now and how it operates and all this kind of stuff, and that we're part of it and enjoy that and work for the Lord and do all this kind of stuff. But on the other hand, we'd kind of like to know, because Paul and other writers hint. He laments about the status of Israel, even while he's running around preaching to the Gentiles. I wish I was accursed so that my brother, my countrymen would be part of this, and all this kind of stuff. And he starts using phrases like, all Israel will be saved. What does that mean? Does that mean all the people who really believe will be saved? In other words, should we filter that through Galatians 3? Because there, the true Israel is who? Those who believe. After Abraham, after the model of Abraham. We're going to go through all these passages. I'm just sort of prepping you. This is a big deal about how we're supposed to process this. And what I'm going to suggest to you is try to have in your mind that there's an ultimate plan here, and it involves reclaiming everything, and it involves, since it involves the nations, it needs to be terrestrial in some way, because we're going back to Eden. Eden was originally on earth. There's going to be this divine, human Edenic rule situation. That is God's goal. He is not going to work and fall short of that, because that is what he originally planned. And the question is, what does that look like? What does it mean? What form does that take? And so we're going to be exploring a lot of that, with New Testament stuff. But what time do we have? I guess I can check it here.
About 25 after 4.
Okay. Well, let's jump into the next one. We're making good time here. That was a short one. And the Old Testament, again, the Deuteronomy 32 worldview. And this is sort of on the negative side. This is the bad turf. We talked about the good turf, we'll talk about the bad turf, because there are certain things associated with certain places in and about the promised land that are going to be picked up in the New Testament in some really specific and fairly dramatic ways. Now, we looked at this, Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9, and this whole idea of the nations being divided and Israel being Yahweh's portion. Let's take a look at Canaan. Since this is the focus, again, since this is the land God promised, and here are a list of passages that lists the nations that are supposed to be driven out. Again, this is a sampling. If you looked all of them up, they're always grouped in 7. They're not always the same 7, but they're always grouped in 7. And I think the point of that is 7 always denotes completeness. So the driving out of the Canaanites needs to be total, needs to be full, not just like halfway or 3/4 of a job. You need to do the whole thing. If you actually count the separate nations, there are 12 people groups named in all. Isn't that a curious number? That's like 1 for every tribe. What a coincidence. Yeah, what a coincidence. Special points of cosmic geography we'll talk about. Again, the giant clans that are interspersed with people groups and cities under harem. So let's just jump in here. Let's talk about the giant clans. And I don't want to spend a great deal of time here, but here's sort of a nice little go-to list of passages that are important for this. These are the names. They're not all the names, like we have Zuzim here elsewhere. But you have Anakim, Amim, and Zamzumim, the Rephaim, and the Amorites. We don't want to forget the Amorites. The Amorites are associated with the Rephaim. The Amorites are in Transjordan. This is Og of Bashan, Sion of Heshbon. Transjordan, I assume that you know what that term means. It means east of the Jordan. Canaan proper is west of the Jordan. The Amorites here are under the control of some Rephaim remnants, and the Amorites elsewhere, in Amos 2, 9, and 10, are described as unusually tall. And again, it's because of their association with the Rephaim. These guys are called Rephaim, and they're called Amorites as well. So that's why the Amorites are there. Now, if you look at a map here, this is difficult to see, but when you get the slides, you'll be able to check it. All of these in the, the uppercase letters are different people groups that are targeted, and you can see the distribution. The only thing I really want you to see here is the distribution. You've got Rephaim here. If I change any one thing about this map, I would also put Rephaim up here near Lake Hula, because this is where Sion and Og had this territory as well. So you've got Rephaim here, you've got Zuzim, you've got Amim. Again, the Transjordan is populated. These people are scattered throughout. And over here you've got the more obvious ones, the Anakim. You have more Amorites down here. And these other names, Hivites, Jebusites, Perizzites, Canaanites is sort of an umbrella term, and the Girgashites, we don't know much about them, but they occur regularly in conjunction with the other giant clans. So they might be, and nobody really knows, because there's nothing in the name except Jebusites might come from a Hebrew verb, yavas, which means to tread upon. And so there might be some imagery about they're so big they just kind of trample you. But there's nothing really concrete, yes.
Mike, show the Rephaim again where they located, because Neil didn't have the...
Okay, the Rephaim are labeled here, and if I could change anything about this map, I would also put Rephaim here. This is Dan, this is Mount Hermon, this is still territory of Bashan, this is Lake Hula, and you'll see this later. I have other graphics about this, but Og and Bashan controlled this territory too, so I wish the word was kind of moved up north a little bit, but it's not. You compare that to this is the extent of the conquest. So again, you can see what's obviously happening here. Bashan is again this territory right here. They never take all of it to Bashan. They take up to Ashtaroth and Edrei. These are the capital cities of the Amorites where Og and Bashan lived. Around here we get up north, and again down through the south here. So you could do a little imposition here. If you actually look at the places, and they're marked here with stars, major battles, and I would suggest even if you look up the instances where the verb karem is used, to devote to destruction. Karem is an important term. It was actually a ritual, sort of sacrificial term that you, when a city or a people group was put under karem, under the ban, to devote to destruction, anything devoted to destruction, by definition, was Yahweh's property. So that's why when they went into Ai, and Achan stole something, that city was under harem. You were not supposed to take anything out of it. The whole thing was to be devoted to Yahweh. In other words, you destroy it so that no human possesses any of it. You give that property, that life, back to God because He's claiming it. And again, it had this sacrificial feel to it. If you actually trace where that verb occurs, there's significant overlap between places that are, occur where there's a concentration of these clans. I don't think that's accidental. I think because they go in the first time and encounter them, they go in the second time and encounter them, and they're specifically named in several chapters that Joshua is supposed to target them. That the effort was to eliminate those bloodlines. They don't do it though. They fail at doing that. Yes.
Such a concentration, like you said, size of New Jersey. Were any of these giants or sons of God, were they influential outside of this area?
Not out.
Egypt,
right. You will. There's one or two. I think maybe only one reference to an Israelite killing a tall Egyptian. But there's nothing that labels the people like that. Outside this area, in literary terms, the stuff from Ugarit labels Ashtaroth and Edrei as sort of boundary markers for the underworld. And so, since in their belief system, the underworld was populated by Rephaim spirits, literarily, it shows up outside the Bible. You don't really get descriptions of giant clans or populations outside of the Old Testament. That said, unusual height was viewed as indicative of divine parentage. There's an Egyptian king, for instance, that's 6 feet 6 inches tall, and it's just assumed that he's the next guy who's going to be on the throne. Like the gods had something to do with that because he's different. There are a couple Mesopotamian references. Gilgamesh, who's quasi-divine, is physically larger and more imposing than others. And there are some scattered references besides Gilgamesh as well. There was just an immediate association that you were different. This marked you as sort of having some divine lineage or divine right, to rule or something. But the problem is the texts we have are really, especially outside the Bible, they're stuff that is done about royalty for royalty. So we don't have any way of knowing if there was anything like this in a general population. There's just no indication of it. It's really Canaanite and Israelite that you get this kind of thing going on. Outside, it's just, again, associated with rulership.
I think given more time, they would have expanded their influence.
Oh, well, they do. I mean, when the Philistines settle, they have the 5 cities of the Philistines here, and Tyre and Sidon up north. Philistines expand a little bit. I don't know if that really indicates anything. The region of Bashan and Mount Hermon is going to be important. You will see this picture again. This is Sea of Galilee, Lake Hula, and Mount Hermon up here. This whole sort of region this was the tribe of, the half-tribe of Manasseh is awarded this territory. But again, they never completely succeed, as we know from the book of Judges and other passages. They never completely succeed in taking everything and driving everybody out they're supposed to. Again, Deuteronomy 1, Joshua 9, again, we have Sion and Og associated with this area. The region of Bashan and Mount Hermon, this is the point, was a Rephaim stronghold. We will come back to this region in the New Testament, because Sea of Galilee and Lake Hula. Anybody know what is right at the foot of Mount Hermon? It's an important city in the New Testament. Because Jesus goes there and does some important things. Gadarenes are down here, like over in here. But he has to pass through that territory to get there. And, again, that's where he drives out a demon and all that kind of stuff. Caesarea Philippi is located at the foot here. That's Peter's confession and the transfiguration. Okay, this is just a reference to the Ugaritic texts actually mention the Rephaim and Ashtaroth and Edrei. They also considered it the domain of the god MLK, MLKM, which is milk home. It was a place of infant sacrifice in Canaanite religion, in this region as well. It's the place where Jesus heals Jairus' daughter. I mean, just stuff like that. I mean, going to these places and doing these things. Localization again. This was Ashtaroth and Edrei were considered the gateway to the Canaanite hell, the Canaanite underworld, the place where the bad guys were, the Rephaim spirits. And later on in New Testament times, again, we'll hit it tomorrow. This region, it becomes a cult center. The city of Dan, when the kingdom divides, becomes a Baal cult center. And that is eventually conquered by the Assyrians. When the northern kingdom gets wiped out, they destroy it. And then a mile or two away from that is where you get Caesarea Philippi built, and a place called Banyas, which is also known as Panias, which is the domain of Pan, which is where, again, the disciples are standing when they go to Caesarea Philippi with Peter's confession. So there's a lot of this cosmic geographical tracking that's going on, where Jesus is going to places where notorious things, demonically cosmic geographical things happen, and that had specific associations with this. And he does certain things there. It's very deliberate. He goes to these spots and says, the kingdom of God is here, throws out demons. You got other episodes, Peter's confession, the healing of Jairus' daughter. Again, it's a symbolic raising to life of the child, where the place where the child sacrifice occurred. It's just, I'm here, and I have control over these things. And this is just the beginning. Because when he goes through these places, eventually he takes this downward path, and where's he going? He's going to Jerusalem. What is he doing at Jerusalem? He's going to die. It's just the narrative. I mean, these things happen in succession. Bashan in Ugaritic, this is my Ugaritic database here, was pronounced Bathan by the Ugaritic people. It also means serpent or dragon. So this place had an association, again, with chaos. It's this chaotic, nasty. Again, the serpentine thing is really kind of telling, that they would associate this place with the underworld, the gates of hell. And again, it's very easy for the Israelites to, this is the wrong word, but to appreciate that. Because of their own text, their own traditions, the Old Testament. Joshua 13, again, this is just a record of Joshua targeting the same groups. I put this up here because here we have the 5 cities of the Philistines. Again, the Philistines associated with the Rephaim. Of course, this is where with Goliath's traditions. Goliath probably wasn't a native Philistine. He was probably a remnant of the Rephaim who lived with the Philistines. He became one of their citizens. That's sort of the way he's described in certain instances. And down here, the kingdom of Og, who reigned in Ashtaroth and Edrei. So Joshua goes back to these places. He's specifically targeting people groups. Like I mentioned before, when Joshua takes over, when Moses dies, they go into the Transjordan, they deliberately go up, and they start targeting the people that they feared, that were the reason why they didn't go in the first place. And they take care of the Transjordan first, and then they're eventually going to cross in the middle, and that's when you get the Jericho incident. Now this is kind of interesting, and this is eschatologically relevant. Here are 2 passages that describe the parameters of the promised land. On that day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, to your offspring I give this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river of Euphrates. This phrase, river of Egypt, is not in Hebrew the way the Nile gets described. This is actually a different river, sort of where Gaza is. I'll show it to you on a map. I will set your border from the Red Sea to the Sea of the Philistines. Okay? That's the coast, the Mediterranean coast, all the way out from the Red Sea. From the wilderness to the Euphrates, for I will give the inhabitants of the land into your hand, you shall drive them out before you. See, we get an idea of the basic parameters here. If you look at this, and I'm going to muddy the waters here in a moment, the river of Egypt is down here, and we've got here tip of the Red Sea, go all the way up, and here's the Jordan going through. We've got the Transjordan here. So the purple is the extent of Saul's kingdom. It's roughly, what Joshua had. The green is David's kingdom, and the yellow are the territories that were controlled by David, successfully controlled by David, and the red line, so this is the kingdom proper. David has outer territories that pay tribute to him. He has them under financial control. And the red line is the kingdom that Solomon inherits. Now you'll notice it goes from the river of Egypt to the river, the Mesopotamian river here, the Euphrates. So here's the question. Did Israel inherit the land? This is a question for eschatology because many will assume that there must be a literal millennial kingdom out there coming because Israel never inherited the land. And the land promise is still in effect, so we have to have a literal kingdom because of that. Now, I'll tell you right now, we could have a literal kingdom for other reasons. Okay? But the question is, a lot of people concentrate on this. And if you look at 1 Kings 4:21, Solomon ruled over all the kingdoms from the Euphrates to the land of the Philistines to the border of Egypt. They brought tribute and served Solomon all the days of his life. You could make a good argument that they did get the land and then sinned it away through apostasy. Now here's the problem. If you look at other lists, specifically in the book of Numbers and Deuteronomy, they're different than these. Oh yes, there is a problem with descriptions of the promised land. There's like 3 sets of them. Okay? And they don't all agree. Some of them contain this strip right here, all the way up to Tyre and Sidon, the Phoenician cities, the coastal cities. So if you're going by that list, they didn't get it. And then you can make that argument. it's very difficult to know for sure. I'm pointing this out because people will bicker all day long about eschatology, about did the Jews inherit the land or not. Because on the one side, the dispensationalists will say, no, they didn't get it. And for the prophecy not to fail, they have to get it. That means Israel had to be restored in 1948. That means there's a future for national Israel. That means there has to be a new temple, and all these things that accrue to it. These are must conditions because of the Abrahamic covenant. And the Abrahamic covenant was unconditional. Israel couldn't sin it away because God said, I'm going to do that. And when they had the ceremony in Genesis 15, only God went through the animals. Well, I just showed you, an hour ago, passages that specifically link the land to obedience to the great commandments and specifically describe the exile as happening in response to disobedience there. And we all know that Israel just did a terrible job at doing that. They went into exile. So how do we process that? And then when you bring in the fact that, well, if we're going by those other boundary lists, they never got it. And some will say, well, these are the ones that count. These are the ones that are important. The amillennialists will say, well, they inherited everything, and so we don't need to worry about national Israel. Who cares what happens to Israel? Israel got their land, they sinned it away, and the church inherits everything else from the Abrahamic covenant, so who gives a rip? I don't need to worry about Zion. I don't need to worry about being pro-Israel. Israel politically is a non-entity. Who cares? So this is why you have Christians divided on this issue. It gets down to things like, which boundary list do I choose? Do I elevate the covenant ceremony above all those passages in Deuteronomy and Leviticus? Okay, and does it count that this land's just under tribute? I mean, come on. There's no way that you and I are going to be able to get complete clarity on things like that, because the text is not clear. It just isn't. So I don't want to hear from the amillennialists that say it's a done deal. Doesn't look done to me if I go by those descriptions of the land. And I don't want to hear from the dispensationalists that say, the covenants are what they are, and this must happen out there. Neither side, is immune to significant criticism. I would suggest thinking about prophecy in a bit of a different way. One that doesn't really tie you to stuff like this. That you'd have to be omniscient to know. So, again, back to this, I showed you this before. I'll jump ahead here. Numbers 10 to Joshua 1, you have a failure. 40 years of wandering. I'm going to skip that one and go from Joshua 1:1 to Solomon. Here's your pattern again. Israel's poised for the second time to conquer the land. God's help, will accompany obedience. They get opposed by the Canaanites. The outcome is they never quite do the job. So there's centuries of struggle, cycle of disobedience, judgment, repentance, and all this stuff. It's only until David, you got to wait till David to get rid of what looks like the last of the giant clans with Goliath and his brothers. Unless you're going by the Septuagint, then they're around until the time of Jeremiah. Just thought I'd throw that in. And, David sort of completes the conquest. Does he or doesn't he? Back to the map, maybe, maybe not. Davidic covenant to ensure enduring dynasty. Solomon, of course, is the successor. Land parameters of the covenant met, maybe, but the land boundaries are different. Kingdom established. Who really knows how clear of a picture you can get, because you've got these ambiguities in here. I would suggest, the goals are still the same. Maybe we should think about what the New Testament describes and try to go from there. It's just a suggestion. Because the New Testament does come down in certain places where you can say, this much we know for sure, and we hit that, and then we start thinking about what might be the case, you know, in the church era, you know, post-Christ, post-cross, probably a better way to say that. How many minutes? Do we have any
We have
minutes?
10 minutes left.
10 minutes? Good. A couple slides here. Bashan. Bashan, as you noticed from the map, was in the north. So from the north, the word for north in Hebrew is Saphon. In Canaanite, it's Saphanu, same consonants. A little close up here, again with Bashan, here are the two capital cities, Ashtaroth and Edrei. After Solomon, again the kingdom splits. We have a northern kingdom and a southern kingdom. Southern kingdom, of course, you have the Davidic dynasty in the north. You got Jeroboam and a bunch of really awful kings. So after Solomon, a major apostate cult center is established at Dan, right here, city of Dan. And it becomes a stronghold of Baal worship. Now, we talked about this phrase, heights of the north. When this was used in Ugaritic, they were thinking, because the people of Ugarit live in ancient Syria, to the north for them meant like the mountains of Lebanon, way up there. Since Dan is located in the extreme north of the Israelite territory, and since Dan becomes a cult center for Baal, the northern regions, for this reason, the whole Bashan connection, Mount Hermon's up here, which according to Enoch, what happened at Mount Hermon?
The Nephilim descended.
The sons of God descended and hatched the plot, you know, that was described in Genesis 6. This whole region just stinks, okay? It's just bad. And so there was a lot of sinister nuance attached to the north, this northern region. Out of that, or along with that, there's a theme in the Bible that scholars characterize as the foe from the north. Anything we really need to worry about just seems to come from the north. And it's both geographical north and religious north, the mythological north. It just seems like all the bad stuff just sort of comes from there. When we get into, again, some other prophetic stuff on the third day, this is partly why there was an association of Dan in terms of the great cosmic enemy who will finally, you know, will assault Jerusalem for the final time. In Christian parlance, that person becomes known as the Antichrist. There were Jewish and Christian writers who believed that the Antichrist would come from Dan, either the city or the tribe or the region. Now, Dan's original tribal inheritance was way down here. If you look at a map, like in a study Bible, Dan's original tribal inheritance was down here. They failed to drive out the giant clans, so they did something unique to all the tribes. They migrated. They left. And they conquer a city in Judges 18, 19, 20. It used to be called Laish, and they named it Dan. So they move. They leave their inheritance. And they settle up here. And this city eventually becomes a center of Baal worship. There's a lot more to it. I'm just, you know, again, prepping you a little bit. But there are some really odd things that go on with Dan. I don't know that the Dan Antichrist traditions are something to consider highly factual, but there's just some odd stuff going on that I'll show you. And I just want to let you know that there are some interesting lines of argument for that. Part of the reason why the bad things always seem to come from the north, I'll show you on Sunday that Babylon, right here's Babylon, right here, Israel. Babylon is called the enemy from the north. Like, didn't they know geography? Babylon's over here, it's the east. Why do you suppose they would think of Babylon as a foe from the north? Because all the roads go here and come down. This is the Fertile Crescent. Nobody crosses the desert, unless they're morons. Okay? The army of Babylon isn't led by morons, and it's not full of morons. They take the trade routes and come down. Everything hits Israel from the north. Everything. Ezekiel 38, Gog and Magog. You whip out a map of the Table of Nations. Guess where they're at? They're up here. They're in the north. That's why Ezekiel 38 says they come from the north, because that's where they are. And like everything bad must come from the north. Again, these are just trade routes. All right, up here. You would take an army, you would follow a river. Why? We like to drink water. Okay, there's no refrigeration. Nobody's going to drop things out of the sky like in World War II for supplies. You follow the waterways, and you hit oases. Here's your Table of Nations. Magog, Gomer, Togarmah. They're all up north. This is not accidental. Because not only do we get hit by soldiers from the north, there was an inherent suspicion that cosmologically from the north is demonic territory. The human and the cosmic element are always working in tandem. Okay? It's just entrenched into their worldview. Bashan, mountain of God. Whoa, what in the world is that? This is Psalm 68, and I'll be hitting this a bit later as well. Psalm 68, the mountain of God, Bashan is referred to as the mountain of God, because God wants it for his abode. This psalm is about God's conquest of the region of Bashan. Guess where this gets quoted? You ascended on high, leading a host of captives in your train, and receiving gifts among men. Now in the New Testament, the gifts are given, not received. The New Testament writer changes the wording. Okay, and there's a deliberate reason for it. Bashan is assaulted. Again, this is an eschatological psalm because the fulfillment down here has something to do with the New Testament. That's why Paul quotes it. Bashan is going to get assaulted. The chariots of God, God is going to take Bashan back. And the picture of leading captives, in a train, this is what you do with captives, you parade them. Who gets paraded in the New Testament with this language?
Principalities and powers.
Demonic forces, the forces of darkness. They're the ones whose butts are kicked. Does anybody know where this is quoted? In Ephesians 4.
I was going to say that.
Okay, we'll get there. Another Bashan verse. This is Psalm 68 continued. Let's just go back here. Ascended on high, host of captives, God will strike the heads of his enemies, the hairy crown of him who walks in his guilty ways. The Lord said, I will bring them back from Bashan. I will bring them back. What? From the depths of the sea. Well, I didn't see any sea up in Bashan. You don't need a sea in Bashan. The sea is the bad place. It's the place of chaos. Okay? You go down here, where does this come from?
Psalm 22.
Psalm 22. And what is significant about Psalm 22? Who quotes Psalm 22 and where?
Jesus on the cross.
Jesus on the cross. What in the world is Jesus talking about? Strong bulls of Bashan surrounding me. What are the bulls of Bashan?
What are they?
The darkness.
You worship Baal.
The Rephaim.
The bulls of Bashan, the bulls of Bashan are both it speaks of sacrifices to the powers of darkness, and also, I hate to use the word golden calf, but I'll use it since everybody's familiar with that from Exodus. Baal, the figure of Baal as a deity was a calf or a bull. this is sort of a metaphorical reference, again, to the forces of darkness. Jesus is saying, I'm surrounded by the forces of darkness, by entities. Think of Aslan on the stone table, and you got it. You know, all the hordes and everything, just, making fun of him and all this kind of stuff.
So this would be at the crucifixion,
It's quoted, yeah.
the B team, the enemy is rejoicing, thinking they're winning,
Yeah.
and this is all going to be turned
Yeah.
around.
It's all going to be turned around right there.
The
Okay?
deeper magic.
The deeper magic, yes. So again, in summary, Bashan, again, I just want to plant certain ideas in your head, because tomorrow when we go hit New Testament, this is going to surface again. So we've got Bashan, the gates of hell, which is associated with Sheol, the realm of the dead. Who controls the realm of the dead? That's the serpent, because he's sent there. Okay, he's the Lord of the dead. He has claim on all human life because of the fall. Everyone's going to die. That changes. It changes with the work of Christ. He's the reason why the righteous, those who believe in him, are removed. They're not only just like removed from death to life, they are removed from one realm to the other, from one master to the other. This is why Paul says in Galatians, are you nuts? Having begun in the Spirit, formerly you were under the powers of this and that, and now you've been delivered in Christ, you want to go back there? Are you nuts? Are you nuts? This is the kind of thing he's thinking about, this transference, from one kingdom to the next. Again, the whole thing with the Baal worship and the monarchy, eschatologically, there's going to be a reconquest of Bashan. The foe from the north idea is going to play out through the New Testament. You're going to see things happen in these regions that start the kingdom, that announce the kingdom and get it rolling. But these are going to also show up in the book of Revelation and other places when it comes to the final consummation, the final battle. These things are going to be tracked through certain passages there. And again, I mentioned the whole Dan Bashan tradition with Antichrist. A lot of again, we're going to spend some time tomorrow, I think that's it, we're going to spend some time tomorrow talking about the cryptic nature of prophecy. I don't know how many of you were in the room when I said some of the main points of doctrine that are critical for Christianity. Things like the idea that the Messiah was supposed to be God incarnate. You cannot find verses or prophecies that say that in the Old Testament. Even things like the virgin birth. If you go back and read Isaiah 7 in context, there's a reason why no Jewish writer, and I mean no Jewish writer, prior to the New Testament, and certainly beyond because they don't like the implications, no Jewish writer ever considered that Isaiah 7 had anything to do with the Messiah. No one quotes it as a messianic prophecy. And it's not just because the word Messiah doesn't appear in the passage. They don't even think about it. There are prophecies, like this that from the New Testament, the New Testament writers all of a sudden get clarity. There are reasons for that. You will not find verses. There is no grocery list of Old Testament prophecies for things as critical and fundamental as these major ideas. You don't even get the idea of a dying Messiah until the 8th century, the 700s BC. That's when Isaiah wrote. And it's Isaiah 53. And if there are reasons to think that Isaiah 53 might even be later, it might be as late as the 5th century. How in the world does this work? Why is it, we kick the disciples around all the time. We read through the Gospels, but these guys were dumb. Jesus will say something and it looks so obvious to us. And they're like, what? What? Huh? For real? No way. I mean, it's so easy to beat up on them. But they're in the dark Because they don't have a grocery list. And I want to talk tomorrow about why that is. Why is prophecy cryptic? And I'm going to suggest to you, if it was cryptic the first time, it's going to be cryptic again. Yep. It's designed that way for a reason. All right. By way of taking a 1 or 2 minute review of yesterday, my goal yesterday was to introduce some broad themes that will get picked up in the New Testament. Really, the next 2 days, really day and a half, because the last half of the second day is I've set aside for Q&A. We don't have to do Q&A. We can actually jump into some other things, and I'll make suggestions when the time comes. But I wanted to hit some big picture items yesterday that will get picked up in the New Testament. So the rest of the time, we're really going to spend most of the time in the New Testament and how the New Testament uses the Old Testament, with an eye toward talking about prophecy, thinking about prophecy. And I'm going to try to flavor that discussion, with divine counsel things, using that as a reference point. But the next day and a half are really a combination of things that I want you to consider about prophecy. This is not simple. Anyone who comes to you and says, we've got this figured out, we've got this system down, our system works, it's beautiful, it's coherent, you need to realize that the only reason it's coherent is because there's a certain set of assumptions that underlie every system. If the assumptions fail, or if they are uncertain, then you need to consider the results of such things, to that degree uncertain. I've said before, eschatology is one of my least favorite things because it's just loaded with ambiguity. And my concern with the church in regard to prophecy is that people often marry being a Christian with a certain system of eschatology. That's a huge mistake. This might sound harsh, but show me someone who does that, and I'll show you someone that has a deep knowledge of one way of looking at things. That's a nice way of saying a deficient knowledge of all there is to think about when it comes to prophecy. And I'm going to show you that. I want, my goal isn't to disabuse you of any sort of system you have. My goal is to get you to consider at how tenuous systems are and begin to sort of zero in on the things that we can know with a high degree of certainty and not worry so much about the other stuff, the things that really are tenuous. So with that backdrop in mind, we want to get started here with something I'm calling bridging the gap. And again, we're looking at some major themes. And we're going to start broad, and as we progress, we'll get a little more focused. 2 items that I want to hit for discussion. Elements of Old Testament or divine counsel theology that require resolution in New Testament theology and ultimately eschatology, because the New Testament is progressing toward the end. Its view of the end. And then I want to talk about the cryptic nature of Old Testament Messianic prophecy. Now, I alluded to this a little bit yesterday. And I think prophecy is deliberately vague in many regards. And I hinted yesterday that my reason for that is that since so much Old Testament prophecy already has, catch what I'm saying, since so much, not all, but since so much Old Testament prophecy already has its resolution in the New Testament, and it really focuses on the crucifixion and the inauguration, the beginning, the down payment, the kickstart of the kingdom. Since that's true, and the crucifixion, of course, is the central event to that, Old Testament prophecy was deliberately cryptic because God didn't want the powers that be, in terms of the cosmic powers of darkness, to know what was going on. And if they don't know what's going on, well, the disciples aren't going to know what's going on. Nobody's going to really know what's going on. You're only going to be able to really see things clearly after the fact. And all the New Testament is written after the fact. So it looks clear to us. It looks like, we can assign some degree of literalness, some degree of one-to-one correspondence between things the gospel writers say and their reference to the Old Testament. A lot of times the gospel writers and the New Testament writers will quote a passage in the Old Testament to reinforce a point, and if you actually go look at the passage in the Old Testament, you'll wonder, did they misunderstand it? Like, how did they get that from this? The reason they got that from this is because the Old Testament, was not in an explicit, clear statement of X, but the New Testament writer sees an analogy between what Jesus did, what he said, what happened to him, an analogy with something in the Old Testament. And I'm going to refer to something I call a mental mosaic of Old Testament prophecy, as opposed to a checklist of explicit prophetic statements about Messiah. If there was a checklist of explicit prophetic statements about Messiah, anybody would have figured this out. All you got to do is be able to read. Okay, that isn't the case. And I'm going to show you some real clear examples of how, if you follow my blog, you'll know that atheists and other critics of the Bible will just come out and say, the New Testament writer just got this wrong. His meaning is completely different from the Old Testament meaning. Or he just messed it up, he was inept, whatever, or he's just making it up. And to me, it's understandable why people say that, because there are places where you just wonder, what was he thinking? I would never read this and come out with that. Again, it has to do with an after-the-fact eye toward patterning and analogy. It's not just reading a statement in the Old Testament. So, let's jump in here. What needs resolution in New Testament theology, and again, ultimately, eschatology? We talked about chaos yesterday, and I said, again, there are a couple ways to consider the idea of chaos. One was untamed creation that needs taming, and that was often communicated by the sea, the churning waters, some of this imagery that to an Israelite and a wider, Canaanite, ancient Near Eastern person, to communicate the idea of something being untamed and dangerous, ready, potential for harm, that kind of thing, there was a certain set of images that would be used to communicate that. Dragon, Leviathan was another one of those images. So, I don't want to flip back too quickly. It stands to reason that this same set of images in the New Testament might communicate the same idea. In other words, don't over-literalize this, because the Old Testament didn't over-literalize it. An idea communicated by image, we might want to consider what's going on in the New Testament in the same way. Everybody wants to talk about literal interpretation. Usually when people say that, what they're really saying is, if I don't think literal interpretation, then everything else isn't real. Then I'm like denying it's real. And I talked a little bit about that yesterday. Communication of an idea through a symbol or a metaphor or an image is no less real than something you'd handle or detect with the senses in a real-time experience way. If you believe in a spiritual reality, you should understand that pretty quickly. That just because I'm communicating an idea instead of an explicit point-by-point chain of events that you're going to actually, like read in the newspaper, with painstaking, degree of correspondence, doesn't mean it's any less real. So, as the Old Testament communicated an idea through images, we might want to consider the possibility the New Testament does the same thing. Mortality and death was a theme yesterday. So the fall costs humanity its mortality or its immortality. Humans become mortal, they will die. Immortality is needed. Now think about this. Immortality is needed to be a member of God's family in his kingdom. Okay, if you're a member of God's family, by definition, you are going to live with him and he doesn't die. Okay, so that's sort of part and parcel of the deal. So the loss of immortality becomes something that needs resolution. It needs to be corrected for you to be part of God's family. And how the Old Testament communicated this is very understandable for us. We have the serpent's deception and the curse that associates him with mortality, in other words, death, as he became Lord of the underworld. And we talked yesterday about how Satan, the Nakash, again, getting that title later, Satan, because of his adversarial role as the great cosmic enemy with God, how he became Lord of the dead, and he had a claim on all humanity because everybody dies. Okay, that was his point of power over all humanity. And that's going to change, of course, with the resurrection. Rebellion and sin was another theme. We talked about free will beings, both human and angelic, revolting against God's will and design. Curses did not eradicate free will, but made earth the domain where this continues. And often it was detached from a direct divine presence, and that expanded the problem, so that sin proliferated. God's domain and the human domain were differentiated, although they can intersect. What I mean by this is there was no more Eden. When it was Eden, they were intersecting, they were right there at the same time. Heaven was meeting earth. Well, the fall destroys that. It separates the two. God interacts with people. He makes a decision in the course of Old Testament history to disinherit the nations. We talked about the Deuteronomy 32 worldview. He calls Abraham. He's going to make for himself a people. God is not necessarily there all the time. He's there a lot of the time. When you read through the Torah, the stories with Moses and whatnot. But God has to make the decision to come to humanity. It's not an Edenic picture where they're sort of always there together. Right? There's a separation, and there are conditions that are set for God's presence to abide with humanity and for humanity to contact God. And again, all of that derives from what happens in Genesis 3. It's not quite the same as Eden. And again, these things were communicated by the episode with the serpent, the sons of God, again, the Deuteronomy 32 worldview, demonic spirits. So when we look at these characters later on, they're probably going to be connected in some way with this domain differentiation that needs resolution. We need to take care of rebellion, we need to take care of evil. The goal, of course, is to have a human family, once again, dwelling with God on earth so that it goes back to Eden. And this is going to be a major theme of New Testament theology. And we call that the kingdom. Okay, we call that kingdom rule. And again, with many Christians, the idea of kingdom is something remote. Something, someday we'll get that. And I'm going to show you and suggest to you that while there is a coming, what I would call and what scholars call a consummation of the kingdom, a final form, a culmination point, the kingdom is here now, okay, in a very real sense. Just because you can't travel to Jerusalem and see a throne and a temple that has latitude and longitude with a person named Jesus sitting on it does not mean there is no kingdom. I believe we'll see that at some point. But just because it isn't there now doesn't mean there is no kingdom. Fourth theme was God's loyal family and his counsel. Again, the Edenic intent was human and divine sons living under the same roof, so to speak, and doing their own part in the family business. That's the council. Administration of earth, and of course they have their province, their estate, their domain in the unseen world, but there's a symbiotic relationship that was intended. Heaven meets earth, not only meets earth, but heaven is on earth, and it stays there, and humans are part of that. That's the Edenic picture. And that is going to need resolution in the New Testament. So, when we see sonship language in the New Testament, words like, children of God, sons of God, adoption, that humans are adopted into God's family. The reason they have to be adopted is because they're separated, they're cursed, because of Genesis 3, but now they're brought back in. When we see language like this, it has some attachment to this back here. People of God, family, household language. Again, these are threaded, this is threaded vocabulary that isn't just cropping up in the New Testament. It has some attachment to what's gone before. Edenic, garden, mountain descriptions, we need to have an eye for. Terms used to describe God's dwelling places, again, might be of interest. For instance, there's one place in the New Testament where our bodies are referred to as tents, tabernacles. It's not a mistake. It's not like the New Testament writer being clever. It's because the same glory that dwelt in the tabernacle in the Old Testament now dwells in believers. And by the way, that would mean that there's already a temple. It's called you. Okay? Looking in the mirror. You want to see the temple of God? Look in the mirror. Okay, it's something like that. The New Testament writer isn't, again, being clever. There's a reason why Paul refers to individuals as the temple of God and the church corporately as the temple of God. And that reason is because you are. It's profound, but it's simple. And so it should cause us to consider, well, maybe what was done at the cross, maybe what happened then, and what's happening now, every time the family of God grows, when people believe, maybe the bigness of that is something that's really considerably more spectacular than we sort of assign, to it. And what I'm suggesting is, I'm not saying there will never be a literal temple in Jerusalem again. I think that's saying too much. I think there's ambiguity there, but that could very well be. But what we do know for sure is that Paul and the New Testament writers do talk about the temple of God, and they associate it with you. That we know for sure. The other one we don't know for sure. So rather than canceling out the one we do know for sure and putting all our thought into the one we don't, maybe we ought to reverse that. Maybe we ought to think about the one and not the other, so much, or at least bring them into balance when it comes to prophecy. Fifth, earthly global rule. Edenic intent was God's rule be extended beyond Eden to all the earth. By the way, if it stops at Israel, it falls short of the intent. So if all of our focus is this kingdom, the temple, and things happening in Israel, that's actually less than what God wants. Okay? God is interested in recovering every bit of his property, surrendering nothing. Okay? So failure, again in the above, eventually led to disinheriting the nations. But the nations, even when God says, I'm done with you, I'm going to call Abraham, I'm just going to start a nation myself, okay, with this guy named Abraham. Even in the covenant, the very next chapter, the first 3 verses of the chapter, right after he's done disinheriting the nations, says things like, through you, through your descendants, through your seed, all families of the earth, all nations of the earth will be blessed. I mean, God still has them on his mind. There is intent, even at the very beginning, even though God's judging them and it's a punitive act and all that stuff. The plan is, I will surrender nothing when it's all said and done. So again, communicating this idea, we had, again, the reversal, we had the Babel event, the disinheriting of the nations. So we want to look for a reversal of that. Israel would be the catalyst for reconstituting the kingdom, to making it global. So in some way, Israel is going to have some role there. There's a relationship. Gentile inclusion was always the plan. Okay? So we should be looking for that and tracking on it. And again, since the nations were given over to lesser Elohim, they're going to have to lose their jobs. They're going to have to be displaced. And so that's another theme we need to be thinking about as we read the New Testament. Now, a little rabbit trail here. Excursus, Latin for rabbit trail, I like to say. Resolution of Genesis 6, of the Watchers, the Sons of God incident. I'm going to, here and there, be saying some things about this. So I want to plant some kernel ideas in your head about that. If you think broadly about what's going on in Genesis 6, there are some important, again, thematic ideas, the reversal of which should show up in the New Testament in some way. So here we have rebellious divine sons of God. Believe it or not, they're going to be replaced by believing human sons of God. Okay, when Romans 8 talks about the creation in travail and waiting the unveiling of the sons of God, that's not just being clever. It's not just sounding flowery. Okay, there's a reason for things like that. Divine and immortal, they were punished to death. So they started out divine and immortal, but they're going to die. They're going to be destroyed. And the reversal of that is the earthly and mortal, that would be us, okay, are given eternal life. Again, it's a thematic mirror image. We have the proliferation of evil with the sons of God. Now, these items here are what you'd find in Enochian literature, either the Book of Enoch or other Second Temple books. They're specifically blamed for 4 things. There's giving humans the knowledge of spell casting, of course, the sexual lust element, violence, and astrological secrets. These are the specific things that they're blamed for doing that cause the proliferation of evil on the earth. Well, the proliferation of evil is going to be reversed, and some of it is reversed very simply by things like the fruit of the Spirit. And I have astrological coup here. The very guys that are out there doling out the astrological secrets, the astronomical secrets, are going to get hoodwinked when it comes to the birth of Christ. They're not going to see it coming. So it's sort of a jab at them. If you take passages like Revelation 12 to be specific signs of the birth of Christ that we can see after the fact. Revelation is the last book written. It's like in the 90s. That's when you get your whole list of signs. By the way, we're going to talk about the birth of Christ and all this astronomical stuff because it's part of this reversal. Essentially, when you see this, when God sends the Son, when the fullness of time, okay, the astronomical bodies track time. That's the way we track time. They mark time. When the fullness of time is there and God sends forth His Son, they're shown to be clueless. There's mastery here. There's ineptitude here. Again, just thinking in terms of mirror imaging and reversal. Council members who lost their status through pride, forbidden to return, again, either the Nakash, the Satan, or the sons of God especially, we're focusing on here. Council outsiders, that would be us, gained their status through faith in Christ and exalted at the eschaton. It's a reversal. We are the reversal of that. Earth to be ruled by many quasi-divine offspring, produced by divine fathers and human mothers. Well, Earth will be ruled by one fully divine offspring born only of a human woman. It's a reversal. It's a thematic reversal. Offspring die to inhabit the abyss, overspread Earth, and displace human life. That's their job. God's offspring die to inhabit glory and replace the sons of God. Again, the New Testament writers are tracking on certain ideas, and they're specifically designed to be illustrative and factual displacements and reversals of what has preceded. Okay, back to, again, orienting ourselves with, again, big picture New Testament ideas, things we need to just have an eye for as we read. Second thing I want to talk about is the cryptic nature of prophecy. Again, I alluded to this yesterday. Here's a premise. The substitutionary death and atonement of the Messiah, King of Israel, and its purpose were obscured by design in Old Testament prophecy. That is the proposition I'm asking you to consider. I do think that's the case. The disciples didn't get it, and some of them even rejected it when Jesus just said, hey, this is the way it's going to be. And Peter's like, no way. Pardon me, Lord, but that just isn't right. Well, he finds out otherwise. Paul, of course, calls it a mystery. There's no Old Testament prophecy that puts all the pieces together. Again, the way we're used to looking at this is, if I just read the Old Testament real closely, I can come up with a checklist of specific things, specific statements that are going to translate in a one-to-one way to what Jesus was, did, and said. Well, good luck with that. Connections are missing by design. The connections are missing. The pieces are there, but the connections are missing. The connections are what you can see after the fact. How the pieces go together. Where is substitutionary death connected to the Messiah in the Old Testament? Yeah, I picked this one because it's like the most fundamental thing about New Testament theology. So, like, where's the verse for that? Now, you could say, well, you know, it's Isaiah 53. It's the sermon. Well, Messiah isn't even in that passage, so you have to make that connection. It's easy for us to do after the fact. Okay? But there's a reason why Jews even today just think that that's not really clear, because it isn't. If the word Messiah was in the passage, well, that, you know, who's going to argue with that? And just an illustration. There's only two occurrences of this term. Two occurrences of this term where the New Testament authors actually use the verse. I mean, think about that. I mean, Messiah occurs, you know, I think it's a dozen or so times, or maybe 20 times, whatever. But if you actually go look at the verses, there's only two occurrences of this word in verses that the New Testament writers even quote. That's kind of shocking when you think about it. You'd think they'd be looking for like every reference. Yeah, let's quote them all, you know. Well, a lot of them have nothing to do with Jesus. You know, the New Testament writer, under inspiration, doesn't deem them worthy of even citation. They only do it two times. And they are Psalm 2:2, which is referenced in Acts and Revelation, and then there's Psalm 89:51, which gets a faint allusion. It's not even really a quotation. Now, let me see if I can, I wonder if I can click on some of this. We'll see what happens. Okay, that one's internet. Just wanted to see how I put those links in. I was wondering, I couldn't remember if I linked to my software or not, but Psalm 2:2, again, if somebody want to read that? Go ahead.
The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed, saying.
Okay. Somebody want to read Acts 4 now? Go to Acts 4. Acts 4, 25 and 26. It's like a sword drill here.
Who by the mouth of our forefather David, your servant and child, said through the Holy Spirit, why did the heathen Gentiles become wanton and insolent and rage, and the people imagine and study and plan vain, fruitless things that will not succeed?
See, he refers to the anointed, again, David, but the larger context of Acts 4 is Jesus, the son of David. So there's a New Testament writer quoting a passage and making a link to Jesus. That only happens 2 times with Old Testament passages that specifically use the word Mashiach. And even that, I mean, if you listen to that, even that isn't like giving you a great deal of information. It's just saying there's some relationship. Yeah.
What about the theme, like the theme of Moses putting the serpent on the staff, or with Abraham sacrificing Isaac on the altar and the ram, being the substitution?
Is there something that would tell you without the New Testament that what Moses did, again, without New Testament commentary after the fact, that what Moses did pointed to a substitutionary death of a Messiah?
No, not specifically.
No. Again, after the fact, that's a really fascinating analogy that the New Testament writers give us. It's coherent after the fact. It's a data point that's put into a picture, and when you see its role, when you see its purpose, when you see its relational partner, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. But before, it's like, a Jew would have looked at you going, I see a serpent on a pole. How are you getting a guy that's God incarnate, and when he's dead, he's going to rise? How do you get all these ideas attached to that?
Mm-hmm.
He'd look at you like you were nuts.
Mm-hmm.
So, key passages fulfilled again after the fact with analogies. Now, examples. Isaiah 7:14. Everybody should know this passage. This is the virgin birth statement. Of course, in Isaiah 7:14, the woman in Isaiah 7:14, behold, an Almah shall conceive and bear a son, so on and so forth. Why don't we go there? Because I want you to see a few things. Almah is not the most technically precise word you would use for virgin, but that's sort of beside the point. The Almah in Isaiah 7 does not need to be a virgin. Why? Because the point of the prophecy is not the woman. The point of the prophecy is the son. We often sort of flip that, and sort of zero in on the woman, because we're defending the New Testament, application of that to Mary, who was a virgin, and so on and so forth. It's understandable. 11, let's just stop right there with those two. So Isaiah 7:14, we have this, a woman, a virgin, young maiden, whatever your translation has, is going to conceive and bear a son. And what does the rest of it say?
Whom she will call Emmanuel. On curds and honey will he feed until he knows how to refuse evil and choose good.
Curds and honey. That is a reference to a child beginning to eat solid food, okay, no longer breastfed, they're weaned. So if you read the rest of the passage, what's the setting? Ahaz is scared. By the way, the sign is for Ahaz. If you go back to the beginning of the chapter, he's scared because he's getting ganged up on by foreign kings and other enemies. And Isaiah comes to him and says, look, God sees the problem. You're going to be okay. And he says to Ahaz, go ahead. Ask God for a sign, and so that you're going to be okay. And Ahaz, tries to sound pious, and I just can't ask God for a sign, and blah, blah, blah. And Isaiah gets a little mad at him and says, okay, the Lord himself will give you a sign. And then he goes into Isaiah 7:14. It's for Ahaz. Why is the reference to the kid eating solid food? Because if you read the rest of chapter 7 and chapter 8, you find out that the prophecy comes true. Okay, Ahaz is delivered. Everything's okay. We don't really know who the woman or the child was. And there's the speculations because later on in chapter 8, Isaiah goes into his wife, has sex with his wife, the prophetess, and some people think that was the son. Some people think it was one of Ahaz's wives or whatever. Doesn't matter. The issue is that the sign is for Ahaz. Ahaz gets the help he needs, and he's delivered. If the sign was intended to be a child born 700 years later, how does that help Ahaz? It doesn't. This is why, like I said yesterday, and it's not an exaggeration, I'm being serious, no Jewish writer, okay, before and even in the context after Jesus shows up, no Jewish writer prior to the New Testament ever even considered this to be a messianic passage. They didn't even consider it to be a prophecy because it was already over. Why would it have anything to do with the Messiah? Because Ahaz is dead. He's been dead for hundreds of years. God delivered him like he said he would. What do I need to look for? Okay. Well, the answer is you don't need to look for anything. But, again, after the fact, Matthew quotes this passage about Mary and Jesus because it's analogous. It's a deliberate analogy to what's written there. Matthew knows the story of Jesus' birth. Why? Well, because Mary travels with him. You don't think she ever told the disciples a story? I'm sure when they see him start doing spectacular things, walking on water and turning water into wine, they're going to look at her and go, where'd this kid come from? Did he ever do anything weird when he was little? They're going to ask questions like that. And she's going to say, well, let me tell you how this happened. It's kind of weird. It's kind of spooky. And just tell you what happened. The angel showed up to me and said, you're going to have a son. Okay. Looks like that's working out. And then, when they sit down later and they've had a chance to go back through the scriptures and study, because now they're preaching the gospel, they're telling people about Jesus. When it gets time to write the gospels, both in terms of their own effort put into trying to understand their Bible in light of Jesus and the Spirit's assistance to connect the dots, Matthew's like, this is just like Isaiah 7. This kid comes out of nowhere. It's a supernatural birth. God announces it. It's for salvation. It's deliverance. Emmanuel can mean God with us, or God is with us, or God will be with us. There's no verb in the statement. It's Immanuel, preposition plus L. So you can translate it a variety of ways, but Matthew looks at that and God was with us. He really was. We walked around with him for 3.5 years, So they're seeing things clearly on the other side. Hosea 11:1 is sort of a classic example where Matthew, why don't you go to Matthew 2:15 and look that up. Somebody gets there, you can just start reading.
And remained there until Herod's death. This was to fulfill what the Lord had spoken by the prophet. Out of Egypt I have called my son.
Right. So this is, Jesus, his parent. The angel tells Joseph, wake up, go down to Egypt because Herod's going to try to kill this kid. And so they move to Egypt, and they're there, for a certain amount of time. And they come back, and Matthew says, well, this fulfilled, the statement. Out of Egypt I have called my son, because Jesus moved back from Egypt. If you go to Hosea 11:1, that's what it says. It's very literal. Out of Egypt I have called my son. Who's the son in Hosea 11:1?
Israel.
Israel, the nation. So Hosea is not looking forward in time. He's looking backward in time. This is not a prophecy. Hosea 11:1. It's a retrospect. But Matthew, again, after the fact, here's the story of how, he's asking Mary, like, did the kid do anything weird when he was little? And so he hears the whole story. And again, he knows, he knows his Old Testament. And when he hears the part about, man, we had to go to Egypt because Herod was trying to kill him, and we were in Egypt for a while, and then, we came out of Egypt and came back, came out of Egypt. That just can't be a coincidence. That's just looking like Israel. Because Matthew also knows that the nation, in a couple places in the Old Testament, is called my son. The nation, the Son of God. Well, this guy's the Son of God. That can't be a coincidence. There's something going on there. And so he notes it for you. He says that this happened because of this other thing that happened. There's a direct relationship here. This is what they're doing all over the Old Testament. Again, if you didn't have the New Testament, and we went back in time and we found a Jew, 200 or 300 BC, and we said, hey, look at Hosea 11:1. How do you think that prophecy is going to be fulfilled? The Jew would look at you and say, what prophecy? It's talking about something that happened, a millennium ago. What are you talking about? It's just not telegraphed. Can you decipher Paul's trajectory from Romans 10:18 to 20? I gave you this yesterday for a little homework, a little pondering. This is when Paul is talking about how will they hear unless they have a preacher, and all that sort of thing. And is it true that they didn't hear? And Paul says, no, they did know. They did hear. And then he quotes Psalm 19. And you look back at Psalm 19, and it's about the heavens declaring the glory of God, and their voice or their line, depending on which text you read, go out and speak and all this kind of stuff. Well, like how in the world do the heavens speak? I guess that's a nice poetic, phrase. They look up at the heavens and we learn something. But Paul uses that, and he relates it somehow to Jesus. What is he thinking? I'll show you in a moment what I think he was thinking. But again, if you don't have the New Testament, if you don't have Paul sitting there next to you, and again, you're back in time and you're sitting there with your Jewish friend, hey, look at Psalm 19. Check that out. Read Psalm 19. Are you ready to be saved now? You ready to pray the sinner's prayer? They're going to look at you like, this guy's a lunatic. It's just not there. It's only, it's only even in the realm of coherent thinking after the fact. On what basis would one conclude that the Messiah would be God in human form? It's not, references to my son, because, hey, David was called, my son. The Psalms are originally, that have those kinds of phrases, or even anointed Messiah, were in reference to a human being who wasn't God incarnate. So how do you go from those references to, the Christology we see of the New Testament? There is no verse that actually says this. There are points of data that, once they are connected, do convey that idea. But again, the data points are there, but the connections are not. The connections are missing. And what I'm suggesting to you is that's deliberate. I would say Messianic prophecy is formed from a mental mosaic drawn from the Old Testament, not a grocery list. And the link here, I put in there, if in case you want to go when you get the slides. I wrote up something about this on my blog. I was going back and forth with an atheist guy, And, it's one of those wonderful things that you never planned to write, but that really were useful, again, after the fact. Because I just get so tired of, these claims that, Matthew's some kind of dopey, intellectual wannabe, and he's just messing up the Old Testament, or they're manipulating it. In academia, you hear this stuff all the time. And it's just a stupid accusation. Because what that tells me when I hear it is that you want the grocery list. You're upset that you're not getting what you want. Poor you. Maybe you ought to rethink the whole idea. So the link's there if you want to reference that. Now, why would I say this is deliberate? Because Paul, the New Testament says some really interesting things. So here in 1 Corinthians 2, we have, Paul writing, "Yet among the mature we do impart wisdom, although it is not a wisdom of this age or of the rulers of this age who are doomed to pass away. We impart a secret and hidden wisdom of God, which God decreed before the ages for our glory. None of the rulers of this age understood this." And we're going to talk about the rulers of this age and some of this terminology today. "For if they had, they would not have crucified the Lord of glory. But as it is written, what no eye has seen nor ear heard, nor the heart of man imagined, what God has prepared for those who love him. These things God has revealed to us through his Spirit." Well, we really wouldn't need the Spirit if we could just go read the grocery list. Then you need to be literate, not illiterate. But when you don't have the connections for you, you need some help. "For the Spirit searches everything, even the depths of God. For who knows a person's thoughts except the spirit of the person," so on and so forth. It talks about the Spirit of God enabling them that we might understand the things freely given us by God. 1 Peter, "Concerning this salvation, the prophets who prophesied about the grace that was to be yours searched and inquired carefully, inquiring what person or time the Spirit of Christ in them was indicating when he predicted the sufferings of Christ and the subsequent glories." They're trying to figure out what's going to happen with Messiah. "It was revealed to them that they were serving not themselves but you in the things that have now been announced to you through those who preach the good news to you by the Holy Spirit sent from heaven. Things into which angels long to look." And by the way, long to look is in the present tense. It's viewed from the perspective of the writer as something ongoing. They're still trying to figure this out. Like, wow, how did that work? It's something that the angels are still impressed with. Just like us. Like, wow, I never would have saw that coming. Or, what does that mean? What are the implications? I mean, they're still thinking about it. So it was something that was not self-evident. Okay, it was not self-evident. Ephesians 3, "To me, though I am the very least of all the saints, this grace was given to preach to the Gentiles the unsearchable riches of Christ, and to bring light to light for everyone what is the plan of the mystery hidden for ages." Okay, if it was a grocery list, it wouldn't be a mystery hidden for ages unless you couldn't read. If there's no connections given to you, then you don't know what to expect. Mystery hidden for ages in God, who created all things, so that, catch this, through the church, the manifold wisdom of God might now be made known to the rulers and authorities in the heavenly places. This was according to the eternal purpose that he has realized in Christ Jesus our Lord. That's a telling statement. It's not through the kingdom that'll get here someday. It's through the church. Okay. Background of the coming kingdom. So, Old Testament antecedents to the inauguration of the kingdom at the first coming of Christ. Inauguration, again, means the beginning, the kickstart. So, we just, in the last set of slides, we talked about big picture things that we need to have in our heads as we read the Old Testament. And those big picture things are connected to what we did yesterday. Connected to, again, Old Testament concepts that have either, lots of connections, lots of divine counsel touch points, or, just a couple, but they all have divine counsel touch points. I have here the text versus popular eschatology. Again, I don't want you to take that as a swipe at a particular view. The reason I put that subtitle there is, going back to the very first session, you need to be more focused on the text than any system. I don't care what system you sort of have or were raised in. That's incidental. I want you to think about what's in the text, because there are things to think about there. So Daniel 2, Daniel 7, and Revelation are all connected. I'm sure you know this. If you've spent any time studying prophecy, you know that there are connections between these three things. So Daniel 2, I'm going to start here with what I'll call the popular dispensational view. And this is, again, sort of the left behind view, to use more of the vernacular. But in Daniel 2, Daniel records this visionary dream of Nebuchadnezzar, and it has certain features. Again, this is the image, the great image. Head of gold, chest and arms of silver, stomach and thighs of bronze, legs of iron, feet and toes of iron and clay. And then we get this stone, which is also called a mountain. Isn't that interesting, a mountain? Filled the whole earth. Oh, isn't that interesting? It fills the whole earth. Not just a place the size of New Jersey. Not made with human hands. So we learn, right from the text, this is the easy part, that this is Babylon, because Nebuchadnezzar, you're the head of gold. And the supposition is, in this view, that the succession here of kingdoms are Media-Persia comes next, then Greece, then Rome, and then the millennial kingdom of God. And that's usually, it's oversimplified, I know. But those who don't want to see, or I should say, I don't want to state it negatively, those who want to see the kingdom as only future will look at, they'll tie the millennial idea to this. Since there's a relationship here, that this kingdom is associated with this last kingdom, if you're going to say it's Rome, well, there's a lot of time between Rome and this millennial kingdom. This is why, catch this, this is why this kingdom needs to begin during the time of this one, right? If this one's Rome, and someone believes that this refers only to the future millennium, this is why people argue that, Rome must be restarted again. There must be a new Roman Empire. Mm-hmm. Okay, you catch that? There must be, Revelation must describe, an empire, a kingdom that arises from the ashes of the old Roman system. The only reason they do that is because they know this connection has to be maintained. But they only see the kingdom as distant future. It's a lot easier if you see the kingdom as beginning during the actual Roman Empire, okay, which would be the time of Jesus. It's just a lot simpler. But if you make that decision, and amillennialists will, then the other side, the dispensational side, is going to accuse the amillennialists. Oh, you guys deny a literal kingdom, and what about the 1,000 years in Revelation and all this kind of stuff? And so that becomes the battleground. What? The belief that there will be no 1,000-year literal kingdom on earth. Is no, millennium. So again, this is a battleground area. Now there is a mediating position that the kingdom begins at this time, and it keeps progressing, and eventually it'll, have some sort of consummation point, either on earth or it just, transitions into the eternal state. We'll use that term. Now, I'm going to show you two scholarly views that are held by scholars. And there'll be a little bit different takes on this. One is the majority. If most academics, who are not either are believers who are not dispensationalists or unbelievers who don't, care about theology. This would be the view that the majority of either of those groups hold. Babylon, again, is the easy part. Media and Persia, these are divided. Instead of Media, Persia, we have two separate kingdoms. And a lot of people conclude that the fourth kingdom was Greece, post-Alexander, all the way up through that, because the Seleucid Empire becomes important. Now, the Seleucid Empire, remember when Alexander dies, his kingdom divides into 4 quadrants. One of them are the Seleucids, who control Syria and parts of Asia Minor, up to the north, okay? And then down the south, is Ptolemy in Egypt, and then the other 2 guys are sort of incidental, far less important, because the Seleucids and the Ptolemies are fighting all the time. And Judea is in the middle of that, so they're getting torn apart by either side, for lots of years. But this view would say that the last kingdom is Greece, and that means that the kingdom, not made with hands, begins when the Jews revolt. In other words, it reestablishes Jewish rule in Palestine during the time of Antiochus, because Antiochus IV, he's the guy who, in everybody's system, is the type for the Antichrist, the template. Anybody here who has not heard of Antiochus IV? Okay. Antiochus IV was a Seleucid king. He is the guy, he referred to himself as Antiochus Epiphanes. Okay, that he believed he was an epiphany, he was divine. He considered himself to be a deity. This is the guy who makes life unbearable for the Jews. He outlaws the Sabbath. He outlaws circumcision upon penalty of death. If you observe the Sabbath, penalty of death. He goes into the temple, slays a pig on the altar, that kind of thing. And his actions cause a revolt. And out of that revolt, the Jews win their independence from him. So since his life, I'm a deity, and I'm changing the customs, times, and seasons, and I slay the pig on the altar, I desecrate the altar, which actually gets referred to as the abomination of desolation. He becomes sort of the poster boy for Antichrist. Now, he wasn't the Antichrist because, Jesus is going to come along 150 years later and say, they ask him, what's the sign of your coming again? And then he'll start talking about Daniel 9. So this guy isn't it, but again, he's like the poster boy for what we suspect would happen. And everybody looks at Antiochus that way. The Jews called him Antiochus Epimanes instead of Epiphanes. Epimanes means the madman. So some people say that this event is sort of the counterpart to this. And what that would mean is that it shows that God's human kingdom, the Jews, is never going to be completely stamped out. They will always be there. They will always occupy the land. And they're just going to have to wait again for some consummation later. Okay, so the majority view would say that. Now, a minority view says this. Nebuchadnezzar, again, that's the easy part because it's usually just Babylon in general, but Daniel specifically tells Nebuchadnezzar that you're the head of gold. The next ruler is the next ruler after Nebuchadnezzar, and the next ruler after him, and the next ruler after him. You'll notice that these are the 4 guys who are actually mentioned in Daniel. Okay? So some would say this is what's going on, and Cyrus represents the 4th kingdom, and it's during the reign of Cyrus that the Jews are sent back to the Holy Land to restart the kingdom of God in some form on earth again in the Promised Land. So this is the regathering. This is the point when the Jews are reoccupy the land. So this view would take this whole idea, again, of the enduring, the everlasting kingdom as God's human kingdom. Again, the Jews are not dying off. It's never ending. God brought them back to the land, and they ain't going to leave. Even during the Crusades, I mean, they're still there. It's just that they're occupied, kind of like during Rome or any of these other reigns. So I just showed you 3 views of this. Now, some issues related to these. In either scholarly view, a first century Jew believed that God's kingdom, specifically them, their race, would ultimately emerge victorious and overspread the earth in a literal kingdom. So no matter what view you take, when the Jews are brought back out of exile, at the least, that means that God has remembered his covenant to that extent. He did not exterminate us in Babylon. Now, the northern kingdom, they were pretty well kind of exterminated and dispersed, but even if you read who comes back, there are representatives of some of the northern tribes in that list. So, even them are going to have a presence back in the land. So God brings us back, and we're going to look at Daniel in this way. We're back, and we will never be driven out completely and exterminated. And that would be the meaning in this view of this idea of the kingdom of God is started again on earth. Why? Because the kingdom of God, again, appears in conjunction with the final kingdom of Daniel 2. So whatever you think the final kingdom was, that's when the kingdom is supposed to start. Now, regardless of what the disciples were thinking in any of these views, that's what the disciples expected. When they get a clue as to, Jesus being who he is, that's their expectation. Even after he dies and rises again, when they meet there in Acts chapter 1, what do they ask him? Right. At this time, are you going to restore this is just ingrained. This is the expectation. And, we'll get into Jesus' answer a little bit later. But this is what they're expecting. We were brought back to the land, and we got kicked around, but we're still in the land. We got kicked around some more, but we're still in the land. We're not in Babylon. We're not in exile. We're still in the land. We ain't going away. We are a continual, eternal, everlasting presence. We are the people of God. We represent God's rule on earth. We're still getting kicked around, but someday the King will show up, and now it's payback time. This is what they're thinking. The last thing they want to hear is when the king shows up, he says, oh, by the way, I'm going to die, and I'm going to be raised again, and so that's bad enough. So like when it happens, wow, he rose from the dead. He's back. He's here. The king is here. Now it's payback time. Not really. They just don't want to hear this. And again, they have to be convinced. You think that when I leave, the kingdom leaves with me. You have no idea. Okay, I'm going to send the Spirit, and you go huddle in that upper room there. You wait a little while and pray. Because there's a calendar here that needs to work. Okay? And you'll find out that the kingdom hasn't gone anywhere. The kingdom started when I showed up. Okay? I mean, it really, because we did things like kick the demons around and healing and raising the dead and all this kind of stuff. That's what the kingdom is like. That's what it's going to be. And now, I'm going to leave, the Spirit's going to come, because this is my plan. It's not your plan. It's my plan. This is the Father and I had in mind from the beginning. And now, the Spirit's going to go with each of you everywhere. And your job is to overrun the earth. Don't stay here. I mean, I'm not content with Israel. I'm not content with this little plot of turf. Go ye therefore, teach all nations. The Great Commission, the whole idea. Don't stay here. Overspread the earth. But again, that's not what they're expecting to hear. It's not, when the Spirit comes, and all the things that surround Pentecost and everything that ensues beyond that point, then it's like, wow, the kingdom is here. We're the ones that are chosen to perpetuate this, and the Spirit goes with us. And he's even called the Spirit of Jesus several times, which is kind of interesting. Where two or three are gathered, I'm in your midst. All these sort of statements. Which view is best? Ultimately, I'd say, I don't think it matters a huge amount. I kind of like, certain things about certain, different aspects of the views. Kingdom in Daniel 2. You might want to turn to Daniel 2 just so you can follow some of the text. Kingdom in Daniel 2, 37 through 44, when Daniel is talking about these kingdoms, is Malku or Malkut. It's Aramaic, and it can either point to separate kingdoms, like different ethnic kingdoms. You have Babylonian, you have Media Persia, or Media and Persia, or Greece and Rome. It can also refer to regimes, within one of those, which is the minority scholarly view. I think verses 43 and 44 tilt the argument in favor of the minority view. This is the one I prefer. And the minority view was this one, that in Daniel 2, now I don't look at Daniel 7 the same way, but this is what he has in mind, and then we get the return from exile. And here's why I think I kind of go that way. Because of these two verses, 43 and 44. As you saw the iron mixed with soft clay, so they will mix with one another in marriage, but they will not hold together, just as iron does not mix with clay. And in the days of those kings, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom that shall never be destroyed. Now, if we want to be really rigidly literal, the text says, mixing they will be with the seed of men. Another literalism would be, they themselves will mingle with the seed of men. Other translations have something like, they will mingle their human seed. They will intermarry. The expression means populate. If you go to Jeremiah 31, 26 to 28, you have the same language in this passage, occurs in this passage, and it refers to populating. Now, if you're going to, let's just go to the next one. You see the language here, in the days of those kings. This is what sort of persuades me of the minority view. This phrase, in the days of those kings, meaning what? In relation to the time period when all this is happening, or during the successions of the fourth kingdom, during the dynastic period in which all the kings of Nebuchadnezzar were alive, you got to, in some way, have these kings, all four of them, in view, in the picture. Not just the last one. You got to have all four of them somehow in view. In the days of those kings, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom. If you take the minority view where you have Nebuchadnezzar, Belshazzar, Darius the Mede, and Cyrus, all four of those guys rule over the same territory. Okay? You don't have an ethnic, you don't have a change, a differentiation in kingdoms. It's all the same place. And it reads more like a dynastic succession. So that's why I kind of prefer the other one, because in the days of those kings, when it's still sort of one kingdom, one entity, then the Jews are allowed to return. I just think it fits this phrase better. But, it's not that big of a deal. So the fourth king in the minority view is Cyrus. Cyrus was part Median and part Persian. He married a Persian. Daniel 9 describes him as ruling over the kingdom of the Chaldeans. And the Chaldeans, again, is a broad term for all these ethnicities in the same region. Okay. So the implication is that the Medes and the Persians bring a new dynasty, but within the history of one empire. So this would be the mingling. And Cyrus was Yahweh's anointed. He is the Messiah. He's that Messiah, that deliverer. In Isaiah 45:1, he is mentioned by name and called Mashiach in that verse. Okay, he delivers Israel. He releases the Jews. The kingdom of God is reinstituted and survives and returns to Israel. But his own mingled kingdom fails. You know, the verse does say it doesn't work. Now, I know that this verse is associated with this genetic hybrid thing. Again, I have the language colorized here. A couple notes. The passage doesn't predict anything farther out than the Roman Empire. So even if you don't take either the minority scholarly view or the majority scholarly view, you go back to the passage, the fourth kingdom is Rome. It's either Rome or Greece or Cyrus. There's nothing further out than Rome. So that alone should tell you that there might be a problem with thinking that the fourth kingdom is like today and we have genetic hybrids here. Okay, there's a significant disconnect in regard to that, at least that idea. The kingdom has to begin in the fourth kingdom. Jesus quotes Daniel 7 of the inauguration of the kingdom, which coincides with the council meeting on the fourth beast. So again, when you get to Daniel 7 has a relationship to Daniel 2, again, because we have a succession of four kingdoms again. Again, if you've spent any time in prophecy, this is not going to be new information for you. And it's during when the divine council meets in Daniel 7 and decrees that the fourth beast needs to die and it's put to death and all that stuff. In conjunction with that decision, that is when the Son of Man gets the kingdom. So again, there's a link here between the fourth kingdom and the inauguration of the kingdom of God. So you have all this going on at the fourth one. Biblical writers knew nothing of genetics. I think that's a significant point. Plus, if you want to look at genetic hybrid, the verse says it doesn't work. It fails. Whatever it is, it fails. You can't really get away from that. Just as iron does not mix with clay, they will not hold together.
Mike, can you go back, because when you went to the verses and you used your cursor and said, look, it fails, you were circling something and the guys on the web didn't see
Oh,
it.
okay.
So I want them to see.
Right. When it fails, okay, they will not hold together, and in the days, just as iron does not mix with clay. So when it says they do not hold together, I would say that means it doesn't hold together. All right. I mean, it's kind of obvious. So whatever it is, it doesn't work. It fails. It stops. It ceases. It dies. I mean, whatever you want to say, it doesn't work. And I think because we have these connections between the start of the kingdom and the fourth kingdom, the fourth beast, Daniel 2, Daniel 7, we need to find some way that the fourth kingdom has some sort of mingling, and the fourth kingdom launches the kingdom of God. All those things have to fit together to make sense of the passage. So I think to pick out one or two phrases of these, is not a good method. Again, plus the language is used elsewhere for, populating an area in Jeremiah. Now, let's do some superimposition here. In the majority view, majority scholarly view, again, either scholars who are not dispensational, or scholars who combine with scholars who aren't theologically anything, where most of them are at. So you have your vision elements, your dream elements, and you have your kingdoms here. If the fourth kingdom is Greece, well then you have this Jewish revolt thing going on. To me, the return from exile just makes more sense. But anyway, this is their view, that this kingdom here is the Jewish independence. Then you go to Daniel 7, and you've got the four beasts right here. And it's during, again, the death of the fourth beast is going to trigger the kingdom of God, led by the Son of Man. The Son of Man is symbolic for human Jews in this view. Again, it's not necessarily my view, but in this view. The holy ones, Hasidim, take the kingdom from the Seleucids. Now this is precisely what happened. When they revolt against Antiochus, when he desecrates the altar, when he plays the Antichrist role, and the Jews win their independence, a specific, the leadership there was called the Hasidim. Okay, the faithful ones, the holy ones. And again, these terms are also used in the Bible. So they're the ones who sort of take control and take the kingdom. We have independence now, and so on and so forth. Revelation, the book of Revelation, applies this to the risen Christ and the impending, fourth beast during the Roman Empire. So again, you can take this view. I don't really care, really. Everybody's going to argue for their view. You're going to argue, you're going to defend it against its problems. You're going to have answers to what about this, what about that. I just want you to see how other people look at it and why. The minority view, again, has the four here as ending with Cyrus. Okay, Daniel 2 was about the kings up to Cyrus because it's a historical genre in Babylon. Again, the first 6 chapters of Daniel are recounting history. The last, 7 to 12 is apocalyptic and eschatology. The exception, of course, is chapter 2. So parts of chapter 2 are repurposed in chapter 7. So this view would say, when you get to Daniel 7 to 12, it's elaborating on the prophecy in chapter 2, and that's where you get the succession of kings. So this view would say Daniel 7 through 12 talks about Nebuchadnezzar, and then Belshazzar gets thrown in there. He shows up in Daniel 5 as well, but Belshazzar, Darius the Mede, and Cyrus finally. So this view says Daniel 7 to 12 is sort of illustrating, picking its way through the elements, the prophetic elements of the second chapter. Without regard to that necessarily, the key idea here is that the kingdom begins in the days of Cyrus, and eventually the idea here gets revisited during the time of Christ. I'm not going to we don't really need to pay too much attention to all this. I just want you to know that there are other views. Let's look at Revelation, though. I do want to focus a little bit on this. This is a little bit more important than the other slides. I want you to notice a few things. We have the 4 kingdoms here in Daniel 2. We've got the 4 items here in Daniel 7. If you look at Revelation 13, there are 4 beasts which you find in Daniel 7. 4 beasts in 1. Okay, think about that. We have Revelation 13. This is going to be the chapter where we're introduced to the beast. But the beast actually is going to be an amalgamation of elements of both chapter 2 and chapter 7. Mainly chapter 7 in Daniel. So you have one beast in Revelation 13, but we've got that one beast actually is the 4, sort of the elements of the 4 combined. The beast comes, lo and behold, out of the sea. Again, that's telegraphing. The beast has 10 horns, which also comes from Daniel 7. The beast has 7 heads. And if you go back to Daniel 7 and count the number of heads on the 4 beasts, they add up to 7. Again, John is repurposing the content of Daniel 7. Revelation 13:5, we have a reference to 42 months, 3.5 years. He makes war on the holy ones. The second beast would be the little horn of Daniel. Remember, after Revelation 13, we get the second beast. We get the first beast out of the sea, then we get a second beast. And practically everybody agrees that that is the little horn of Daniel 7. We have 144,000. Again, what follows Daniel 7? We have a Jewish kingdom. So here it's followed by 144,000 sealed. Lots of judgments. Babylon riding the beast. Why is Babylon associated with the beast? Well, because that's where all this happens. Again, it's a connection point. It's not new. It's not random. It's not disconnected from the Old Testament. Because Babylon is the power that took the people of God under control, took them into exile, and eventually they're delivered.
Mm-hmm.
Babylon eventually falls. Then you have the marriage supper of the Lamb and Armageddon. So I want you to see that Revelation 13 repurposes a lot of content from Daniel 7. And then as you read through the rest of Daniel, you're going to see a Jewish kingdom develop. You're going to read about judgments. You're going to see the fall of Babylon. And in Daniel 12, you're going to get much vaguer language about, the kingdom of God starting, the resurrection, and all this kind of stuff. So there are some new ideas, new elements, but it's repurposing Daniel 7 a lot. A couple observations here. Revelation is written in the late 90s. After 70 AD, Babylon is used by Jewish writers for Rome exclusively. In other words, outside the New Testament, Jewish writers will use the word Babylon to refer to Rome. You never see that prior to 70 AD. In all the literature in the ancient world, you never see it. Why would they do that? Well, it's based on the analogous destructions. If you're writing in 90, you just saw the Romans destroy Jerusalem. That reminds you of something. Babylon. Because that's what they did. That's what Nebuchadnezzar did. So there's an immediate association there. Some people, assume that Babylon in Revelation is referring to Jerusalem because Jerusalem is referred to in the Old Testament as a whore or harlot because of her idolatry. Okay, idolatry is consistently portrayed in terms of sexual infidelity. It becomes a metaphor for idolatry. But Jews don't do that. I mean, you don't have this association before or after 70 AD. So the only place you really have it is the Old Testament. So to say that Revelation is pointing to the apostasy of Jerusalem, probably not a workable view. Irenaeus, Clement of Alexandria, Origen, and Eusebius, these are all, again, early Christian writers and leaders, all think Revelation was written in the 90s, and we're going to talk about 666 later, as far as what their views might be. I am going to pick up on some things Irenaeus says, so I'll wait till we get to that point. Summary. What do we want to get out of this one? Pre-Jesus Jews saw the kingdom of God made without hands as them. That's logical. Saw it as their race, their people, that it would and they would never go away. That's pre-Jesus Jews. They're thinking, we were brought back to the land. Yeah, we deserved it. We deserved the exile. No question about it. But God brought us back. We're in the land. And we're always going to be in the land. This was their hope. We're always going to be in the land. And someday, the king, the real king, the son of David, is going to come. And then it's payback time. Then it's time, it's our time at that point. So this was their hope. This is what they believed. So they were looking for the son of David. They were looking for this, final king, who would rule over them and get rid of their oppression and all this other stuff. They believed that that kingdom would eventually inherit the earth. The king would show up, the kingdom of God would come back, and they would fulfill their mission of being a kingdom of priests to all the nations, the stuff that Isaiah and other prophets wrote about the other nations awakening, acknowledging Yahweh, acknowledging them as the kingdom of God, acknowledging the kingship of David. All this stuff Isaiah, talks about in the second half of the book of Isaiah. They believed that that would happen. They were waiting for that. But the key event, again, was being brought back and then the arrival of the king. So when Jesus shows up and starts proclaiming the kingdom of God is at hand, but he actually doesn't have this in mind, again, you can see why, on one hand, people get excited, and then even if you're the disciples, like I said, when even after the resurrection, "Oh, this is the time, here we go. And Jesus is like, well, you're thinking too small. They're not denying, that this is going to become global, but they're still thinking politically. They're still thinking only in terms of an earthly rule. So I would suggest that when we think about prophecy, we should not think only in terms of an earthly rule. We should include that, but we're thinking too small. We're thinking too small. We're not thinking cosmically. Well, I want something literal. I want to be able to go visit Jesus. And you'll be able to do that, but when the time comes. Okay? But don't presume that what Jesus actually did start, what he did tell them before he ascended, don't assume that that's less real than the thing you're envisioning. The end of the book of Revelation. That's just as real, and it's global, it's inexorable, it's unstoppable. It's all these things Jesus said it was. Okay? But again, we tend to think like pre-Jesus Jews. We tend to only think of, the terra firma here in a particular place and all. And Jesus is saying, you're just thinking too small. You're thinking too small. And the catalyst, of course, is the death and resurrection. Now, post-resurrection Christians, they understood. Again, and you may not buy this now, but we're going to go through some New Testament passages that talk about the kingdom. They understood that they were the kingdom inaugurated on earth. We are what, we don't maybe not understand all of it, but we know that when Jesus came here, that was the point when this thing we think of as the kingdom of God began anew, and when he left, the Spirit came, that was more of it, and it just started this whole expansion. We know we're in the kingdom somehow, because the Old Testament told us that it was during this fourth kingdom, this last kingdom, either, again, you can tell by me including this here, I'm looking at Rome as the fourth kingdom. We can tell that there would be some time, in real time, when this would start. Jesus preached it, and he gave us a foretaste of it. His ministry certainly showed that this was happening. The apostles preached it. There's the Great Commission. New Testament writers wrote in those terms. We'll take a look at Galatians 3. Colossians 1:13 I'll just mention now. Paul says point blank, speaking to believers, that Christ, God specifically in that passage, has translated us, has transported us, has inserted us, however you want to translate it, into the kingdom of his dear Son.
Where's that?
Colossians 1:13. If the kingdom isn't here, then there's nothing to put us into. It must be here. Now the real question is, and this sounds denigrating, but is that all there is? I mean, if that was all there is, that's great. It's a great thing. It's just as real as what we might be envisioning. for the future. But that becomes the real interpretive question. Is this kingdom that is here now, will that just sort of someday morph into the eternal state? Jesus will come back and then, we have this new heaven and new earth thing, going on. Or will Jesus return and then we get this more traditional dispensational idea of a 1,000-year reign, after which things blow apart again, and then, that sort of thing. So what does the final form look like? What does the consummation, what does the end point look like? That's the real question. I don't see how you can read through the New Testament and read something like Colossians 1:13, read what Jesus is saying about the kingdom, and a whole host of other passages. I don't know how you can read the New Testament and not embrace the idea that the kingdom is here in some regard. It's here. Now, if you can sort of get over that hump, that means that all the power, all the deliverance, all the ministry, all the tasks, all the dominion displacement of cosmic evil that is associated with the kingdom should be going on now. And not only should be, but it can be going on now. Because that's just part of the picture. There's no passage that says, well, the kingdom's here, but this kicking out the demon stuff, we're going to put that as, just forget about that for now. That'll come later. It doesn't say that. Why are all those things associated with Jesus sending out the disciples, empowering them, telling them, you're going to do just things just like I'm doing here? Because evil, cosmic evil, needs to be kicked out. It needs to be displaced. The council needs to be reconstituted. The nations need to be reclaimed. The whole Genesis 6 thing needs reversing. All these things are in play. They don't get shelved until sometime whenever. They are all tied up with the kingdom, which in turn was inaugurated when Jesus showed up here. Okay? And particularly the crucifixion. The kingdom, Christ begins that before his crucifixion because he's doing lots of kingdom things. He's talking about the kingdom and all that. But the crucifixion is the key event. And then after that, Pentecost, and then the whole ball starts rolling. So I think you really miss out if your view of the kingdom is restricted, let's put it this way, is restricted to only a future millennium. I mean, I don't know what you're really thinking in terms of, having, where does your power come from? I mean, power over the powers of darkness and stuff like that, if Jesus isn't reigning. Jesus is either reigning or he ain't. I mean, all these New Testament passages that Jesus is sitting at the right hand of God and he, rose with power and now he rules this and that, and, quoting all these rulership passages from the Old Testament and that sort of thing. That's either happening or it isn't. And I would suggest to you, if the New Testament says it's happening, we probably ought to, let it say that. It sounds kind of odd to put it that way, but... So what about us? The preterists, again, will say, this is what, what there is. Preterists are people who would say that, some would say all, but they would say most of prophecy, Old and New Testament, is already fulfilled. A full preterist even believes that the Lord has already returned, and they would associate that with Pentecost. But, short of that, a lot of Christians are in this camp, and they're not expecting anything to happen on earth. We're the kingdom now. This is all there is. Someday Jesus will come back, and then that initiates the eternal state, wherever that is. I think that's a little narrow. I think, the alternative's a little narrow too, just narrow in a different way. these questions here we're going to consider in future installments here. There are some things connected, though, to this idea of kingdom expansion and displacement of cosmic powers and reclaiming the nations and all this stuff. There's this thing called the fullness of the Gentiles. Paul, I'm going to show you why I believe, and it's certainly not a stretch, I think it's pretty clear, that Paul believed his lifetime was supposed to fulfill the fullness of the Gentiles. That is, the gospel had to be taken to every known nation at the time, specifically because the Babel event had to be reversed. The gospel has to be planted in every known nation at the time, so the nations can be reclaimed. And Paul looked at himself as the person that God had chosen to do that. So that when Paul has these throwaway statements, like he's in jail, he's sitting in jail, and he goes, I need to go to Spain. I need to get to Spain. You know, I think he really believed, I'm not going to die until I get to Spain. Because Isaiah 66 says, I have to get to Tarshish. I mean, the Tarshish was the outer point of the known world. Tarshish is mentioned in the Table of Nations. I mean, all these little connections, you know, that Paul's thinking, I'm not done until I get to the end. Then I can die. You know, then it's mission accomplished. So I think he really believed that I'll be okay. You know, life's pretty hard. I get beat up a lot. You know, I go into every town. I ask, where's the synagogue and where's the jail? I'm going to start in one and end up in the other. You know, it's rough, but I'm going to make it to the end of the world, the end of the known world, because that's the mission. You know, they're just little things like that in the New Testament. You know, we now know that there's lots of nations beyond Spain, beyond Gibraltar. So the question is, you know, did this really happen in Paul's lifetime? Well, no. So how do we know when the fullness of Gentiles is accomplished? You know, there are little questions like that. All right, in this session, I want to go through as much of the terminology for divine beings in the New Testament as we can. It's not going to be terribly detailed, but I think there are some important distinctions and points of clarification that need to be made. So we're going to go through the terms and try to relate the terms back to the Old Testament terminology we had yesterday. Well, we're going to turn that on. Give us a sign of life here. By way of review, yesterday we talked a little bit about Elohim, and I noted that Elohim is used of, 5 or so different entities. And so Elohim is not just a word used or appropriate to the God of Israel. And I made the comment that alone should tell us that Elohim does not have one specific set of attributes attached to it. It's a more elastic term for the biblical writer. And Elohim essentially was a place of residence term. The reason why God is called Elohim, the reason why the council members in Psalm 82 and other passages are called Elohim, or demons, or the spirits of human dead, or whatever, is because anything that gets called an Elohim, it just means that thing, that entity, is a resident of what we call the spiritual world. Okay, that is the world where an entity by nature is disembodied. That's all it means. It just situates you there. It tells me what your neighborhood is. It tells me where you belong, where your normal realm is. So in the unseen spiritual realm, a resident. The same thing is true, the same loose idea, broad, I mean, it's probably a better word of saying, the same sort of broad, generic feel is true of two New Testament terms. One is daimon, which actually comes in two forms, daimon and daimonion, which a lot of your English translations will translate demon. That's a little imprecise, but also at the same time on target. And you'll know what I mean by that in a moment. Angelos, which is spelled, transliterated this way, and when two gammas come together in Greek, you get the NG thing, pronunciation. So angelos, angel, is a very broad term. Angel can be used, and is used, in the intertestamental literature, Second Temple literature, and in the New Testament, as a generic term used of any entity in the unseen world. Now, there are other terms, though, that are going to be more precise, and we want to cover those during our discussion here. And there's some overlap, too. Now, you got to think of terms, too, like, let's just take myself, for example. I have a proper name, Mike, but there are a whole host of terms that can be applied to me that are non-contradictory and overlap, but nevertheless have clear distinction. You know, man, husband, father. Professor wouldn't fit because, again, that's gender neutral. Guy. All of these are terms that have slight nuances, slight differentiation, but there's overlap too. And vocabulary for beings in the unseen world, works the same way. It's just called, linguists call that semantics. Okay, there's semantic relationships between different terms. Let's talk about daimon and daimonion. You'll notice that demon, the D, the M, and the N, is actually a transliteration. The delta, the mu, and the nu. It's a transliteration of daimon. That means it's not a translation. You're all clear what the distinction is between a translation and a transliteration. In case you're not, a transliteration is I'm taking a word that occurs in another language in foreign characters. In other words, letters that don't look like our letters. And I don't have this in Greek. I could write it. Just do that real quickly. This might not translate well to the web, but we'll do it because it's useful, at least at the moment. Get rid of our Kefir beetle.
No. No. Mr. Bell. Now he's just showing off.
Those are Greek characters, Greek letters. To transliterate this, each one of these has an English letter equivalent. D, A, I, M, O, N. That is a rigid one-to-one correspondent transliteration. What happens in English literature at some point is the consonants are used because I can be translated A, and the E is the best substitute. So demon is actually just a transliteration. A translation, takes this term and talks about its meaning. Transliteration is letter correspondence. Translation is about meaning. Okay, that's the basic difference. Let's close that up. Fun with Greek alphabet.
Put the beetle back.
Put the beetle back, yeah. Is that, you need that to think about life, I guess, right?
The dung balls.
Yeah, the dung beetle. I have some great pictures of dung beetles, too, that I use in Egyptology class. They make nice pets, All right. Now, this term... Yeah, they're kind of unsanitary, though. This term actually is very widely used in classical literature. When I say classical literature, I mean just basically the wide expanse of Greek literature, of which the New Testament is a small part. It's widely used to refer to any divine being. That's its basic meaning. It can be good or evil. You'll find references to daimon in classical literature, that the daimon is clearly a good guy in the picture. Now, in the New Testament, it's consistently used negatively. You won't find any good daimons, if I can sort of butcher the language there. The verb form, daimonao, daimonidzomai, is to be possessed by a daimon, to be under the influence in some way of this entity. And again, since these entities in the New Testament are always in context, sinister, negative, this is a negative situation. By the way, meaning of any word is determined by context. Context is king, right? That is how meaning is determined. Meaning is not determined by, I'm going to look up this word in my Greek-English lexicon, and I'm going to see that it can mean 6 things, and I like number 3. Number 3 really fits well, because there's an idea I want to communicate, and I can't communicate it if I use anything but number 3. Now, meaning is determined by context. Go ahead.
Would possession by another being always indicate a negative because it's a violation of their will?
With respect to the New Testament, it's never cast as anything but sinister. Now, speaking more widely, being under the control can be something as simple as like sort of a background influence. In other words, not the imposition of one being's will over another. But again, the latter is very clearly in view in New Testament context, because the person under the control is doing unnatural things and self-harm, kinds of things. So the context suggests pretty clearly that they're doing things contrary to what would be expected if their own will, was in operation. And I think that's part of the badness of it.
So there's not like there wouldn't be a positive reflection or a positive instance of being possessed.
Not in the New Testament. Now you're using the word possessed. Again, that's sort of our spin on this, because in New Testament contexts, the will is overtaken.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
With some people coming out of the New Age movement and all the channeling stuff, a lot of times they will say that their spirit guides who were previously beautiful and very nice to them, when they turn to Christ, they get ugly and they, start to attack them and retaliate and that sort of thing. So would it be like the beautiful side of evil until...
What the way I would characterize a situation like that is there's a certain element of self-deception in that. Mm-hmm. That I'm still in control. I'm just getting nice advice, from my spirit guide, and they're helping me out. But when you have a change like that, that tells you that the issue isn't, I just want to help you along. The issue is, I want to control you. Right. I own you. Mm-hmm. And so, I don't know if I'd use the word beautiful side of evil. Maybe the naive side of evil. Would be a little bit better there. The self-deluded side. I don't know. Does that help?
Yeah.
Daimon is used once in the Septuagint. I'm going to give you a few examples of of the flexibility of its use. It's used once in the Septuagint. LXX is an abbreviation for Septuagint. The Septuagint is the Greek translation of the Hebrew Old Testament. It was the Bible that the apostles, the New Testament writers used most of the time, probably 3/4 of the time. At Isaiah 65:11, the Septuagint has daimon. The Hebrew Bible, HB, just for the sake of brevity here, has gad, which is not just the word for happiness or gladness generically, or big G, Gad, as in the tribe of Gad. Gad also means fortune, and in this context, it was a reference to a deity, a Greek deity, known as the good luck deity. The Latin, the Vulgate has fortuna there, fortune. We get our word fortune from that. So that's why you'll find daimon used here, because the translator understood that in context the reference was to a deity. Daimonion used 9 times in the Septuagint. This is the term used in Deuteronomy 32:17. Remember Shadim, the Shadu is the singular, or the demons, it gets translated in ours. You'll find it in Psalm 90 verse 6. In the Hebrew Bible there's a different numbering system. For the Hebrew word ketev, ketev is a generic word that means destruction, but it was also the name of a deity in the Semitic world, who it becomes known as, in English translations of ancient texts, destruction. That's just the obvious translation. But this is an actual deity name. So daimon, you can see here daimon gets used for sort of a helpful deity in the religion of Greco-Roman religion. And this is anything but helpful. There are other examples. Daimonion is used in this passage for Elohim, which is the word for idols. And Shadim, again, this is your second Old Testament use of Shadim. So both times in the Old Testament where Shadim occurs, daimonion is the LXX translation. It's used in Isaiah 13:21 for the Hebrew se'irim, which is the plural for goats. And since in context this is in reference to Canaanite worship or idolatry, English translations usually put goat demons so that English readers know it's not about farming, or agriculture in that context. Leviticus 17:7 also references the se'irim. Isaiah 34, it's used for tzi'im, translated desert creatures. And again, since the context and since this term is used in wider Semitic Canaanite literature for cultic practices, the assumption is not that we're just describing a zoo, or we're on a National Geographic investigation here, just sort of cataloging the flora and fauna. No, we have in mind certain creatures that are probably associated either with sacrifice or some sort of ritual, possibly that are used in terms of their imagery or their appearance, for some idol or some demonic entity or something like that. So the translator wants you to know here, he uses daimonion to telegraph the fact that these aren't just animals. There might be something happening to animals or in association with, but it's cultic worship. Then Isaiah 65. This is not in the Hebrew Bible. Somebody brought up Jeremiah yesterday, differences between the Septuagint and the Hebrew text. Here's one in Isaiah. It's an extra verse. And in this verse, daimonion is used to explain the offerings that are mentioned in this verse. Again, so it's a reference to cultic worship. The other two are in Baruch, which is apocryphal, so I'm not going to worry about them right now. Observations. All the uses in the Septuagint are negative as well. Again, this illicit worship, happening kind of thing. And so that's how the New Testament uses the word as well. Now, only once, there's 63 times in 55 verses, they're negative. Only once does it have a neutral flavor because it's in the mouth of a pagan referring to his own deities. And so he's not going to refer to his own deities as bad, but Luke has him referencing the entities that are part of their religion. Let's see. Daimon, the shorter term, is used once negatively again in Matthew 8:31. The term is used in conjunction with, so they overlap, they're synonyms, with the phrase unclean spirit. So again, it's another indication that it's used negatively. Angelos 5 times in the New Testament. The term, just like the Hebrew term, it means messenger, a messenger from the unseen spiritual world. The term is basically a job description. It only tells you where the messenger comes from. That's kind of why it's like Elohim. Somebody from over there coming here to deliver a message. Yes?
It's not ever used like messenger delivering a FedEx package kind of messenger shows.
It's used of human messengers as well. You get certain passages where you kind of wonder which one is in view. Like when Paul talks about the thorn in his flesh, the messenger of Satan. Well, is that an entity? Could very well be, certainly, harassing Paul. Some people think Paul is referring to a physical infirmity that, like Job, Satan is using to afflict him. Who knows? It's hard to tell. But there are other passages as well where angelos is used of people going back and forth, taking messages. Other terms give us other job descriptions for the unseen world. Now, let me go back here. Job description here is about function. It's about what you do. I want to have a little rabbit trail here on ontology. Ontology is the study of things that are, what a thing is, its nature. Angel is not an ontological term. It doesn't describe what a thing is. It describes what a thing does, what an entity does. It brings a message. Elohim is not an ontological term. It doesn't tell us what it is, because lots of things are called Elohim that aren't equal. It is a placement or categorizing term. It tells us where the thing is from. So ontologically, all divine beings except Yahweh are made of something. They are not uncreated. Yahweh is unique in his ontology. What Yahweh is, no other being is. Okay, you catch the distinction? Let's see here. It's a duplicate. Excursus. Again. An analogy on our little excursus on ontology. Human is an ontological term. Tells you what it is. Okay? Words like chairman, vice president, intern are rank terms, but they are all human. You see the relationship. One tells you what something is, the others tell you a role or what something does. But they go together. The combination is not unnatural or even unexpected. Doctor, lawyer, teacher, accountant, so on and so forth, again, are function terms. So we have rank terms. Here's the point. We have ontological terms, we have rank terms, and we have functional terms. They are not the same, but they go together. Let's look at some of the rank and function terms. Arche denotes rank and power. It's the same word used for beginning in the sense of chief, like in terms of precedent or primacy or preeminence or something like that. It can be used of human authority in terms of, again, somebody who's in charge of a district or something like that. There's a geographical connection to it. And obviously it denotes hierarchy as well, because we're talking about higher authority here. Colossians 1:16-18 illustrates the flexible usage. Arche is used once of evil beings and another time of Jesus. It refers to position and status, that sort of thing. It's often translated ruler or principality. when used of a divine being, and here are the occurrences of the term. I think when I list them all, I think I have all of them. I think I ran searches for all these. All of the uses are in Paul's literature, Paul's epistles, for this term. Archon is very similar, also denotes rank and power, translated rulers, and in this case, outside the New Testament, archon gets used of human civil authorities. But the big question is, in the New Testament, how does Paul use it? Does he use it of people who have authority, or does he use it of spiritual beings, okay, who have a certain rank and power? And you'll find opinion is divided here. The interesting thing, though, that persuades me that Paul has divine beings in view is that this is the word used to translate Tsar, prince, in Daniel 10 and 12. So very clearly in Daniel, the prince of Greece and Persia, Michael, all that kind of stuff, very clearly divine beings. And so when Paul uses the term, I'm willing to bet that Paul is getting his information from the Old Testament. What a novel thought. Who would have expected that? When he says in 1 Corinthians 2 that the rulers were ignorant of the point of the crucifixion, if you look at the parallel, remember, Paul wrote all this stuff, and so he mixes and matches ideas in a lot of his epistles. If you look at the parallel to that, Ephesians 3:10, that's clearer that he's talking about entities, divine beings. He uses the term. Dunamis, denotes power, force, as in terms of a force or a capability or a potency, something like that. The rank is not clear. Rank semantics are not clear. It could just be a generic word that refers to the exercise of power. It doesn't really tell you at what level necessarily. It's often used in military context in Greek literature. A lot of English translations will use powers or powerful beings. Some Septuagint manuscripts, when you have the heavenly host, the host of heaven, this is the translation of choice. So it very well could refer to divine beings. And again, context is king. So if you look at the context of the two uses here, it's pretty obvious. Paul's talking about divine beings in Romans 8 and in Ephesians 1. And obviously, since it's host here, Lord of hosts, okay, in the Septuagint, well, it's the heavenly host. What else can it be? So literally in the LXX it would be Lord of powers.
The beings.
Yes. Koriotes is related, if you know a little bit of Greek, kurios is Lord. So this is a related term. Denotes rank, sphere of authority, again with the ability to do the job, to rule that sphere. In your English translations, this is the one usually translated lordships or dominions. Paul uses kurioi, again the related term in 1 Corinthians 8:25, which he later links to demons in 1 Corinthians 10:20. So 1 Corinthians 8, is the whole, actually 8 through 10, is Paul's whole discussion about what do we do with meat sacrificed to idols? What about that? Because there was an association with the meat to sacrifice. And so, Paul has to take this apart. And in 1 Corinthians 8, he basically says, the person that eats isn't condemned and the person that doesn't eat is condemned. But then he elaborates on that, because when you get to chapter 10, what his real concern is avoiding any association with demonic beings. And when he gets to 1 Corinthians 10:20, he's actually referencing Deuteronomy 32:17, which is in the same chapter, of course, as Deuteronomy 32:8, which were the gods of the nations. this is what he doesn't want you to have any association with. Because these were the gods that Israel wound up sacrificing to. And that's what's going on in Deuteronomy 32, that when Moses delineates the failure of the Israelites. Go ahead.
When he says an idol is nothing. But he connects, though, something created from the hand and the mind of a man, that there's some spiritual entity out there that this is supposed to be connected to.
Yeah, well, for the believer, there's two ways to look at that. More neutrally, an idol is nothing. It's a piece of wood and stone. If there's any power behind it, it's the entity that chooses to attach itself to it. Okay, that would be a god, or an angelos, or one of these other terms. Okay, a daimon. On the other hand, for the believer, hope my thing doesn't conk out. On the other hand, for the believer, even the entity behind the idol has no legitimate power. Okay, I mean, in terms of it has no power over your soul and all that sort of thing. It doesn't own you. You don't owe it anything. Now you can surrender yourself to it. It can attack you, but you have no responsibility to it. That sort of idea. So there's two ways to approach Paul's language there. Paul very obviously believes in demons. He very obviously connects it back to Deuteronomy 32, because he's actually quoting Deuteronomy 32 several times in 1 Corinthians 8 through 10. If you go through your cross references in your Bible, you'll see that. So he's tracking on that thought, on the sin of idolatry, and that's his big concern. That this is what you don't do. Christ is your Lord. Yahweh is your God. Not these. So he doesn't want believers to commit the same, sin that the children of Israel were guilty of. Thronoi denotes rank and sphere of authority, again with the commensurate ability to rule whatever that sphere is. It refers to a spiritual power that is enthroned, hence the term, thronoi, over some domain. Very seldom used. It may be a synonym for kuriates back here, since it is used alongside that term in Colossians 1:16. So that's another way of saying, since it's only used once, it's not clear what the distinction is, or even if there is one. It might be a distinction without a difference, that sort of thing. Others say, maybe not a synonym. We'll get back to that in a bit. Exousiai, this is the one translated authorities. Again, very obviously, it's talking about some rank, some sphere of authority. This is the term most frequently used in the New Testament for the right to use power bestowed by an office. And so, when Paul uses it of divine beings, it's a very bureaucratic term. Okay, it speaks to bureaucracy, to hierarchy, to administration, because that's how it's used for outside for people. So here are the ones, the passages where this is used in context, where Paul's certainly talking about a non-human entity. Ephesians 6 is probably the most familiar. Little rabbit trail in Colossians 1:16. And again, we wondered if we had a synonymous relationship here or not. I'm just going to throw this out because opinion is divided here, but I thought in view of the context of this meeting, this might be helpful. It might generate some leads, some things to pursue. In Colossians 1:16, some scholars speculate, here you have the four terms. Some scholars believe that they descend in rank. Now this is based on the way the terms are used in wider non-New Testament literature for human bureaucracy. So if, and this is an assumption, if the terms are being used deliberately with levels of human bureaucracy in mind, and then they're used of the divine unseen world, then you have a descending order, and this gives you some sort of hierarchy. They show up in different, non-biblical books. This is something called Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs, which is a pseudepigraphical book. In Levi 3, the Testament of Levi, chapter 3. And it gives an arrangement here. You have Thronoi and Exousiai. These two are in the highest or seventh heaven. And Angeloi, the angels who bear the prayers to the angels of the face or of the presence. So these two groups are the angelic beings who carry prayers to God into the presence of God. So it's a very high rank. And that's how this book uses these terms. The angels of the presence, they're also angels of the presence in something called the fifth heaven, holy ones in the fourth heaven, powers in the third heaven, spirits, the spirits of visitation in the second heaven. Again, when you get into non-New Testament literature, either Jew literature before or Christian literature afterwards, you get a lot of this sort of hierarchical stuff going on. I like what Origen has to say, though. He actually has them classified with some comment. He thinks this is the ascending scale. Based on his knowledge of this sort of literature, he says the scale is angels, which would be the most generic, then princedoms, powers, thrones, and dominions, correctives. That's the way he classifies it. And this is from Lightfoot's commentary on Colossians and Philemon's. Now here's Lightfoot's own view. Lightfoot was a classicist and a New Testament scholar. He's probably the leading Greek and Latin scholar of his era, which would have been the 19th century. He believed that Thronoi, the thrones, belong to the highest grade of angelic beings. You can read the rest of those. I'm not going to read everything here to you. It may signify occupants of thrones which surround the throne of God. Revelation 4:4 has that kind of imagery. Dominions or dominations, Ephesians 1:21, appear to have been regarded as belonging to the first grade, standing next in dignity to the thrones. The archai and the exousiai, these two words occur very frequently together. Some places of humans, other places to spiritual hierarchy. And again, sometimes there's differentiation there. Sometimes they're good angels, sometimes evil spirits. Well, in one passage, both might be in view. Again, so I would say this about Lightfoot. There's probably nobody in his time better acquainted with the material. And if this is sort of where he comes out, it might be worth, further investigation. So I threw that in just so you would have something to track on there, possibly. Other terms. Doxos, this is the one in 2 Peter 2 and Jude 8, literally the glorious ones. Probably refers to angels of the court of the God of glory. That is based on, this is anything that you see a number and a Q, that's a Dead Sea Scroll text. Because the Q means Qumran. Okay. So 1 QH and 2nd Enoch, and Philo was a Jewish writer, pre-New Testament. This is their supposition this is the supposition of scholars, because this term, whether Greek or its Hebrew equivalent, glorious ones, shows up in these passages in this context. So it might be worth thinking about this context in relationship to these passages. It might have the same thing in view. 2 Peter 2:10 speaks of human blasphemers who rail against the glorious ones, while angels, though greater than those blasphemers, are smarter than that. In other words, Peter's point here is that the blasphemers he's targeting, these people, are doing something really foolish by railing against the glorious ones, because even angels don't do that. That's out of place. So there's some threat there. This suggests, again, some distinction between angels and glorious ones, though it doesn't require an ontological distinction. It requires a rank distinction, and a hierarchy and a power distinction, but not necessarily an ontological one. Stoicheia is one of the more interesting terms to me. Paul uses this. It is often translated elemental spirits. Of course, we have some other non-Pauline uses, but the references in Paul are the ones that get the most attention. Elemental spirits is probably the way your translation has it. Now, here's the issue. In classical literature, the term is used very clearly 4 ways. So you have stoicheia, meaning the elementary or basic principles of religious teaching, laws, religious rules. Sometimes it's used of the basic substances of the physical world. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. The idea that everything around us is made of like 4 things: earth, wind, fire, and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes those basic elements are called stoicheia. Sometimes they are references to astral deities. So in Greco-Roman literature, mythological literature, their religious stuff, stoicheia refer to beings that control celestial bodies. Okay? And sometimes it's more generic, just to beings that inhabit the spiritual world. Okay, without respect to anything more precise. There's no consensus among scholars on how Paul uses the term. And here we have Galatians 4 and Colossians 2. The problem is there's no clear use of number 3, astral deities, earlier than the 2nd century AD. So the supposition is we might be able to rule this one out. But then if we do that, then it's just sort of a generic reference. Now, the astral deity things become a sort of an option, because it might help in terms of interpreting the function or the duty or the task of that divine being. Because if we don't have that, all we have is a generic reference, which, fine. But that's this slide back here. This is what scholars, what they sort of struggle with. Getting a little more down to earth here. 3 or 4 Pauline uses append the word to "of the world," so it's the stoicheia of the world. 3 of the 4 times. Hebrews 5:12, it's pretty clear that Paul's using the term to speak of the law in that context. 2 Peter 3:10-12, probably the substances of the physical world is the best bet. So what about the other 2? Is Paul using the term in either of these ways, or as spiritual entities and maybe these astral deities? Many who say yes point to Hebrews 5:12, where the word is appended to the oracles of God. So in other words, if Paul meant that elsewhere, he'd use a similar phrase. So if Paul was using, why don't you go to, which one's the better one? Go to Galatians 4, and you'll see what the struggle is. Go to Galatians 4, it's probably around verse 8. There are some who would say that the stoicheia in Galatians 4, Paul is not talking about divine entities. He's talking about the law, principles of the law there. Anybody want to read it out loud? That's fine. Go ahead.
Formerly, when you did not know God, you were enslaved to beings that by nature are not gods at all. But now that you have come to know God, or rather be known by God, How can you turn back to the weak and worthless basic forces?
So some people say Paul's not referring to divine entities there. He's referring to being enslaved to the law, like he does in other places. So that's sort of the difficulty. Since the word is used that way in Hebrews, the question is that what Paul's doing here? And this point down here is, when it is used in Hebrews, this phrase is tacked on, or oracles of God, to make it clear. This is not present in Galatians 4 or the other passage in Colossians. So it opens the door to, divine beings, yes.
And yet, oftentimes when we're working with somebody, the darkness is using the law of God to harass the individual.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. That's interesting.
How?
By being an accuser. He accuses them of whatever the sin or the whatever that he's railing against them.
Mm-hmm.
But he uses the laws of God to attack the individual.
To discourage them and just give up?
Well, to just tell them, they're guilty and there's legal ground there for him to harass them.
Hold them in captivity.
To hold them in captivity.
In Galatians 4, Paul's writing to what? He's writing to the church at Galatia. Now, basically, everywhere Paul starts a church, again, because he takes the gospel to the Jew first, and then to the Gentile, all of these churches are going to have a mixed congregation. You're going to have some Jewish converts in there. You're going to have Gentile converts in there. With that in mind, I do think that stoicheia, at least in one part of Galatians 4 and then in Colossians 2, refers to divine beings, because I think the context allows for that. Here's what I mean. In Galatians 4, Paul speaks to both Jews and Gentiles, so he could be using the term in different ways for each audience. Worrying about the law would make no sense for Gentiles, because there is very little about the law that was even made an issue. Now, we know about the Acts 15 council, but if you actually look at Galatians is considered by pretty much everybody, conservative or liberal, as the first book of the New Testament written, and that occurred before the Acts 15 council. So the question is, how much was the struggle about the law happening at Galatia? What's the issue there? And there's no way to tell, but generically, there would have been resistance, especially by Paul. Because Paul's of the view that says, what? The Gentiles don't need to become Jews. I'm the apostle to the Gentiles.
Right.
Now, in Galatians 4:3, again, here we might have two audiences. If we read Galatians 4:3 in light of the first 7 verses, I think he's speaking to Jews in the first 7 verses. He's hitting the Jews in the congregation. And there we get stoicheia referring to the law. In verses 8 through 11, I think he's referring to divine beings. And I really, again, I know that there's no clear references beyond the 2nd century to stoicheia as astral deities. That use sort of dies out. But it would sure make a lot of sense if astral deities were in view here in these verses. Now, here's why I say that. In verse 8, he transitions to the Gentiles. Since the Jews would have known about the true God. Right, let somebody read verses 8 through 11. Chapter 4.
That's what
Yeah.
Formerly, when you did not know God, you were enslaved to beings that by nature are not gods at all. But now that you have come to know God, or rather be known by God, how can you turn back again to the weak and worthless basic forces? Do you want to be enslaved to them all over again? You are observing religious days and months and seasons and years. I fear for you that my work for you may have been in vain. I bet that's 11.
Mm-hmm. So, a lot of times when we read, especially the part about, seasons and festivals and stuff like that, we're thinking he's talking to Jews and saying, oh, don't worry about the Sabbath, don't worry about... I think he's actually talking to Gentiles, because in verse 8, well, the Jews did know about the true God, but the people he's speaking to in verse 8 didn't. So I think he's transitioning here to Gentiles. And the reference to times and seasons and years, that could either refer generically to their festivals, and I think it certainly did. But if it did, a lot of that was determined by their belief in astronomy and astrology.
Gentile festivals or Jewish festivals?
Gentile festivals. So I think the point could be Paul is denying the idea that celestial objects, the sun, moon, and stars, are deities. They're not actually gods, though they're conceived that way. And so they should not be enslaved once again to the idea that these objects control their destiny. The early church fought, this is why the early church fought against astrology. Now we're going to talk about astrotheology. Jews and Christians both did astrotheology. They did not do astrology like the Gentiles did. The main objection was that Jews and Christians thought astrology was offensive because of the idea that these movements dictate individual fate. Only God dictates individual fate. So that was a lie. And they had no toleration for it at all. But the same people will have zodiac mosaics in their synagogues. Why? Because to them, Yahweh created the things in the sky, and he tells us in Genesis that they mark times and seasons and stuff like that. And so it was conceivable to them that rather than the movements here dictating an individual's destiny, it allowed one to discern that God might be up to something.
A message?
A message. It was messaging, just like Romans 10:18, Psalm 19, stuff like that. So Jews and Christians had room for the idea that God could be using nature to communicate something. They had no time for the idea that this stuff up here dictated an individual's destiny. None at all. So, what we popularly think of as astrology, nobody in Judaism or the early church had any time for that. That was abominable because it stripped God of his sovereignty. It transferred the sovereignty of God over to things he created. It was idolatry. So I think that's kind of what Paul's getting at here. He's either trying to divorce the idea of a real intelligence in terms of dictating an individual's fate to these bodies, and that's why he uses the word stoicheia here. So I think he actually has both in view here. Colossians 2, the other use of stoicheia, it's a little clearer because there the context is this Colossian problem of angel worship. So this is why Colossians spends a lot of time thematically on the preeminence of Christ, the superiority of Christ to angels and stuff like that. Because at the city of Colossae, that was a problem. And so Paul's very directly addressing that. So there, when Paul talks about the stoicheia, it's probably viewed as divine beings that had sort of, mastery over parts of the natural world and things like that. And that's very common, both, especially in Gentile context, but you'll even see it like in Jewish mysticism where, an entity or an angel has, some sort of, power over some aspect of the natural world and uses it against people, that sort of thing. And so, Paul wants to tell them to, follow the law, or not follow the law, but follow Christ and the law of Christ, as opposed to worshiping angels. And in this context, even connecting that to worship of the material world or this angelic power or something like that. So you'd have to do a little background reading in Colossians to know with a little more precision what Paul was up against. But there's a reason why he spends so much time comparing Jesus to angels. One is better than the other. Archangelos, archangel, occurs a couple times. Literally, it's a ruler of angels, so some sort of ranking authority within the spiritual realm, a high-ranking authority. Beyond that, the term is not very precise. There's not a lot of real specific things attached to it. A little bit of an excursus on the word gods. The base form, the lemma, is theos. The plural would be theoi or theois. It's used in the plural 8 times in the New Testament. John 10, that's Jesus quoting Psalm 82. Acts 7 refers back to the golden calf incident, so it kind of makes sense there. Acts 14, Acts 19, in the story, Luke is describing something that pagans are talking about. Then you have 1 Corinthians 8:5 and Galatians 4:8. And again, we talked about 1 Corinthians 8:5 with this whole meat sacrifice to idols thing. So Paul uses the phrase so-called gods in connection with these sacrifices. His point again, an idol really isn't a god, but we still need to worry about idolatry because it's connected to real entities. Okay, Deuteronomy 32. 2 Corinthians 4:4, we hit on this a little bit. I tend to doubt this is Satan, the god of this world. And if you weren't privy to the intercession discussion, here's what the verse says. The god of this world has blinded the minds of unbelievers to keep them from seeing the light of the gospel of the glory of Christ, who is the image of God. The god of this world is never actually identified in this verse or any other. You never see Satan explicitly referred to this way. You never see the word devil used in connection with this. It's ambiguous. Now we assume, since the devil, Satan, is called the ruler of this world, we sort of mentally connect that to this, and that might be the case. I'm not saying it isn't, but when you go back and look at Isaiah 6, 9, and 10, let's just go to Isaiah 6, and I want you to read this. And since we can look at 2 Corinthians 4:4, I want you to go to Isaiah 6, 9, and 10. The person doing the blinding there in Isaiah 6 is God. And you say, well, that's kind of ambiguous, and it is. It's not certain that Paul here is quoting Isaiah 6 or alluding to it. He may be. But go to John 12. Let's go to John 12. Somebody want to read that out loud for us? Verses 36 to 43. John 12, 36 to 43. Go ahead.
Why have light, believe in the light, that ye may be the children of light. These things spake Jesus, and departed, and did not hide himself from them. Oh, he did hide himself. But though he had done so many miracles before them, yet they believed not on him. But the saying of Isaiah the prophet might be fulfilled, which he spake, Lord, who has believed our report, and to whom hath the arm of the Lord been revealed? Therefore they could not believe, because that Isaiah said again, He hath blinded their eyes, and hath hardened their heart, that they should not see with their eyes, nor understand with their heart, and should be converted, and I should heal them. These things said Isaiah when he saw his glory, and spake of him. Nevertheless, among the chief rulers also, many believed on him, but because of the Pharisees they did not confess him, lest they should be put out of the synagogue. Go to
43.
For they loved the praise of men more than the praise of God.
So this passage, I think more clearly than this one, 2 Corinthians 4:4, does quote Isaiah 6, 9, and 10 explicitly. So this is written by the prophet Isaiah, then he quotes it. And very clearly Jesus says they don't believe because they're under the judgment of God. God is blinding them. So if that's the case, I think you can build a case that the God of this world is God and not Satan. Now, I'm not saying that that's certain, but I'm saying that's a very real possibility for interpretation in this verse. Go
Why
ahead.
is it blinding?
Well, that would be God's business.
Is it because
hold on.
of repeated?
If you notice in the passage that is in John 12, Jesus very clearly says that they're not believing because they're blinded. But then he says, but nevertheless some do believe. So there's this sense that, here's the way I look at it, kind of like the way God punished Pharaoh, the hardening of the heart thing. There's actually a symbiotic relationship between people like Pharaoh who resisted, and then God sort of punished him for that with more resistance, with blindness and a hard heart. I think the same kind of thing is going on here, that if we really believe that we need the Spirit's help, we need the Spirit to sort of turn the lights on to help us believe the gospel, then in a very real sense, while our unbelief is partly our fault, because of our own resistance, it's also the notion that God, by not stepping in and enabling us to believe, that we're under judgment as well. So I think both ideas are happening. I don't pretend to know when which is happening at any given time. But I think there's both going on here. Go ahead.
Didn't Pharaoh understand, let my people go? And when he said, who is what, Yahweh, that I should obey his voice?
Right. It's very, very clearly rebelling against Yahweh's authority. It's not that he'd never heard of him. He's saying, well, who cares? Why should I care what Yahweh wants done? I mean, he doesn't say, like, is it really a God? Can somebody check into that? No, the whole point is rebellion, resistance. Go ahead.
Okay, here's the 2 Timothy 2:24 through 26. It says, the servant of the Lord is not to engage in quarrels, but it needs to be kind to everyone, a good teacher and patient. He has to be gentle when he corrects people who dispute what he says, never forgetting that God may give them a change of mind so that they may recognize the truth, come to their senses, and come out of the trap where the devil has caught them and kept them enslaved.
I wouldn't say the devil has no role in this. If we have a role in our own blindness, no reason to think that the devil doesn't. Okay, that doesn't compel me to think that this can only be Satan in 2 Corinthians 4:4. Okay. I think any one of these passages can work with either option. I threw this in because, again, I don't know what you guys deal with, but you may find it useful to know that there might be another trajectory here. Because if Satan is not the god of this world, he's getting too much credit. Okay? It's just making him too big for his own britches. So I want you to be aware that this ain't a done deal.
And even your statement, we have a role in our own deception, is really an important statement too, because again, it really gets defaulted to darkness.
It's very true. The only way that we're going to come to the truth is if we're drawn and helped. Our eyes are open, and that's God's part of it. But sometimes God judges evil. He judges rebellion. He judges these things, but He's also compassionate. There might be a chance that God will intervene, and some will believe. All these things are true. They're not mutually exclusive ideas, and the actors, us, Satan, God, are not mutually exclusive participants. Okay, so I think we just need to carefully consider again that these things are not mutually exclusive, because I think we're a little too quick to assign too much prominence to the devil, on the basis of this verse. Again, I don't want to minimize that, but I think it's worth considering. Go ahead.
Most times we see that the will is really the deciding factor. And a lot of times people don't even know that their will has aligned with rebellion against God. So once they pray to have their will returned so that they can choose to renounce the darkness and to accept the light, a lot of times that's the deciding factor, is they don't even know that the will has been captivated, and they ask if they're willing to ask for their will to be released from any deception or anything. That's really what changes the direction for everything.
That's good.
Today, if you would hear his voice, harden not your heart. So we do have the ability.
Yes, we do not escape accountability in those things.
Well, it could be that God is blinding their eyes because he knows that they're not going to believe, or they're not going, if they did see it and they rejected it, then it may not be possible to renew that.
Right.
Because he may have
Yeah.
another time for them, so
Right.
he's protecting them by blinding them at this point.
Did you all heard that? Because I would add one thought to that. It shouldn't be our job, and it's beyond our ability to try to parse the timeline. You know, we often get hung up on this, you know, and try to parse out who's doing what, when, and why. Look, again, none of these things are mutually exclusive. The thing that you can do is to do ministry, and don't worry about, like, you know, how everything has to work in a chronology. Don't worry about it. You'll never be able to figure it out. Even if you think you can, I would say you're self-deceived. How can you possibly have an intellectual grasp of a realm that you don't live in? I mean, that's what it comes down to. And so I think we just need to not worry about that. You know, very simple advice is worry about the things you can that you're familiar with, that you have, you know, some sort of participatory, you know, control over, or, you know, and quit trying to, you know, this is going to sound odd coming from me, quit trying to analyze the thing to death. Go ahead.
Well, we can.
You can quote me on that. Yes, go ahead.
Is there a positive side to God hiding things, like he says in Proverbs 25, where it's the glory of God to conceal a matter, and the glory of, like, he almost likes it when you search things out? And
I think I take a verse like that as really relevant to what theologians would call the cultural mandate, the dominion mandate in Genesis 1:26 through 28. And that is, God made creation and expects us, and I do think because we're behaving like him, you know, we're imaging him, expects us and enjoys when we make an effort to find out what makes the world tick.
right.
Okay, because that's what it's here for. It's for us to learn about, you know, to master to the best of our ability so that we can steward it. The dominion mandate is what lends legitimacy to all forms of not ungodly labor. Okay? Work has worth. It's actually a spiritual act to be a scientist, you know, to be an accountant, to be a whatever, because you're either looking at what makes the world tick, or you're dealing with human relationships, okay, the relationships of imagers to each other. This is why you're here. You're here to interrelate, you're here to image God, you're here to steward the earth. I mean,
You can do that outside of being full-time Christian.
exactly. Go ahead.
How about the image of wrestling with God? God lets us win, and we just kind of walk away with a little bit of a limp.
Yeah, that happens. That happens. You know, I think God enjoys. You know, this isn't a guess. I mean, you can certainly find this in Scripture. God enjoys watching his creatures do what he intended them to do, and giving him the credit for it, and, you know, trying to image him and he's got to kind of help you along, from now. I think God likes interaction with his creation, his creatures, especially his imagers, because that puts us on a different level of interactivity.
And
Go ahead.
is it kind of the way of subduing that chaos, sort of?
Yes.
Like, especially like science and research, finding things out so you're aware of the thought that God's put into it, but
Right.
also the chaotic.
The dominion mandate was given before the fall, and obviously, you have the untamed element of creation that's pre-fall anyway. And so, isn't it interesting that in a world that is still not completely tamed, the words that God chooses for the mandate are subdue, restrain, exercise restraint, that sort of thing. So yeah, when we discover again what makes the earth tick, that sort of thing, our task is to steward it, and it is there to be of use to the imagers. So these are very simple ideas, but all the things that extend from that are just, there's a plethora of those things. And so that is part of acting upon the earth, and I don't mean like we live on it, but doing things to the earth so that we can keep it in its proper control and understand that it is untamed, so that we're not harmed, and all these sorts of, again, they're very simple ideas. None of this is new, but it sort of casts what we do in life in a theological context, and all of life is theology, or at least it all should be, and I think that's the whole point. It extends from interactivity with God and His world and all these things. I don't know if this is the last slide or not, but this note on the blog here, I actually have an extended discussion of this and a link to a paper if you're interested in somebody articulating this view. Devil, Satan, what time do we have?
It's 12, but we have the room till 12:30, right?
Yeah, we have the room till 12:30.
Okay.
One for lunch at 12:15, we're good.
All right. Now, again, we talked about the Old Testament situation. Satan certainly is a proper name in the New Testament, and even earlier. You'll have non-biblical, again, Jewish literature happening between the Testaments where Satan and Satan becomes a term that is used not just generically of an office, a function that happens in the unseen world, but it's a term that actually gets applied to the Nakash, the serpent, who is increasingly viewed as the entity that just deserves all the blame, for the human condition and all this, as the prime opposer, as opposed to the prime mover, the prime opposer of what God is trying to do. And so he becomes, the term becomes Satan. He becomes a personification of all that is just wrong, all that is opposing God's will. Now, the transition, or at least the development of the term, happens or is evident even in the Septuagint. The Septuagint is produced in the intertestamental period, so this is a good illustration to show you that Jews before Christianity are thinking of the cosmic enemy in these terms, even before we get to the New Testament. Because when you look at the Septuagint, Satanas is used to translate Satan in Job. So they're tracking on the idea already. So there's a conceptual link to the Satan of Job 1 and 2. And again, it's important because of the job of the Satan in the divine council. Again, the generic activity here. Because it was his job to, see who's obeying God or not. And then that's this element of guilt before God. And we talked about this a lot yesterday, that for the believer, it's not that the believer is exempt from accountability. Certainly that is not the case. The believer is exempt from the penalty that Satan wants to impose, and that he formerly had a right to impose, and that is, once you die, you have to stay here. Okay, that just no longer applies anymore because of the resurrection of Christ and then the work of Christ and so on and so forth. The other term that really gets used here, really becomes heavily used, is diabolos, devil. And it means slanderer in classical Greek. It's actually used that way of people in the New Testament. Gossipers right here in 1 Timothy 3, Titus 2, they're referred to as diaboloi. People who are slandering other people. So it just gives you an insight into how it's used. And Satan, of course, is called the accuser of the brethren. So that is a very clear connection back to what's happening here. A little bit of an excursus here, Revelation 12. Let me just flip this real quick. Okay. Let's go back here. There. I wanted to make sure I wasn't going into something else that's related to this. Here we have Revelation 12, and this is, again, a description of certain circumstances related to the birth of Christ, and again, some divine conflict here. So in verses 1 to 5, again, we get this great sign appeared in the heaven, woman clothed with the sun, moon under her feet, on her head were a crown of 12 stars. She was pregnant, crying out in birth pains. Another sign appeared in heaven, a great red dragon, 7 heads, 10 horns, and on his heads were 7 diadems, so on and so forth. His tail swept down a third of the stars, and you keep going. And the dragon obviously wants to devour the child. She gave birth to a male child, one who is to rule all the nations with a rod of iron, but her child was caught up to God and to his throne. Now, it's very clear that the child is Jesus, because this is a quotation, ruling with a rod of iron. That's a quotation of a Messianic psalm. Okay, there's no way, and nobody thinks any otherwise because it's so obvious. That means that these events are associated with the birth of the Messiah. Okay, they're not primeval events. They're not events after the birth of the child. Events after the birth of the child come with the rest of the chapter, okay, because there's a continuation here. So we have certain elements here that we're going to pick up on today in another session. We have the birth of Jesus. We have this dragon, 7 heads, 10 horns, 7 crowns, from where? Again, we'll talk a little bit more about it. So, where does the red dragon come from? Okay, what's up with that? Because it's a little ambiguous here. Who's the woman, and delivered from what? Let's look at it. The woman flees into the wilderness. So back here, we got the Messiah born. Next thing that happens, verse 6, the woman flees into the wilderness, where she has a place prepared by God, in which she's to be nourished for 1,260 days. And that's what the text says. Who's the woman, and why the days? Any candidates for the woman? Now, obviously in the first 5 verses, since we have the birth of the Messiah, we could associate, let's put it that way, we could associate the woman with Jesus' mother. It's bigger than that because of all the other signs. But what's this fleeing into the wilderness? Church and Israel. 2 wonderful answers that may or may not be the same.
National Israel or Israel after the Spirit?
Yeah, see, that's you're already tracking on the issue. Going from verse 6 to verse 14, we pick up with the woman again. And we'll hit the other verses in a moment, but I'm doing it this way so you see a pattern. The woman given help to escape and be nourished in the wilderness. Again, here we have time, times, and half a time. So we have 2.5, and here we have 1260. And you guys have studied prophecy long enough to know that This is 3.5 years, and that's the same time period. In verse 15, she has to flee a serpent who uses rushing water as a threat. Does it sound familiar? Are we beginning to see maybe some imagery? You said Israel.
Eve?
Hold on. You said Israel. So if we're talking about Israel, and that's not to exclude the church, because it's kind of 6 of one and half a dozen of another, people of God. What does this remind you of? Waters of creation, waters of chaos. Remember how else that was used in the Old Testament? Because it starts with Genesis, Red Sea, passing through the sea. Again, it gets repurposed. Most scholars would say, and I would agree, the woman is Israel, because Israel produced the Messiah. It's not just like one woman giving birth. It's bigger than that. And it's even bigger than that because you're dealing with astronomical stuff, and we'll get to that too. But
You mean national Israel?
Yes, Israel as a people, the Messiah is a descendant of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. So ethnic Israel produces the Messiah in the sense that the Messiah needs to be a Jew. Okay, that sort of thing. We have the imagery again, Israel's flight from Egypt. They go through the conquered sea, and where does Israel go? Into the wilderness. Okay? And again, this is all alluded to. Some of the same images here are in these verses, in Deuteronomy, describing the trip through the wilderness. There's an analogy being created between what happened to the nation and what happened to not just the Messiah, but also the Messiah's people, which are both Jew and Gentile. Right? Israel's return is cast as a flight into the wilderness for nurture. And I highlight the term nurture, or focus on that, because if you look up these Old Testament references, it uses that kind of imagery. And the imagery is coming from somewhere. The vocabulary isn't just random. Verses 7 to 9, now we're moving this way. We were moving across here, just so that you would start to see some of the patterning. We go down here from verse 6 to verses 7 and 9. There's this war in heaven, heavenly realm, dragon, devil and Satan thrown down from heaven. And the reference to Luke, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven, reminds us of that. And look at what happens right after the war. Let me put it this way. The cosmic conflict that results in Satan being thrown down, cast down like lightning from heaven. What happens right after that? The kingdom of our God and the authority of his Christ have come. The accuser of our brothers is thrown down. Okay. This language, working this way in Revelation, is a reference to the coming, the arrival of the kingdom. When the king and the kingdom arrive, which happens in the Gospels during the life of Jesus while he's on earth, Satan is thrown down. He is removed from, again, the position of authority, having any authority over believers, but he's torqued. Okay? I mean, you still have fleeing into the wilderness and persecution and all this kind of stuff. But in terms of any sort of ruling claim, these events are associated with each other here in Revelation 12, just like they were in the Gospels. The serpent plummets into the earth, riding its own violent stream. In other words, the waters of chaos that were supposed to afflict the people of God take him down with them. Okay? The dragon targets the rest of the woman's offspring who hold the testimony of Jesus. So, again, you have this idea of conflict. The serpent is, his threats are not going to work. In fact, they're going to be his own demise, but you still have this attempt to get at the people of God. So in this respect, this whole chapter sort of merges Israel and the church in connection with the kingdom and the displacement of the powers of darkness, the bad kingdom. And this whole 1260 days, 3.5 years, there are a number of options as to why the number might be used in conjunction with all that we just summarized. There's some possibilities. Time of tribulation associated with the Messiah and his followers. Well, Daniel tells us that, and we read the same thing in Daniel. So there's something going on here with a time of tribulation after the Messiah comes and afflict his followers. Something going on here with this numbering. Here are the options. It might refer to Jesus' ministry from his emergence to the wilderness after his baptism to the crucifixion, which, not coincidentally, was 3.5 years. Okay, that might be the reference point. Who knows? I'm just giving you the options. Israel's journey was actually 42 years, so the number 42 becomes important. 42 stages. Again, look at the months. 42, if we take 3.5 years and convert it into mathematical months, it's 42 months. And 42, again, by analogy, happens here. And it happens here. If you go to Numbers 33, the actual itinerary of the journey through the wilderness, it's 42 stages. So again, I don't know what's in the writer's mind, but there are a number of options, no pun intended, if you do the math. Where do these numbers come from? It's not as simple as saying it's just a future 7-year tribulation that's cut in half. That might be. If we assume that the tribulation period is 7 years, which there's no actual verse for, but that might be the case. Again, it works. If it's true, it'll work. I'm just saying that there are other things in the Old Testament associated. Look at this: Egypt to Canaan, the wilderness itinerary, the whole idea of going from baptism, passing through the waters, to the crucifixion. There are other biblical touch points that might account for the numbering. Don't ask me to pick which one. I don't know. But if you approach all this stuff in Revelation as absolutely certainly pointing to this 3.5-year midpoint between the tribulation, which is 7 years, which, again, we don't really have a verse for, but it kind of looks like it fits. That's not the only option. That might be the right option, I don't know, but it's not the only option. So in summary, again, just a few touch points that we're going to summarize here and then go into the next sessions. What I want you to get here is the idea of Old Testament cosmic geography. Remember all those rulership terms in the Old Testament? We get the same idea in the New Testament. We just went through them. Dominions, powers, all that kind of stuff. So there's a conceptual continuity here between the Testaments. You get terms that are used for human rulers and geographical spheres. They're connected to divine beings, either in the Septuagint or the New Testament itself. And what we're going to see is in the next, it might be the next session, when we get into Acts 2 and the Babel reversal, the idea of the earth being under the control of the forces of darkness, again, other than Israel, that worldview requires that whatever the kingdom is, whatever form it takes, when Jesus rises from the dead and then goes to heaven and then the Spirit comes at Pentecost, whatever all that means, one thing is sure: there must be a reclaiming and a repossession of the earth. Okay? And that means that these rulers must be defeated. And so you're going to get things in Paul's letters and in other places in the New Testament that talk about just that. Okay, the rendering powerless and defeating these forces, these geographically ruling forces, the principalities and powers and all this stuff. Other point was Satan, the devil, is sort of given primacy of place, at least among the evil unseen entities. And we talked about this with the Old Testament, in that he was the Lord of the dead and everybody dies. And we talked about the claims upon believers or unbelievers with that respect. There's really no proof. Kind of interesting if you go through the New Testament. There are generic phrases like the devil and his angels. It's actually not very common. Even though the devil emerges, or Satan, the Nakash, the serpent, emerges as the big arch enemy, the arch opposer of God, there's really no clear relationship between him and these other entities, other than the fact that they're on the same side. They have the same goal, the destruction of the people of God, the resistance to the kingdom and that sort of thing. What I'm trying to say is they might actually have their own agendas. They might be not necessarily all in lockstep, with each other.
Really, Lucifer is not the ultimate leader of the
I
team?
didn't say that. I said I don't have a verse to hang that on. There's nothing clear that gives us the precise relationship between him and the others. For sure, there's common goals. For sure, think of it as a crime syndicate. Where, there's leadership. There's leadership because one is like sort of tougher than the others, but there's also competing agendas, competing tactics.
They can double cross one another?
Double crossing, that kind of. That might be the case.
Jockeying for position?
Yeah. Again, I'm not saying that it is, but it's kind of interesting that you don't have a clear statement really in either regard. It's just sort of nebulous. All we know is we're the target. That's for sure.
And we do see that similarity, like with the Greek mythology, where the gods are kind of fighting amongst themselves,
because they're
jockeying
free.
for
They
position.
can act. Yes, they're
And
free.
we see that when we work with people, that there is that jockeying. They are not on a united front to take somebody out.
Right. They're not sitting there waiting for, okay, what do I do today? What are my marching orders today?
Mm-hmm.
I think if I could use a scriptural passage as an analogy, this is only an analogy. In 1 Kings 22, God has decided that it's time for Ahab to die. Ahab is just horrible. His number is up. And so in 1 Kings 22, Ahab asks the king of Judah, Jehoshaphat, to partner with him militarily against the common enemy. And so Jehoshaphat agrees, but he's a little hesitant. So he says, hey, is there like a prophet around here that we can ask see if this is going to turn out all right? And so Ahab summons his prophets, and of course, what are they going to say? Oh, you're great, Ahab, you're going to win, whatever. And so Jehoshaphat, when all that's done, he's like, he actually says this, isn't there a prophet of the Lord around here? I mean, come on. And so Ahab says, yeah, there is one, but I hate him. He actually says that. I hate him because he never says anything good.
He doesn't lick my boots.
Right. And so the prophet is Micaiah. He says, okay, I'll go get him. And at first, Micaiah sort of he acts like the other ones. He makes fun of him. But Ahab picks up on it and he says, didn't I tell you, that he would just, he's not going to, be on our side and all this stuff. And so Micaiah says, okay, here's what I saw. I saw the Lord, surrounded by his heavenly host. And this is where you get the description of, and the heavenly host are called spirits. One spirit, said to another spirit, they're talking about Ahab's death. And this is when the one spirit steps forward and says to God, I got a good idea. I'll be a lying spirit in the mouth of his prophets to get him to go up to Ramoth Gilead, and he'll die there. And God says, that'll work. You know, in other words, God has decreed the end. Ahab will die. But then he just essentially says, handle it.
Mm-hmm.
Get it done.
Come up with a plan.
Come up with a plan. You know, God isn't like learning anything, but he's allowing the spiritual beings under his authority to act on their own. The end is decreed, the pathway there, not necessarily so. So when one of them comes forward, you know, it's the old sovereignty on the back end instead of front loading it. You know, and we have other indications of this in Daniel when the Watchers, you know, the 4 times that the Watchers are actually mentioned in the Old Testament, they come down, they issue a decree. What is it called? It's not only called the decree of the Most High, it's also called the decree of the Watchers. Okay? Go read Daniel 4. Both descriptions are used. So there's some kind of relationship going on here where God is saying, Ahab's going to die. It's time for him to go. And he says, get it done. And one says, you know, call on me. I'll be a spirit. You know, I'll go, you know, the mouth of his prophets and lie to him so that he goes up there. And God says, that'll work. Good job. Good idea. In the back first. Go ahead.
In terms of strategy, I was wondering this morning, like, I know it's not a spiritual battle that Gideon was in, but when the Midianites essentially killed themselves because they were so terrified and they were running around, is there any indication in the spiritual world that you can almost, not that we're smart enough to enact it, but that God uses them against themselves in terms of like that, like almost like the mob killing themselves off?
Mentally confused.
Yeah, the word that pops into my head is confusion, but I'm trying to think of something more specific. The house divided it's useful language. House divided against itself cannot stand. I'd have to think about that a little bit more. My gut tells me that there is some indication of that, but something more specific isn't popping into my head right now.
Because I just was, like, you were talking about the cryptic nature of prophecy, and when God speaks to Gideon, it almost seems like, why didn't he just speak to the whole 32,000 people that were there and say, you're going to kick these people's butt? He almost kept it secret and then kept reducing their size. You could almost see the enemy watching them saying, we're going to kick these people's butts. And then they show up with 300 people, and they expect them to come running out with swords and stuff, and they come out with these trumpets, and they're like, oh crap, they heard God.
They use deception to create confusion.
If the enemy's thinking, all right, if these people hear God, we're toast. So we're going to intimidate the hell out of them until they come, and then 300 people show up knowing what God really wants them to do, and they're like, oh crap, now we're dead.
No, again, my gut tells me that I'd have to give that some thought. Specific example of confusion in the unseen world. Beyond that, I can't say more at the moment. Did you want to say something similar? Okay.
In looking up there about Satan/devil, yesterday we were talking about the Nakash, and I heard you refer to it as a serpent, and I've heard it referred to as a shining one. But you also said that in the Garden of Eden, it didn't say it was Satan or the devil that was acting then.
Devil is a Greek term that pops up in the New Testament, and Satan is not used in Genesis 3.
Right. So the question is this: when you talk about the underworld is his domain,
that's a result. That's a curse. That's a punishment in the wake of the fall.
but is it on Satan or is it on something called an Akash?
It's on the Nakash because he's the character in the story. The person. It's all the same person. It's just what the entity is called changes and develops.
Is there only one Nakash?
There was one enemy in the garden who is called the Nakash, and later he's going to be called Satan and the devil. It's the same person, same entity.
So there's only one Nakash,
There's only one of those.
but it describes him as a luminous, shining,
Yeah, I mean, I
or a
use
deceiver.
I use the range of meanings interchangeably. You know, if you want me to stick to one, I'll try to do that.
Is it possible that there's more than one?
I can't think of a biblical reason to think that. What you can tell me what you're tracking on. Maybe it'll.
Just
Help me
that
think
there are times
differently
when we
about it.
work with a variety of people and shining one shows up.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. There are other. I'm trying to think what the best way to say this is. These are descriptions of appearance and also behavior and character
Mhm.
as well. And so in terms of looking at it that way, behavior, character, and appearance, sure there could be more than one of those. But when I hear you ask the question, I'm thinking of the biblical character in that incident.
Okay.
Okay. So let's see.
So would you say that you do think that it was, ultimately it was Satan in the garden, but there's no reference to it, but in the evolution of biblical understanding, retrospectively, we can say that appears.
The being who did that is referred to as Satan in the New Testament. Right. There are actually 3 parts, so the rest of the afternoon we are going to be talking about the inauguration of the kingdom. And obviously, since I've worded it this way, and on the basis of other stuff we've covered, I'm telegraphing my own belief, my own position, which is hardly new with me, that the kingdom of God is in some way here, very real, very present, and that this was inaugurated at the first coming of Christ, when Jesus shows up, and very obviously when he begins his ministry. And again, the culminating event is the crucifixion and the resurrection. So what I want to do in these 3 parts, the rest of the afternoon, is go through certain items in the New Testament and trace how the reversals that we've talked about, okay, reversing the constitution of the council, Christians as the sons of God, children of God, reclaiming the nations, driving out the forces of darkness, all this kind of stuff. Going through the New Testament and looking at a number of places where these things are evident, and maybe some that are less evident, at least in a surface reading, and see in fact that the New Testament links these things, links this divine agenda, links the progression of God's restored rulership and presence on earth with the first advent, with the first coming of Christ, and with the kingdom. So, in terms of context, again, by way of rehearsing a little bit of where we've been, where we were this morning, I proposed this idea that the substitutionary death and atonement of the Messiah, King of Israel, and its purpose were obscured by design in Old Testament prophecy. We spent time talking about that for, again, the reasons given here. And I said basically the data points, the information about the Messiah, about Christ, about who he was and what he was going to do, the various data points are somewhere floating around in the Old Testament, but what's missing are the connections. That is what isn't evident. And so in terms of prophecy, this is why you get New Testament writers pulling, it seems like something right out of thin air and saying, well, this happened to fulfill this passage over here. And when you actually go look at the passage, it's not a prophecy at all. It's a data point. But, you, on its own, without the benefit of looking back, in light of the ministry of Christ, you'd sort of never guess that. So we talked about the nature of that. And we went through, again, some of the passages about substitutionary death and the Messiah, some of the issues here. The point was those who lived after the fact of the death and resurrection of Jesus understood what was going on a lot better. The New Testament writers looked for points of analogy, and they presumed a fairly deep knowledge of the Old Testament and wider Jewish theology when crafting their works. What I mean by that, and we'll throw in the last one here, the presence and the ministry of the Spirit in all this, was that when they actually get to writing this stuff down in the New Testament, they've had the benefit of years of experience, years of ministry, years of being able to think back upon what they saw Jesus do, what they heard Jesus say, reading their Old Testament anew, with new eyes, as far as filtering it through their experience of Jesus himself. When they actually get to writing all this stuff down, all their thoughts down, for the sake of the generations of believers that would follow them, for posterity, they presume a lot of knowledge on the part of the reader of the Old Testament. That's both a blessing and a curse, because on the one hand, what they say is not going to be sucked out of their thumb. What they say isn't going to be contrived and invented by them. It's going to be rooted in the text of the Old Testament in some way. The problem with it is really ours, in that we have less than a profound interest and knowledge of the Old Testament, and so a lot of this stuff just goes right over our head. So some of the crumbs that they drop are easier for us, living so far after. They're easier for us to find than others, and we have to work at it. We probably have to work at it more than somebody who really was closer to the text. So it's something we know we can pursue and find, but the task is not easy. Main thrust of the New Testament, I would say, and this isn't going to be terribly profound, was showing how the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus of Nazareth did certain things, how it defeated and ultimately will eliminate Satan, because we are, again, going back to a perfected Edenic state that will be global. In the process of that, death is defeated. Again, think of all these points as being connected to the life, death, and resurrection. Death is defeated, which ensures a believing remnant. Indestructible, earthly presence of Christ, that is, even after Christ is crucified and rises again, we're going to talk about how when the Spirit comes at Pentecost, the Spirit is, but isn't Jesus. Now, I didn't spend any time in the Old Testament stuff for this trip. I did this last year, about how the Old Testament theology witnesses to two, what I refer to as two Yahwehs, one invisible, one visible, so that the angel of Yahweh is but isn't, Yahweh himself, the pure, glory spirit, and how Jesus is but isn't God. He is God, but he's not the Father, and all this kind of stuff in relation to a Godhead. When it's Jesus' turn to come here and fulfill his purpose and then leave, the Spirit replaces him, but there are various places in the New Testament that link the Spirit to Jesus. So it's not just the Spirit of God, it's the Spirit of Christ. So, this is a freebie. That's actually where Trinitarianism comes from. There is no verse that articulates, Trinitarianism or anything like that. It's the fact that in the Old Testament, we've got a visible and an invisible Yahweh. You got two that are the same but aren't. And over here, in the New Testament, we've got two that are the same but aren't, Jesus and God. And we have another two, Jesus and the Spirit, that are but aren't the same. And uniting them, there are actually three persons in that. There's the invisible God, there's the embodied God, and then there's the Spirit. They are but aren't each other. That's actually where this whole mindset comes from, not from like some verse somewhere. But anyway, pardon the rabbit trail. The kingdom is inaugurated. It's begun. Again, the Great Commission advance, progressive reclaiming of the disinherited nations, and the reconstitution of God's family and the council as originally intended. And what I mean by that, the council as originally intended was a cooperative administration, a cooperative relationship between divine beings and human beings who both image God. Okay, that's why, again, you have this plurality going on. So these three things, these three big thoughts, are a working out of this major focus. So let's go to the very beginning, at least as far as the New Testament's concerned, and talk about the birth of Jesus. And I would say we have here the secret arrival of the King who does these things. Inaugurates the kingdom, reclaims the nations, defeats death, heals the transgression of heaven and earth, whose effects still linger. How does, what Jesus did, his birth all the way through what happens at the crucifixion, how are these things accomplished? Now, I brought up Romans 10 before, and I want to track on that a little bit to show, again, how there's this cryptic element to this. We have Romans 10, and Paul talking about, hey, what about people who need to hear the gospel and so on and so forth. And he comes down here, faith comes from hearing and hearing through the word of Christ. But I ask, have they not heard? Indeed they have. And then he quotes Psalm 19. We've already seen this. Their voice has gone out to all the earth, their words to the end of the world, the ends of the world. Paul quotes the Septuagint, like he does most of the time, the LXX, and the LXX Septuagint had their voice. And if you go back to Psalm 19, we see where he's getting this. Here's the passage. Heavens declare the glory of God, so on and so forth. There is no speech, nor are there words, whose voice is not heard, meaning there's a lot of things that can be heard from the heavens. Their voice, there's the Septuagint, goes out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. I actually think the Masoretic text, the traditional Hebrew text, their line, is just as good of a rendering. Because what's being talked about here are the things you see in the sky. And the LXX has that they're speaking, they're saying something, they're giving us information. What might the line refer to? Their line. Are there lines in astronomy? In what I'll call astrotheology? There are some really important lines. One of the most important lines is called the ecliptic. The line is a path. Okay, certain stars follow certain paths annually. Some of them don't. Some of them never move. Those are the circumpolar stars. But other ones do. And so the idea of a line is when the heavenly bodies, when what we see in the heavens, if we know what their line is, their path, their trajectory, the direction in which they move and where that is and when they show up and all that sort of stuff, that can communicate things. So either way, their voice, their line. To me, it doesn't make any difference. But here's what I think Paul is talking about. Now, let me preface by saying this. I'm not in the E.W. Bullinger camp or the Seiss camp. These are two well-known, authors, biblical writers, biblical researchers who believed that the zodiac communicated the entirety of the gospel, kind of like the Romans Road in all its details. And they have books on that, and they're interesting. I don't actually believe that. I think that says too much. But I do believe that there were certain pieces of information that if you believed, as both Jews and Christians believed, that God was behind what was going on in the heavens, that there were certain pieces of information that could be gained that pertain, in this case, to the arrival of a king who is associated with divinity, deity. I think that much. Everyone in the ancient world who thought in these terms, if they were looking, could have known or could have suspected. And again, this is lost on us because we don't assign meanings to the things we're watching in the sky because we're modern. Okay? We just don't do that anymore. But for the ancient person, there was a great deal. There were whole systems. There were whole catalogs of what they suspected or believed, probably a better word, what they believed, right or wrong, about what was happening in the stars. And we can talk about, there's a whole history behind this, of why certain ideas would be associated with certain things. Again, right or wrong, they believed it, and so when they're looking, they're thinking certain thoughts. And a Jew or a Christian would say that God was behind that in terms of God used that belief to telegraph this event. It's not that God's endorsing the approach, but God uses the belief system to telegraph to the Gentile, to everyone who would look, this event. Now it helped if you had the scripture with you, because then you can sort of measure what you're seeing against a timetable that you might be able to work out. And the Magi had that. But they also were trying to tune into this. All that set aside, John in fact gives us this description. He gives it to us 90 years after the fact. So he's had time because he knows about the birth of Jesus. He was a disciple, he lived among them and all this stuff. It appears that his curiosity was at least piqued at one point, or he was prompted by the Spirit to wonder, I wonder if the birth of Jesus, I wonder what was like going on in the sky at that time. And he writes things down for us that happen to correlate chronologically with that event. Let me show you how. A great sign appeared in the heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a crown of 12 stars. Of course, she's pregnant, crying out in birth pains. Then we get this red dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns. On his head, 7 diadems. And he's crouched there waiting to devour the child. But of course doesn't. Looks like the child's going to be completely destroyed. Gives birth to the male child who was destined to rule the nations. But the child was caught up to God and his throne. Okay, resurrection, ascension, all that. This is a very odd way to describe the birth of Jesus. Unless, again, God was setting things up so that people who were thinking in these terms could detect something, could detect that information. The arrival of a Messianic king was relatively knowable by looking for signs that Jews and Gentiles associated with divine birth. So again, God is, I would say, stooping to use this worldview, this idea, this approach, to give out some information so that people could be informed if they were looking. Of course, there weren't many people looking. Astrotheological thinking is well known in Judaism because of Joseph's dream. Remember the dream, the 12, all the stars bowing down and all that kind of stuff. And other passages. And archaeological stuff like zodiac mosaics in Jewish synagogues. There are other passages that talk about stars and associate stars with divine beings and divine activity. I'm not going to give you a rehearsal of that. A Jew would have been thinking of the Jewish calendar, along with the 70 weeks of Daniel, though the latter could not provide a 0 point because it's ambiguous. This is an example of a zodiac mosaic. This is at Beth Alpha. This one's actually, I think, 3rd or 4th century. Very obviously a zodiac. This is a symbol for Yahweh on his throne chariot, going through the heavens, like the Old Testament describes. But again, here you have the Hebrew letters, Hebrew characters for the various, symbols here. Again, the idea for a Jew is that God created the celestial bodies. They're under his command and no one else's. And if he wants to, he can give us points of information. It's real simple. But none of this decrees individual fate. Now, I'm going to cut the lights so we can see this a little better. If you were a magi, what would you be looking at? This line is known as the ecliptic. This is the path that the 12 constellations of the zodiac take every year. There's the sun, there's the moon. The constellations I've added in here to my astronomy program, so there they are, following the line. Sun, moon. This is Virgo, the Virgin. And yes, if you looked it up in an astronomy catalog, there are 12 stars around Virgo's head. But the 12 probably refers to the 12 tribes of Israel or something like that. Because in Jewish thinking, the mother would have naturally been Jewish because the Messiah needs to be Jewish, so she's born of a Jewish woman. But of course, to the Gentile, they're going to be familiar with the idea as well. So we have the woman with the 12 stars on her head, the crown on her head. The sun is in her midst. You really don't get a good picture if I use the artistic rendering. If I use the outline, it would look a little bit better, but then you can't really tell what it is. But the sun is in her midst, and the moon is at her feet. Up here again, we have Regulus and Jupiter. Those are two important celestial bodies. Regulus was known as the king star because of its brightness. It's like the most bright, so it must be the best and biggest and all that stuff. So Regulus, consider the name, Regulus. This is the king star. At this position, the king star is conjoined with the king planet, Jupiter. Now, to a magi, a magus, would have seen that and thought, both of those things are associated with royalty and possibly royal birth, because we have, again, the Virgin down here, the sun in her midst, moon at her feet. Kind of interesting. The constellation Virgo is the only one that represents a woman, and when you have this concatenation of events, you have a 20-day window where Virgo was clothed with the sun. That's the sun shining in her, which is, again, suggestive imagery. The sun shining in her. But the exact date when the moon was under her feet could only occur during an 80-minute period within that span of days. There's an 80-minute window when all these things are in place. These are the things described in the book of Revelation. And when you add this conjunction, it's really tight. You got an 80-minute window. Now, what's so important about this other than the fact that you got the king star and the king planet? This constellation, let's go back. What is above Virgo? Leo, the lion. And in Old Testament imagery, what is the lion associated with?
Tribe of Judah.
Judah. Okay, which is the Messianic tribe, according to Genesis 49. Now, again, if you're a magi who has some acquaintance with the Old Testament, that would have really stood out. We have Leo, Virgo, concatenation of events. Down here, in modern times, these constellations are separated. We have, I'm trying to think here, we have Scorpio and Libra, but in ancient times they were viewed as one. It was viewed as a scorpion figure or a reptile figure with claws, that kind of thing. It was considered a dragon. So here's how it looks in the way we divide them up. But to an ancient, you have Judah, Leo, king conjunction, woman clothed with the sun, moon at her feet, and the nasty dragon thing down here, ready to devour the child when it emerges. There's another dragon that might be associated with this that's off the ecliptic. This is Hydra, possible candidate, but I like the one that's on the ecliptic. Now the point. The birth of the child in Revelation, if you take Revelation, and this is an assumption, there's no guidebook in the New Testament that says this is how you're supposed to read Revelation 12, but if you take Revelation 12 at face value, that John is seeing the stuff or relating stuff that was seen in the heavens, if you do that, then we have here the concatenation of events, and there's actually a date that you can pin this to. Remember, you have an 80-minute window for all these things to be aligned. And that date was in 3 BC, September 11th. I know that sounds kind of weird because of September 11th. That is the date. You have an 80-minute window for this to occur. Not only that, but September 11th, 3 BC, that date also corresponded to Rosh Hashanah, Tishri 1, which is New Year's Day for the Jews and the Day of Trumpets. Same day. Tishri 1 was also New Year's Day of the civil calendar. And on the civil calendar, that was the day, according to Thiel, who wrote the book Mysterious Numbers of the Hebrew Kings. It's like a primary book on chronology. That was the day that always marked the first day of the reign of every new Davidic king. So when you had a new Davidic king, you celebrated the inauguration of his rule on Tishri 1. So all of those things align at the same time. Again, if you are the Magi and you have some acquaintance with the Hebrew Bible and Jewish thinking, you see this and you probably think to yourself, this is worth saddling up the camels for. Let's just go see if there might be something to this. Yes.
Would that be like a one-time event, like that'll never happen again? Or
Oh, it'll happen again.
It happens again?
Yeah.
When would that be?
See, everybody wants to know.
You know what I'm getting at.
I know what you're getting at.
He was hoping you weren't so predictable, Neil.
Well, it's fascinating, but there's also a danger in it. Because, well, let me use this as a little bit of a springboard here. You can get a nice video presentation of this too. There's some DVDs that some people do on this that aren't quite as detailed, and the one that I really like actually messes up the resurrection as far as astronomical signage, but hey, it's still pretty cool. The problem is that these things do occur, and they repeat. This set of signs, okay, recurs with a fair amount of frequency in terms of astronomical time. They're not exceedingly rare. But when you add this, okay, and again, these aren't mentioned in Revelation 12. When you add this stuff up here, and there are, if you were an astronomer and you put this into your astronomy program, if you look around, at elsewhere on the ecliptic, there are other things going on. So the more you add to mimic, to mime, to photograph the precise moment, the rarer that same arrangement is at other times. So the rarity or the frequency of this occurring again depends on how much information you think is important to look for again. You follow that?
Right.
Now, there's something going on the web that talks about, I guess it's this year, is it next year? It's not 2012. It doesn't overlap with December 21st, 2012. But there's something, I can't remember, it's either this year or next year, where you get this part of it, but you don't get the others. So, with all that being said, the next time all of this happens, with a few other things that I don't have in view here, is between it's 2062 or 2063, and there's a 2062 and 2069 7-year sequence that mimics other things, other elements and other astronomical events associated with the life of Jesus. And you say, well, that must be when the Lord's going to come back. There is nothing in the New Testament that suggests or calls for precisely this to be reduplicated. What you do have is you have Jesus in Matthew 24 talking about signs in the sky, specifically the sign of the Son of Man. There is no verse that calls this the sign of the Son of Man. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Who knows? Again, so you got a number of problems. How much of what, how much of this stuff matters, in other words, to create the picture? Does it mean anything at all with respect to anything but this event? Scripture doesn't say. And do we have, some reason to believe that this should be called the sign of the Son of Man? You got nothing for that. So I would not invest much time into plotting out your life. Again, in my case, what's left of it, I'm not going to make it to that anyway. I would not invest much time into chasing this down, but lots of people do. I think when Jesus says that we can't know the day or hour, that we should take Jesus at his word. And someone can come back and say, well, we may not be able to know the day or hour, but we might be able to know the month or well, okay. You want to go there, fine. You're going to go there whether you have this or not. You're going to,
How about that
Let's
8-minute window?
let's take a lesson from Harold Camping.
How many lessons do you want to take?
Yeah, how many lessons do we want to take? Again, the 80-minute window, again, associated with all these things. Which snapshot do you want? It still comes back to that. Because this in Virgo right here is not that rare. The more you add, the more difficult it becomes to reproduce it, just in terms of the cycles of time. I think this is what Paul was probably thinking about, that you should have been able to know, to people who had some acquaintance with the beliefs of the day, the way people thought of the day, the religion of the Gentile and even of the Jew, that if you took Daniel seriously, you should have been looking for something like this, and you should have been able to tell relatively, when the Messiah was sort of supposed to show up. I think you got to draw the line there. That's not really the full gospel, but what it is it is the culmination. It is the fruition of the promise back in Genesis that someday there's going to come some human being who's going to be born, and again start filling in the pieces of the mosaic. There's going to be a human being. He's going to be the son of David. And I'll show you a few other things about divinity. Again, you start filling in the mosaic, and you can tell, relatively speaking, that, boy, it's really close. It's got to be close. We ought to be expectant here. And so you were not without warning. You were not without knowledge. I think that's the point of what Paul's saying. I don't take it any further than that because, Bullinger and Seiss, if you're interested in that, it makes for interesting reading about how all the constellations along the ecliptic say something about the life of Jesus and the gospel and whatnot. I think he presses it a little too much. A few words about Jewish calendar. The previous correlation, the previous stuff there, of these astronomical signages follows the modern Jewish calendar, where the first month comes in the fall season. So the calendar that the Jews use today, and the Jews use more than one calendar, this is the problem. The calendar that the Jews use today was adopted in the 4th century AD. And that calendar is still the civil calendar for Judaism. It's non-religious concerns. And so New Year's Day is Tishri 1, and that occurs in the fall. In biblical times, the first month and the new year was in the spring. It was called the month of Aviv, or Nisan in the Hebrew Bible. And we're actually told that was set in Exodus 12, 1 and 2. God says, to Moses, this is when, the new year, this is when you're going to do this, that, and the other thing. This will be the first month. Now, since this was done here, you have to ask yourself the question, what did they do before? What did they do before Exodus 12? This date, the Exodus 12 date, the Jews still use for their ecclesiastical purposes, for their religious calendar. So New Year's Day, religiously speaking, is Nisan 1. So they actually have 2 New Year's days in Judaism. One is religious, one is civil. Now, prior to Moses and the Passover, and it's logical that they would make the month of Passover the first month of the religious year. Why? Because that was the moment of the birth of the nation, or the rebirth of the nation. Again, they're trying to create a conceptual correlation with the calendar. Makes sense. Prior to that, Semitic cultures of Canaan began their year in the fall, just like up here with Tishri. And so if we assume that the old calendar prior to Exodus 12 was that they only had one of them, and that was the one that counted. Consequently, the most ancient calendar took Tishri 1 as New Year's Day, which the rabbis happened to believe, this is so typical of the rabbis. They believed that creation day 1 was Tishri 1. Now, wouldn't that make sense?
Thinking, right?
That's when time starts, so that must have been the first day of creation. Tishri 1 must have been the first. Who knows? Okay, but this is what they assumed. This is what they thought. They must assume that because Tishri 1 was the first day, since the fruit of the garden was ready to eat right away. See, back here, you have the fall season when you have the harvest going on, and since Adam and Eve, when they were created, fruit was ready to eat. So it must have been the fall. Okay, kind of quirky, but that's what they're thinking. Now,
Typical rabbi.
it may or may not matter for a kind of interesting reason. Flood time. And of course, when we talk about the flood, the sons of God sort of mosey into the picture. If you take the statements about flood chronology, you come out, I'm not going to read the verses to you, you have them here, but Noah was 600 years old. In other words, he had turned 600 when the flood began in the month after Tishri, the second month. Tishri was the first month after Tishri. You move to chapter 8, and it talks about the drying up and all this stuff. F is flood plus whatever. Noah had turned 601 sometime before the waters subsided, because they spent a little over a year on the ark. Now, early Judaism took this to mean, again, here we go with the rabbis, the colorful characters that they are. They took this to mean that Noah's birthday was Tishri 1. Do you follow the significance of that? To a Jew. Right or wrong, doesn't matter if they're right or wrong. If Jesus is born on Tishri 1, okay, and that was Noah's birthday, maybe a Jew might have thought that Jesus was like the new Noah, and that he had some connection to the events of Noah's day. Again, right or wrong isn't the issue. The issue is they would have thought these thoughts. Okay? Again, that would mean Jesus and Noah shared a birthday. It would create a mental and spiritual link in the Jewish mind between Jesus and Noah. And there may have been some connection with baptism here, because there is that passage in 1 Peter 3 that associates the flood, with the crucifixion event and all that stuff. Maybe they were tracking on that idea. Again, who knows? Noah's birthday, though, was a harbinger of the flood, was it not? When he turned 600, the flood was upon them. Second month of the year when the flood started was the start of the rainy season. That meant that the second month was associated with judgment, lots of rain. But it was also associated with crops. So there's a good aspect and a bad aspect. And perhaps coincidentally, the second month in the Jewish calendar was marked by the appearance of the Pleiades. Now, for those of you who are into UFO stuff, that's kind of weird. Because this comes up all the time in relationship to that sort of stuff. Pleiades is the Hebrew word chema, mentioned 3 times in the Old Testament. All was paired with Orion in the Old Testament, Cassiel. And many in the ancient world, Jewish and Greek, associated Orion with giants, naturally because it's Orion. That's what he is. That's what the constellation is. And so the flood, Chema, Pleiades, plus the giants, Orion, is how these two are always paired in the references. For instance, Job 38:1, can you bind the chains of the Pleiades or loose the cords of Orion? They just show up together. There's sort of an association. In the Dead Sea Scrolls, in what's called the 11Q Targum of Job, instead of the chains of the Pleiades, lo and behold, one Jewish scribe put Nephilah in there, giant. So for some reason, when they thought of the Pleiades and they thought of the flood and they thought of Orion, they thought of giants. Well, that's not too hard to figure out because Genesis 6, the flood, the giants, the whole bit. Now, this association, this Jewish mindset, again, right or wrong, Matthew and other New Testament writers are going to know people are thinking these thoughts. Remember when we talked on the first day about culture, how things, the biblical writer will use things to communicate ideas. The writer of Jesus' genealogy took advantage of the connection, the mental connection between Jesus and Noah, and what Jesus was about and what happened in Noah's day. Because he wants to communicate some ideas. It's a useful trajectory. Now we looked at these reversals before in a session. I had them all listed out. Again, we have sons of God stuff over here, and then how it was sort of an opposite mirror imaging over here. This group of things that the sons of God get blamed for in Enochian literature between the Testaments. I'm going to show you a very recent, it was in fact 2010 dissertation that I came across that I thought was just fascinating. I'm actually going to show you a little bit of that. In scholarly lingo and in Jewish thinking, these things are often referred to as illicit knowing, things that you weren't supposed to know. Casting spells, lust, violence, and then astrological stuff. Again, I'm just putting these to refresh your memory here about how Genesis 6 stuff, what happens over here and how it's reversed in the New Testament. So council members lost, council members gained, quasi-divine offspring, rulership, fully divine offspring born of a human woman. Again, just this set of reversals, just to refresh your memory. Because I want to show you, again, I'm just going to go through and I'm going to hit tidbits in New Testament. If you want the dissertation, I think this is a link. You can actually get this online. But somebody named Amy Richter, who I have, I think I've met her at least once, asked in her dissertation, why do these four women show up in Jesus' genealogy? And she had an interesting idea. She said, I suspect that the reason those four women were included was because their lives in some way correspond with what happens in the book of Enoch with the Watchers. There's a transgression, sexual relations. They teach illicit skills and arts. Angels interacting with women. Something, about the offspring that is unusual. And then there's some outcome. The offspring do something that, isn't good. So she called this the Enochic template, basically the flow of the Enoch story. And so she goes through the four women. Tamar, of course, here's the sexual element, acting as a prostitute. Tamar is called a kadosh in the story of Tamar in Genesis 38. The kadosh is a technical term for a cultic prostitute. So right there you have an idolatry association. Later rabbinic traditions, again, this isn't biblical, it's just part of the way Jews thought about their Bible, associated angelic guidance of Tamar and Judah, because Tamar becomes pregnant by Judah. She deceives him, and then before he has her killed, she says, wait a minute, you're the dad. And he says, okay, you can live, because I'm guilty, I did wrong. And she has a child, and the child is named what? Anybody remember the name? She has two children, actually. Perez and Zerah. Anything interesting about Perez later on? He is in the genealogy of Jesus. He is part of Jesus' genealogy. Rahab. Again, Canaanite prostitute. We know all about Rahab. Interestingly enough, the spies that go visit her are called malachim. It's kind of an odd thing to call them. Now, I'm not saying they were angels, but it's the same word. And so the possibility exists that when the biblical writer called them that, there might have been some attempt to create a mental connection. Something happening here has to do with something happening elsewhere. The rabbis picked up on this, and so in their traditions, they sort of went off on this word and did in fact interpret in their later commentaries. The spies were interpreted to be angels along the same lines as angels who visited Abraham and Lot. And I'm not saying that's biblically sound. I'm just saying that's what they're thinking. No offspring are named in the story. Rahab later gets married and joins Israel. Matthew names Rahab, though, as the mother of Boaz. Boaz extends from Rahab's line, a couple generations down. And Boaz is called a Gibor in the book of Ruth. Gibor, of course, was the same word usually translated as giant, gigantes, in the LXX. And in fact, you see that in the LXX in a number of places. No, I'm not saying Boaz was a giant. He's just called by that name. The whole issue is that when writers are doing this, they want you to think certain thoughts. Let's go back here. We have, again, the template. And so here's going to be the point. I'll telegraph where it's going a little bit. We know that the story of Genesis 6, and the outcome of the story is death and destruction by the giants. Just Genesis 6:5. There's just rampant wickedness because of what they do. So this writer is suggesting that the four women are picked for the genealogy partly because the outcome of their own story is good. It's a positive rebuttal or imaging or reversal to the Genesis 6 stuff. Okay, Tamar, one of her kids, winds up in the line of Christ. Rahab, we get Boaz. And of course, out of Boaz, we're going to get David. And, Rahab was later praised by Jewish rabbis. Again, they're making it up, or they're imagining it. But it shows a consciousness, is the point. Later, she's praised for her hospitality for entertaining angels. Well, wait, isn't that like a New Testament idea, too? That whole thing. Ruth. She is a Gentile. Again, Moabite woman crosses the ethnic boundaries. You weren't supposed to marry them, but, that happens anyway. In preparation for her encounter with Boaz, she makes use of the illicit arts relating to seduction. Now, where this comes from is when it's not that Ruth was doing anything bad or lewd. When Ruth goes into Boaz at night, after her mom has said, you guys need to get married, so we can get out of this pitiful situation. And he's a nice man. He's treating you right, and we're kin. She goes into Boaz and uncovers his feet and lays at his feet. Elsewhere in the Old Testament, that is a euphemism for exposing his genitals while he's sleeping. She doesn't do anything. She just stays there at his feet. Now, when he wakes up, he naturally discovers that, sees her, and knows what? It's a marriage proposal. I want you to marry me. Yeah, you just read the story. And so then he says to her, well, I am the near kin, I'm in the line of kinsman redeemers, but there's somebody who's next in line, or first in line. And so, we have to obey the law of God, that says this person has the right to you as a wife before I do. And that's why you get the scene in Ruth 4 when they have the whole, Boaz is a little clever about it. I got a piece of land, you want it? Oh yeah, I'd like that land. Then he says, oh, by the way, if you take that land, you got to marry Ruth, the Moabitess. Oh, come on, really? Maybe some other time. I don't need another wife. And he surrenders his right. And so Ruth and Boaz can get married. Okay? It's a pretty well-known story.
Does the shoe have anything to do with it?
The shoe was the sign that the transaction was completed. Because in the levirate marriage laws, if the lever, the brother, it's a Latin term for brother-in-law. It's how the story gets referred to. It's not a Hebrew term, but the person who was next in line, who was obligated by Mosaic law to marry the woman, even if he was married, he was supposed to marry her, because this is sort of like a built-in, system for taking care of widows. Because, if you're not married, you don't have property, you have a certain amount of limited rights, you're pretty much destitute. You do what Ruth did. She went out in the field and gleaned. I mean, that's how she sustains herself, and of course Naomi. So it was a manly thing. It was a proper thing for a relative to take care of widowed women in his family orbit, and that's the way you did it. You brought them into your house so that they had the status of wife. They weren't just servants or something, or concubines. She had the status of wife, and so then she had more legal rights accrue to her as far as material support and things like that. And if you refused it, then you got a sandal thrown at you and you got spit on and stuff like that, to show contempt that you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. Now later, in the case of a willing transaction, the sandal was exchanged. It wasn't thrown at anybody and that kind of thing. So that became a sign of a binding agreement. So Ruth is the wife of Boaz, who is the Gibor. Her sister-in-law Orpah is the mother of 4 Giborim. And this is just stuff in the Hebrew text. As a Moabite, her ancestral home is the former residence of a race of giants, the Amim in particular.
Does it say Orpah was the mother of Orpah?
Yeah. Yeah, these terms are used in the text. Giborim is a generic word that means great men, powerful men, wealthy men. It doesn't necessarily mean giant, but in some context it does. Remember, context is king. You can't just import one meaning into another passage without a justification from the context. But here's the author's point, that in telling the story, crumbs are being dropped that will make you think about the flood and Genesis 6. But in this time we get a really good outcome. Jesus reverses that. Because this is Jesus' genealogy. All these events that lead up to Jesus are designed to overturn and negate and rebut Genesis 6. That's the messaging that's intended. But you only get it when you see the crumbs. You're supposed to think those thoughts. Bathsheba, again, David, we know about David's adultery and all this stuff, so there's the sexual element. Beautification and arts of war, this author is considering the circumstances when David sees Bathsheba bathing, which, have you ever wondered how he saw that? I mean, how is it that she could pick a place to take a bath so that he would see her, that kind of thing? Again, whether she intended this to result in David's adultery or not, it's still part of the story. First child dies, again, as punishment. Solomon is born from Bathsheba. Again, Bathsheba eventually marries David. David is also called a Gibor, and he has mighty men around him, Giborim. Again, crumb dropping. The immediate outcome is sad, because what happens with Uriah and all that stuff. But the longer term outcome is the birth of Solomon and Bathsheba's role as the Gevirah, the queen mother. That's a term for queen mother. She becomes the special, the favored wife. And it's going to be her son that inherits the throne. Okay? So Solomon's going to inherit the throne. Again, summary. We're just talking about birth, the way the stories are crafted. You and I look at the genealogy as hopelessly boring. A Jew who was, again, reading it in their own language, whether Greek or Hebrew or Aramaic, the consonants are the same for all these words, are reading this, and they're thinking, hey, Gibor, Giborim, Gevirah, all this kind of stuff. Well, why didn't you use Na'ar, young man, or some other term? And the conscientious reader, the conscious reader, is thinking, when I read it, when you're choosing this vocabulary, I can't help but think about this other stuff. Plus look who you're picking, Ruth, Moabite, from the Transjordan, that was the land of the eight. All these things are floating through somebody's head as they're reading this in their own language. And if the author, Matthew, were sitting next to them, he'd go, yeah, isn't that cool? That's the point. Because I want you to see that in the birth of Jesus, in his genealogy, God was in the circumstances in all these places. And the message I'm trying to telegraph is that there's something about this guy right here that has something to do with Noah and the flood and all that stuff. And what is that something? Well, we know that's something from what else Matthew covers in his gospel and the New Testament writers. He was the king who was coming, and what he was going to do was die and rise again so that we might have the authority to be called the sons of God. Okay, all these ideas just track through the text. It's crumb dropping, it's messaging, it's very subtle. Again, it's less subtle to them because they're reading it in that language. We miss this sort of thing because it's English. So again, we have a cryptic coming. John, doing the Revelation 12 thing. We have this odd sort of thing going on with Noah's birthday and the flood and the way that was conceived of, the way Jewish religious teachers conceived of the correlation between the Jewish calendar and the flood, and how that happens to coincide with the birth that results from what John writes. And we have the genealogy down here that again helps us mentally associate the good things that result from the lineage of Jesus that will help to cancel out and reverse the illicit knowing, that which is forbidden and corruptive, when he comes and the kingdom begins. Okay, again, just little threads. Baptism and ministry of Jesus, which will be the next one. What's our time interval?
We have, it's about 5:03.
Okay.
I have a question on your last slide.
Mm-hmm.
Went too fast for me.
That last point, is my question being asked?
Okay, just
That
speak
Go
up.
ahead.
Just speak up.
That last point of the Jesus genealogy shows that the person would, Mike, really, that, in what we do, everything is about that knowing and harnessing them to be in that knowing without their will being involved.
Mm-hmm.
So that's interesting that that's your last point, and that this is really the summary of the birth of Christ. That's interesting.
But the effect of it is that, one of the effects of it is that the you get these things that you're not supposed to know. And, you take a look at the list, and it's, this physical gratification, it's this esoteric knowledge, it's this, status as, wow, I'm part of like the divine club now because I know this and that and all that kind of stuff. The reality is that when Jesus comes and defeats the powers of darkness, and you become a child of God, a member of the council and the kingdom, you not only get that, you not only get experientially something far beyond your normal terrestrial experience. Even, and when I say pleasure, I'm not speaking in terms of sexual pleasure, but the experience of the body, the fullness of the senses, intellectually, just everything. You get all of that the right way, and not only that, but it's just way beyond what they thought they were getting back then. It's this countering thing. It's not only rolling back, but it's replacing it with something even superior.
See, Neil, that's part of that worldview, that's why I think that we need to know that, because what we're doing really is the reversal. We're in a reversal. We are actively engaging in reversing as divine council members.
The other thing I need to just, again, remind you of, when I'm sitting down doing these slides, I'm just picking things. This is not exhaustive by any means. I'm thinking like, hey, what would be interesting? I'll take that one over there. We'll do this passage, we'll forget that one.
Well, you've done a good job, because that's interesting, because it's hitting the nail on the head. I'm just trying to think of things that might be interesting. Let's continue with our little trip through the New Testament. Again, just looking at isolated things that are, at least to me, interesting. Part 2, Baptism of Jesus. Mark 1. In those days, Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee and was baptized by John in the Jordan. When he came up out of the water, immediately he saw the heavens being torn open, and the Spirit descending on him like a dove. And a voice came from heaven, "You are my beloved Son, with you I am well pleased." Why do I have the words "the water" and "torn open" in blue?
Water's blue.
They're very important.
Water's blue. I wish I'd have thought of that, or I would have picked a different color.
No, in the flood, when the waters, the sky was open and the water came out, it says.
Keep going. What else? Just think the thoughts.
On the cross.
The Red Sea was torn open.
Yeah.
Chaos.
Separation, control over the elements, that kind of thing. Jesus emerges from the water. Think like a first century Jew. Waters of chaos, or the sea. Which sea? Again, different seas in the Old Testament. Heavens torn open. It's an unusual word choice, a word used only 10 times in the Septuagint. So, little hint on my method here. When I see in the New Testament passage, which is in Greek, a word used, I'm curious as to how the Jewish translator of the Greek Septuagint, where they use that word. And yes, it is used at the parting of the Red Sea. Wasn't Israel the son of God?
Yeah.
Wasn't Jesus the son of God?
Mm-hmm.
Again, the writer's striking correlations. The path through the Red Sea was what? A victory over the forces of chaos and a victory over the gods of Egypt. Jesus comes up out of the water. We have this tearing asunder. This is the beginning of the end of the reign of chaos. This is the signal event, because the ministry starts here. Does it not? It starts with the baptism. Continuing in Mark, same chapter. In those days Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee and was baptized by John in the Jordan. And when he came up out of the water, immediately he saw the heavens being torn open, and here's the rest, the Spirit descending on him like a dove. And a voice came from heaven, "You are my beloved Son, with you I am well pleased." Where in the Old Testament is the Spirit associated with a dove? This is a trick question.
Noah's Ark, where the dove comes back. It doesn't come back.
Hold on to the Noah image.
Your question was about the Spirit in the Old Testament?
Where's the
Yes,
Spirit
in the New Testament.
associated with the dove in the Old Testament?
Oh, whoever knows the waters? No?
Yeah, we've already seen these.
At creation?
There's no specific Old Testament passage that uses the dove image of the Spirit. And so the scholars have wondered about this. And so the assumption is that maybe the dove is used because of sort of what it does, what it would do as it descends, okay? The characteristics. But what does the dove do? He hovers and then he lands, okay? So we have hovering and fluttering, and this is the word here, how you can translate Genesis 1:2, over again, the waters of chaos. Used in Deuteronomy 32:11, where it is bird imagery. It just doesn't happen to be a dove. Now there's another reason why dove is used here that concerns gematria. I'll get that to it in a second. But if we sort of abstractly think about the dove resting on Jesus, the Hebrew word for rest is nuach, the proper noun form of which is Noach.
Okay.
That's what Noah's name means,
Rest.
to rest.
That's cool.
The other place, and again, I can't remember if we're going to have a little section on gematria when we get to 666, but the word for dove, how can I explain this? Do you know what gematria is?
Numbers stuff?
Right. In Hebrew and Greek, not every language did this. A lot of languages had separate signs for numbers. But in Hebrew and Greek, they used certain letters of the alphabet for numerical representations. In Hebrew, it's the first 9 letters are 1 through 9. Makes sense. And then the 10th letter is 10. The 11th letter is 20. Then they start doing units of 10. And then when they're done with that, they hit the 100 and then the 1,000. Because then you can just combine them and cover all the numbers. Okay. Gematria is the idea that certain words are chosen so that their numerical value means something, or a numerical value when it's put into letters means something. Okay? It works both ways. The numerical, or the number that results from the Greek word for dove is 801. And you don't have to write it down, I'll get to it in another part, which happens to be the same number of the 2 Greek letters in the Greek system for alpha and omega.
Wow.
So the use of dove at the baptism scene was a way of telegraphing this is the alpha and omega. Okay, kind of interesting. Ministry, what was that? The beginning and the end.
I heard that in Genesis 1:1 it had an alpha and omega type of, but in Hebrew, in the middle of the text.
Yeah, that's bogus. Yes, that's the old Aleph and Tav thing. The Aleph and the Tav it's not even translated in Hebrew. It's the sign of the direct object. It's a grammatical function. It's also used in Phoenician and Ugaritic and other Canaanite dialects. In other words, it's not uniquely Hebrew. So to say that Hebrew's doing like something special here to point to Jesus it's contrived. So, ministry of Jesus, the kingdom come. Now, here's Isaiah 52:7. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him who brings good news, who publishes peace, who brings good news of good, who publishes salvation, who says to Zion, your God reigns. Anything familiar about this passage? Just vaguely.
Does Paul quote it?
It's quoted, yeah. It's quoted about what? The gospel, which is associated with the work of Jesus, which creates and produces the church.
Because that's,
Your God reigns.
yeah.
It's an oblique way of associating rule and reign and kingship with the bringing of the gospel, which we don't have to wait hundreds and thousands of years later. That happened right at the first coming. The gospel is unleashed at the first coming, and that has something to do with kingship, rulership, the kingdom of God. Again, it's just the verse. You don't even have to think sort of abstractly. The gospel, the New Testament writers use this, and they associate it with the reign of God. Exorcism in the kingdom of God. Now, still tracking with Mark chapter 1, I want you to think about the chronology of the events that Mark uses. We have the baptism. Here's what happens after the baptism. So here's the beginning of the ministry. You know, the whole, again, chaos imagery, the Alpha and Omega stuff, all that kind of thing. The next thing that happens to Jesus in Mark's gospel is he's driven into the wilderness by the Holy Spirit, and he confronts Satan there. Then he returns to Galilee after he dispenses with Satan. He returns to Galilee and announces the kingdom is come. Well, isn't that odd? No, it isn't odd. I mean, that's what, again, if you're reading the Gospels and you're thinking about all these motifs, well, what else would he do? You know, like, what else is he here for? The kingdom is announced. Luke has the same chronology. He adds specifically the rejection at a synagogue in Nazareth. The next thing is he calls disciples. Got to get some helpers here. Got to start teaching people, because I know I'm only going to be here 3.5 years. And once he has this in place, the kingdom of God, the ministry of Jesus, commences with this act. He starts casting out demons. Again, that is not coincidental. Because as I'm taking the kingdom out there, I am going to start displacing the powers that be. You don't have one without the other. Here, I just ran a simple search on the word demon. I want you to look at this. Over a third of all the references to demons in the New Testament are in Luke. So Luke is kind of tracking on this theme big time, associating demons with the kingdom of God, because he references it a lot. Just wanted you to see that, because when we get into some of these chronological events of what Jesus is doing where, the association of what he's doing and saying with the casting out of demons is going to become something that we need to be tracking on. This is Sea of Galilee, and just take a look at some of the places around here. Tiberias, Magdala, Gennesaret, Capernaum, so on and so forth. Down here is where we have the Gadarene incident. This ought to be familiar to you, because up here is Caesarea Philippi. If this were an Old Testament map, Dan would be right here, and this region is, or was, Bashan. Okay. So Mark 1, Jesus announces the kingdom and casts out demons. Mark 1:39, and he went throughout all Galilee. That's a strange place to start. Why not start in Jerusalem? Because we want to start kicking tail at the worst spots. We're going to begin where it's the most notorious, historically speaking. And he goes there, and again, we have this whole series of confronting demonic forces from the get-go. So goes through all the synagogues, preaching in the synagogues, and casting out demons. Next 2 chapters, going to Capernaum. Okay, it's over here. Teaching, crushing crowds. Family thinks he's crazy. And here we get the blasphemy against the Holy Spirit when he's accused of being in league with demonic forces. We get up to Luke 11, and we read this. Every kingdom divided against itself is laid waste. The divided household falls. And this is his response to being accused of being in league with the demonic realms. If Satan also is divided against himself, how will his kingdom stand? For you say that I cast out demons by Beelzebul. And if I cast out demons by Beelzebul, by whom do your sons cast them out? Therefore they will be your judges. But if it is by the finger of God that I cast out demons, then do the math. The kingdom of God has come. This is either true or it isn't. Okay? It's either true or it's not. Mark 4. Let's go back to where we left off in Mark. Jesus wants to cross the Sea of Galilee to the other side. Got some work to do there. And it's rough sailing. You read the passage. This is when Jesus does what? He tells the sea to knock it off. And it listens. It obeys. Again, to a Jew who is familiar with his Old Testament, the sea is not only physically scary and untamed, but it is for that reason that it is associated with untamed chaos. Okay? All the Old Testament imagery and we've only looked at 2 or 3 passages in the Old Testament. Again, they're representative. So what does Jesus do? Shut up. He commands it and it obeys. He has authority over these forces. Mark 5, he heals a demoniac in the Gerasa or Gadara. Both words refer to the same place. Again, the area here, right here, down here in Bashan territory, the lower part of it. Mark 5 and 6, he crosses the sea again, does some healings. Chapter 8, crosses to Bethsaida. So he's going back and forth across the Sea of Galilee, hitting different spots. Mark 6. Again, this is all in the same section of Mark. Mark basically lays out what Jesus is doing and constantly associates it with this casting out of demons. So here we have, he saw that they were making headway painfully. The wind was against them. Jesus is watching them struggle in the boat. 4th watch of the night, he came to them walking on the sea. They're freaked out. Again, this is the whole walking on the water thing. My point is that the casting out of the demons, the power over chaos, it all happens early in Jesus' ministry in roughly the same area. Okay, he's hitting these bases in this region. Sea of Galilee, going back and forth, up and down the Bashan, that kind of thing. Mark 8 and Mark 9, we have 2 significant events also in this region. Peter's confession and the transfiguration. So, first one here, Jesus went on with his disciples to the villages of Caesarea Philippi. He's right around in here. And then after this happened, after 6 days, Jesus took with him Peter, James, and John and led them up a high mountain. Let's put our thinking caps on. Which mountain would be in the region of Caesarea Philippi? Dun, dun, dun,
Mount Hermon.
dun, dun, dun.
Everett.
Okay. Mount Hermon. So the first one of these, the Peter's confession in Mark 8 or Matthew 16, this is where Peter says, You're the Christ, the Son of the living God, and all that stuff. And it's his confession. And Jesus says to him, you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church. Now, they're standing at Caesarea Philippi, which is, in that region, which yesterday, when we were discussing Bashan, if you recall, was, in this region near, what was the cult center at Dan, the center of Baal worship, associated with Milcom, the child sacrifice thing. It's demonic geography. And specifically, the rock here and Caesarea Philippi are a reference to the city built adjacent to Dan, which was called Banias, which was dedicated to the god Pan, and later under the Romans dedicated to the god Zeus, who it just happens, just happenstance that the Roman emperor was considered the incarnation of Zeus. Okay, so you got some friction there going on too, when with Jesus confronting this and making these statements. Now again, Catholicism argues that the rock is, Petra. Petra here is a pun on Petros, Peter. Protestants say the rock is God or Christ because in 1 Corinthians 10:4, in Old Testament passages, God is called a rock. Okay? I don't think it's either of these. I think the rock where they're standing is, or the rock is where they're standing. Banyas, Panyas, which is at the foot of Mount Hermon. This is not only the bad region, but this is like the bad place in the bad region. So Old Testament, Bashan, again, the gateway to Sheol, the underworld, this region was considered by them, okay, rolling back into antiquity, this was the gates of the underworld. This was the gates of hell, the gates of Hades in Greek. Okay, instead of Sheol, the term was Hades. Yes.
Another possible reason why Jesus is referring to himself as the rock, and upon him the church is built, and him as the cornerstone.
Yeah.
Of,
I wouldn't exclude it. I don't think it's the primary point, but I wouldn't exclude it. This statement, the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. I made the comment yesterday that the word against here is actually not in the Greek text. It's supplied by translators. This is actually a passive verb, so if you eliminate this, the better translation is the gates of hell will not withstand it. It won't be able to hold it back. Which I think, again, is perfectly descriptive. Because the rock, everything that you associate with this place, the cosmic, demonic geography, Sheol, the realm of the dead. Who's the Lord of the realm of the dead? Well, that would be Satan. Okay, all these things that accrue to this place, guess what? It's going to be assaulted by the church, and it will not prevail. It will not withstand it. Yes, go ahead.
Did these new recruits, the apostles, did they know the significance of Bashan, this area? Were they thinking that? Of course, and we're driving right dead set into their face.
I think at the moment that Jesus is telling them this, they range somewhere between, I have an inkling of what you're saying, but not much more, and total cluelessness. Again, it takes them, they don't the next day sit down and write this stuff.
It's a decades of work this out.
Yes. I mean, once they see the life of Jesus played out, and you get the crucifixion, you get the resurrection, you get what happens at Pentecost, and the ministry in Jerusalem, how it expands everywhere through Judea, and then this guy Paul, miraculously gets converted. The guy who was killing us off now is like the leading, proponent of Christ, and he goes off to the Gentile, and when he comes back and he gives us all these reports, I mean, all this stuff you read about the book of Acts, they live that. They see that. They hear that. And again, they're not getting up each day wondering, what do I do now? they want to know, okay, now that I'm living this, I'm experiencing it, I'm going to go back to my Bible, which is the Old Testament. I don't have anything else. I'm going to go back to my Bible and look at it again and again and again. I mean, they're investing time into learning about how all of that led up to this. And they have the benefit of literally decades of doing that. They're learning things as they go. They're learning and doing, learning and doing, learning and doing. You know, the more they see it manifest in front of them, the more points, the more things fire off in their head. The more they go look. This is what Paul tells people to do. I mean, it's a cute little verse. The Bereans, we like the Bereans because they searched the scriptures to see whether these things were so. Well, it's not like they're the only ones doing it. The disciples are able to give people that information because they went and studied it. They went and looked it up. In hindsight, was a tremendous teacher, and they have the benefit, of course, of the Spirit, who is working not only directly in the circumstances of the church, to build the church, but the Spirit knows that all of this is going to culminate in something as well. Because these guys are going to die, and if they don't figure it out themselves, the Spirit, God will prompt them to do something as intelligent as writing it down. Okay, they know they have to preserve it, because they can just look around. Now, we can say, that they thought the Lord would come back in their lifetimes. I'm sure they did. That's evident from a number of statements they make. But they still wanted the content preserved. They didn't know which of them were going to die. Okay, what if the 12 are wiped out and, it's like 5 or 10 years, later that the Lord comes back? How do people get discipled and won to Christ between then and now? I mean, they know they got to get it down while they are able, while they're living. It might only be used for a couple years, but without it, people are lost.
This really
Without
transforms them because, except for Paul, aren't the rest of them basically blue collar? They're
Yeah.
not in academia.
Yeah, they don't have. I mean, Paul had a formal education. His formal education, makes him the Pharisee of the Pharisees and all that stuff. So, I mean, he gets the lights turned on, supernaturally. And Paul makes the comment that he spent 3.5 years in Arabia where the Lord showed up and taught him things. So, he learns that way. He just had a head start in terms of his command of the material. He still needed the Spirit to make the connections, just like they did. It might have been a more difficult task for them because they weren't formally trained, like he was. But it's not just, sheer brain power. Paul had plenty of that. But he, where did that lead him? He didn't see it. He had to be knocked off his horse. Yes.
Interesting thing for me, if my memory serves me well, the word in the Greek for hell or Hades is unknowing. Carries with that as...
I don't think I've ever heard that in Hades. There must be some word associated with it. If you can find out where you heard that, let me know.
It would have been my Strong's concordance.
I'll look it up because there's probably some reason they're saying that. It doesn't occur to me right now why that would be. Let me just think about that a little bit. Strong might be. He's probably thinking this. And I'd have to look this up in a book on Greek etymology. This is Hades. This little mark here is called a rough breathing mark. It's the h sound. Greek doesn't have an H. Okay, it uses this when it wants the h sound. And curiously enough, it adds what's called a Yoda subscript. That's the letter I, but put below the alpha. What's really interesting, and this means that if I spelled all of it out and didn't subscript this, what we would have is that, you see, I brought the Yoda up. And he might be thinking this word is related to that one. This is one of the words for no, oida. And if you add an alpha to this, it cancels that out. This is what's known as the alpha privative. It negates things. So that's probably where he gets not knowing.
Yeah.
That would be my guess. I'd have to look it up in a book on Greek morphology to know how sound that is. But it's pretty interesting. That'll give me something to do tonight.
You're welcome.
Because he doesn't have boots.
Because I don't have boots. Yeah. So that's intriguing.
You ever just rest your mind and just kind of go blank and just relax and not think about
Yeah. When I'm grading student papers, that happens to me. Then I just sort of go numb. But see, now you distracted me.
I got distracted by Yoda.
Yeah, Yoda.
Hell you must go.
Right. Okay, back to the gates of hell.
sobering.
Again, this is just a summary of the whole issue with Bashan and Mount Hermon. If you wanted to pursue more information on Caesarea Philippi and Banyas, or also known as Panias, I recommend Judd Burton's website. His website's called Burton Beyond or something like that. Judd did his doctoral dissertation on Caesarea Philippi. Judd's a Christian. He's a believer. He just finished it, I think, 2 years ago. But he's done a lot of work on Banyas, and he knows all about the Bashan stuff and all that kind of thing. Transfiguration. Again, in early church tradition, the Transfiguration was believed to be at Mount Tabor, which is much further south. There's no text that says that. It is literally just the result of somebody in the 4th century saying so. I mean, there's no scriptural argument for it. Mount Hermon is considered the better choice since it's much higher than Tabor, which would fit better with the description of a high mountain by Mark. Plus, it's in the vicinity of Caesarea Philippi. It's just a more logical choice. And if you wanted to do any more reading on that, here are some references for it. By the way, it's interesting. This is in the Transjordan area. And, Moses and Elijah appear to Jesus at the Transfiguration. They both had their lives ended. I don't want to use the word die. Okay, but with Moses, we can do that. But their lives both ended in the Transjordan. And their lives have other parallels as well. So, without going down that rabbit trail, there are reasons why Moses and Elijah would be significant to this event in this region as well. But at the Transfiguration, what is Jesus doing? What happens at the Transfiguration? Here he is, again, somewhere, on the slopes of Mount Hermon, at the base or whatever. And Peter, James, and John get to see what? They get to see him in his glory, as he really is, still embodied. They know who he is. What's the point of it? I'm here. In other words, I want you to understand who I am, but I also would like anyone else that might be watching, to understand I'm here.
Human or otherwise?
Human or otherwise. I'm here. Remember this spot, guys? Where, a long time ago, you, descended and decided to corrupt humanity, and God had to wipe things clean with the flood. And, maybe you didn't intend to try to wipe out the line that would extend from Eve, that would produce me. But that was sort of the effect of it. Remember that? I'm back. I'm here. I mean, again, it's pretty much a punch in the nose. It pretty much is. Where it happens, he says, let me just take off the disguise for a few moments. Okay? And just really let you see. And then, like I said, anybody else who might be watching, there it is. This is about as close, I think, as Jesus gets to poking them with a stick. Okay? Because otherwise, again, it's still closed with Peter, James, and John. And the demons know when he shows up in another place, they know who he is.
Is that after this?
Oh, well, there's demonic casting out before and after the
So
transfiguration.
when they say, we know who thou art, the Holy One, come from.
Before and after.
I mean, the word didn't spread. Okay, clear proof. We know who
the
this
demons know who he is. And what does he tell them? Leave. Get lost. Just because they know that he's here doesn't mean that they know the plan. He doesn't say anything about the plan. Go ahead.
I don't know if this is an assumption, but doesn't it say that Jesus talks to Moses and Elijah
Yeah.
regarding his coming death?
Well, we can go to the passage. He speaks to them. Does somebody have it so I don't have to flip screens? Let's go back here. Matthew 17. Let's just use Matthew here. So I don't have to guess at the wording. We'll just read it.
6 days after this, Jesus took with him Peter and James and John his brother, and led them up a high mountain by himself. And his appearance underwent a change in their presence, and his face shone clear and bright like the sun, and his clothes became white as light. And behold, there appeared to them Moses and Elijah, who kept talking with him. Then Peter began to speak and said to Jesus, Lord, it's good and delightful that we're here. If you approve, I will put up 3 booths here, one for you and Moses and one for Elijah.
Yeah, so the content of the conversation there isn't revealed. Go ahead.
It's in Luke, chapter 9. And behold, there talked with him 2 men, which were Moses and Elias, who appeared in glory and spake of his decease, which he should accomplish at Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did Moses and Elijah have like name tags on? How did the apostles know who they were?
It doesn't tell us. It doesn't tell us.
Google goggles.
By the time, Google goggles. By the time this event, remember what I said yesterday? Now Mark's gospel is short, so it's fairly compressed compared to some of the other gospels who have lots of other events, sprinkled around. Remember yesterday when I said, by the time of these events, he is going to be on his way to Jerusalem for the specific intent to die. He's going to get there in a couple days, and they're going to have the triumphal entry and all this stuff. So, things have been set in motion now that he's going to die on the cross and be raised again, and so on and so forth. In that regard, I also think that the transfiguration might have been useful to telegraph to, again, you only have 3 disciples there, but the notion of, hey, Moses and Elijah, at least with Moses, that he had died and God buried him, because the text says Moses died, Elijah's taken up, but maybe if they're still around, the Lord will be okay. I mean, that sort of thing, that there is this talk about dying and rising again. We look at them and think, well, you should have known. I mean, these two, you thought these 2 guys were gone, they're still there, and so we might want to say that could have comforted them. Who knows? I think there's a deeper purpose to it, again, associated with the two characters. What's going on in terms of their own lives and the way their lives are described. But again, he's on his way there. Now, Luke 11, well, let's jump over to Luke here, who, again, it's more of an expansive gospel. We have the sending of the 70, and some translations have 72. And I want to show you why this is, because I get asked this question all the time.
Probably by you.
There is a text critical disagreement here. There's a disagreement in manuscripts, which is why some translations say 70 and some say 72, when Jesus sends out disciples and they cast out demons. In one regard, it's sort of incidental, because the whole point, again, is this expands beyond the 12. Think about the imagery. 12 disciples get sent out. What makes, when you hear 12, what do you think of?
Tribes.
Tribes of Israel. So again, the church, the gospel, is going to reach the Jewish people, the 12 tribes of Israel. And so when the number's bigger than 12, especially if it's 70, but just generally bigger, that would probably suggest that the family of God has just grown a little bit. Okay? Again, it's telegraphing the idea. But here's why there's a difference between the manuscripts. It depends on how you count the descendants of Jacob when they go down into Egypt. Now, I'm going to show you why this is the way it is, and then make a different comment about what I think of this. These are the names of the descendants of Israel who came into Egypt, Jacob and his sons. So then we start listing. Here you have 33, 16. Go ahead and start adding these in your head. 33 plus 16.
49.
Plus 14.
64.
How many?
70.
49 plus 14.
64.
I shouldn't have asked this question. 63
Let me take off my shoes.
plus 7.
70.
70. Oh, no, wait a minute. What's up with 66?
They count different than we do.
Okay. All the persons belonging to Jacob who came into Egypt who were his own descendants, not including Jacob's sons' wives, were 66 persons in all. Now, keep reading. And the sons of Joseph who were born to him in Egypt were 2.
68.
See, you're confused already, which now you understand why the scribes were confused. Well, what are we going to do with this? If you have 66, and you add Jacob and his wife, 2, and now you're up to 68,
Oh,
and you add the sons of Joseph, now you're up to 70,
Mm-hmm.
and that kind of works out. Okay, but if you take the 70 here, and you add these 2, you get 72. So it just depends which math you use. And that's why there was a confusion. You say, well, what's the whole point of this anyway? Because back here we're sending them out. Don't forget that the traditional Hebrew text in Deuteronomy 32, 8, and 9 reads sons of Israel. Okay? In Jewish thinking, they wanted to draw a correlation between the division of the nations with the sons of Israel. And so many who wanted to do that, in their teaching, again, this is all Jewish teaching, Jewish tradition in between the testaments that, people would have been exposed to. Some of their teachers taught that the number was 72. And so that when you had New Testament manuscripts getting copied, you would have the different numbers pop up, and the scribes would have to make choices. And for some, 72 would make sense based upon the passage I just showed you, because they're thinking, oh yeah, the writer of this passage wants to correlate back with the sons of Israel. I got it, so I'll go back there, I'll do the math. 72 sounds right, I'll leave it alone. Okay, and it was fine. What if it reads sons of God? Well then, you have to wonder, okay, sons of God and the nations, assigned to the nations. Well, logically, like if I wanted to know how many sons of God there were, I'd go count the nations, wouldn't I? If you count the nations in Genesis 10, you get 70. You get 70. And so that's where that tradition comes from. And if you're going to go again with the sons of God reading, which is the best, the number really should be 70. So that when Jesus does this, he sends out 70 disciples. What is the intended implication?
To reach the whole world.
Go get the nations. Go get them.
Take them back.
Take them back. Go get them. The 70 return with joy, saying, Lord, even the demons are subject to us in your name. And he said to them, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. Behold, I have given you authority to tread on serpents and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall hurt you. Nevertheless, do not rejoice in this, the spirits are subject to you, but rejoice that your names are written in heaven. Again, without doing a sermon here, the connection between authority, being members of the kingdom of heaven, Satan's fall, sending the seven, all the motifs are there. They're all there. Satan, again, the fall of Satan begins with the advent of the kingdom, but it continues, again, to the crucifixion, which is right after Luke 11. And at the crucifixion, this is where we get, obviously we know the story of the crucifixion and the resurrection. This is where we get the bulls of Bashan, celebrating, we got him, and all this kind of stuff. And when Paul later looks back on the crucifixion, what does he say? He said, this was like the event that led to their captivity. Their captivity. So, this whole thing, all these ideas are related, and they continue on to and through the crucifixion. And of course beyond, because when we get to the book of Acts, that is when we start reading about the process of reclaiming the nations in the known world, in the whole reversal of Babel.
But at first, didn't the apostles, they didn't believe that the good news was meant for the Gentiles, right?
No, they had to learn that.
So were they thinking the 10 lost tribes, go out there and get the 10 lost tribes that are scattered among the Gentile nations?
Who's at Pentecost?
Who that came for the feast?
And who were they? Who were they?
The 70 that went out.
They were Jews.
There's a distinction between Jews and Israelites.
They were Jews. Jews get sent out to their home nations. And what might the purpose of that be? Well, the one a Jew would think of right away was, I need to go tell my fellow Jews that the Messiah came. Because he came for us.
The long-awaited Messiah.
Right, the long-awaited Messiah. And when they start believing, the kingdom of God starts growing and spreading in every nation, because the Jews are scattered in every nation. Now along the way, again, they have to learn, and it could have happened the slow way. And let's give Peter some credit. I mean, God goes and tells Peter eventually that, it's for the Gentiles as well. The whole Cornelius thing. So God's teaching Peter and the people in Jerusalem the same lesson as well. if you were Jewish, you'd probably, my guess is you'd probably start going back to your Bible and starting to read it again. All these messianic passages, like, boy, now that I know this, and I need to go look and see, what I missed. And eventually they'd come across passages in Isaiah and Jeremiah about, wow, once this happens, like the nations are supposed to turn to Yahweh too. That would have been the slow way. God says, we got to get the program moving here. So I'm going to show Peter a dream, and after I'm done with that, I got to go knock this guy off his horse on the way to Damascus. Okay? Because I'm going to have to kickstart this and show both what's going on in Judea, and I'm going to pick this guy to go, throughout the nations. And what does Paul do when he goes? He goes first to the Jew and then to the Gentile. Why would he go first to the Jew? Well, some of the more obvious reasons are it's our Messiah, it's their Messiah. But when you win them, they can do the work as well. Just like was supposed to happen at Pentecost. This is why the Jews are here. Spirit comes down, now the Jews scatter, and they're supposed to start doing the work that their Old Testament tells them to do. See, the Gentiles don't have an Old Testament. They don't have anything. Okay? So it's really useful if you can win the Jew and say, now go check this out in the Scripture. I mean, it's real, And you got a job to do now. That whole thing where you're supposed to be kingdom of priests and, regather, and the Gentiles are going to believe. Start, get to work. And if the Jews don't believe, Paul says, fine, I'll go to the Gentiles myself, and then the next time we'll try to do this over again. Because the Messiah, again, the kingdom of God, first in their consciousness is an Israelite thing for very obvious reasons. It's called the Old Testament. But again, there is content in the Old Testament, even as early as the covenant with Abraham, that said, through you, through this family, you will be a blessing to all other nations. I mean, that's not new. It's not as emphasized. I mean, later on, it gets more emphasis in the prophets. But, Paul has a strategy. He wants to make sure, his heart is with his people. The other practical thing is, if he goes to the Gentile first, his message might be construed as a Gentile thing, and that might alienate, some Jewish people. So he goes first to everywhere he goes. He goes to the synagogue for like I said yesterday, where's the synagogue? Where's the jail? I'm going to start in one and end up in the other, and then we'll see what happens, and I'll go to the next place and the next place, and we'll just repeat the process. And again, he has this consciousness about the whole purpose of his life. Go ahead.
In that time period, how knowledgeable were the Gentiles outside the land of Israel? There was a Jew scare out there. What did they know about the God of the Israelites, the Messiah of the Israelites, and their practices and their...
It would depend on your personal contact with a Jew and how observant that Jew was. And Jewish people were a big part of the wider society and culture, so you would get a lot of exposure to that. And if you were a friend of a pretty serious Jew, you'd learn about the Sabbath and the circumcision and all that kind of stuff, and you'd hear the stories of the patriarchs. If you were an educated person, you would have probably been reading, books by Jewish scholars, including the Septuagint. The Septuagint was done a few hundred years before Jesus. So that would have been, part of the Hellenistic education. It would have been a major text, a major thing to read as an educated person. So it would depend on a couple factors. I think there's very little chance that you would not have bumped into a Jew and heard something about them, because they're just part of the fabric of the wider culture. How are we doing on time?
It's 4:12.
So what does that mean?
5 o'clock we're done.
Okay, 5 o'clock we're done. And what am I actually doing here? Okay. All right. Oops. Wrong one. Death and resurrection. Again, we talked a little bit about this last year, but I want to go into some more detail. We have our verse here about, had the rulers of this age understood. And again, even hearing a bitter piece, that's different than understanding. But, most of it was just really cryptic. For if they had, they would not have crucified the Lord of glory. Let's take a look a little bit at resurrection language. Now my soul is troubled. What shall I say? Father, save me from this hour? I don't want to say that. But for this purpose I have come to this hour. Father, glorify your name. Then a voice came from heaven. I have glorified it and will glorify it again. The crowd that stood there heard it said that it thundered. Others said an angel spoke to him. Jesus answered, this voice has come for your sake, not mine. Now is the judgment of this world. Now will the ruler of this world be cast out. And I, when I am lifted up from the earth, will draw all people to myself. Right there. It's not, I will draw all Jews to myself. I'll draw all people. Okay, there's a Gentile inclusion there. This is the sort of the conceptual parallel to the Luke chapter 10 idea about the ruler of the world being cast out. And he said this to show what kind of death he was going to die. Now, we're all familiar with the, in association with the death of Christ, the tearing of the veil and that sort of thing. So again, I just picked this because I thought it was interesting. From our perspective, we're living much later. The tearing of the veil signifies the end of temple ritual, the end of sacrifice for atonement, and it does all those things. It signifies all those things. And direct access to God. Those are fairly obvious. But the resurrection, which was a thing unprecedented in that, if you remember the disciples' reaction, they were frightened. They were horrified. In fact, you might want to say of Peter that he was either offended or just couldn't take it, the idea that Christ was going to die. He didn't really think, oh, okay, I know that, 3 days later you're going to be alive again, so I guess I'm kind of wondering why you're dying. That doesn't seem to have even occurred to him. He's horrified at the thought. And the rest of them were too, because when it actually starts happening, they scatter. They're out of there. They're not like thinking, yeah, you just wait 3 days from now. They're gone. Peter, I'm going fishing and all that kind of stuff. So this was something that we look at and we think, you guys could have put some of this together. But again, that's because we have hindsight. There's really only a whisper of this in the Old Testament. In Isaiah 53:10, it's hinted at. The language of the harm done to the servant is not necessarily death. The only part that, or not necessarily resurrection, the only part that suggests resurrection is the idea that he would see his offspring, after he dies. So that's a hint of it. And Hosea 6:1-3, which talks about, it connects the idea of 3 days with, a resurrection. So, in fact, let's go to Hosea 6:3, because this one is lesser known. Anybody want to look up Hosea 6:3? When you get it, go ahead and read it.
Then shall we know if we follow on to know the Lord is going forth as prepared as the morning, and he shall come unto us as the rain, as the latter rain and the former rain upon the earth.
Is that what the rest of you have? I wonder if...
Is that the wrong book or something?
Well, let's go see.
Isaiah 6:3.
Yeah, there might be a difference in numbering here. I might have picked this out of Hebrew when the numbering is different.
Verse 2.
Oh, keep going.
Oh, okay, no, verse 2. After 2 days will he
Yeah.
revive us. In the third day he will raise us up, and we shall live in his sight.
Okay. Good enough. I'm assuming a little bit here, are you all aware that the servant in Isaiah, specifically Isaiah 40 through 55, the servant of Isaiah, many, in fact, probably the majority of the references to the servant in Isaiah 40 to 55 are not to an individual. They are to the nation of Israel. There are some that are singular, might refer to the prophet, and then the Isaiah 53 one, there's a singular. And we know that because singular pronouns are used of the servant. He, him, that kind of thing. In other passages, plural pronouns are used, or it just flat out says, my servant Jacob, my servant Israel, or something like that. Now, we know, looking back, and again, if you have a good command of Old Testament theology, this is not strange because the servant was a representative figure of the nation. This is why the individual king can be referred to as my son, and the nation can be referred to as my son. The issue is, if this is all you've got, if all you've got is Isaiah 53:10 that talks about the individual servant suffering, and Hosea 6:1-3, which associates a resurrection with 3 days, it's confusing because this one is corporate. It refers to the nation, the people. So, in some sense, it's like they kind of like mutually don't fit together. Singular, corporate, resurrection, and here's resurrection with 3 days and that kind of thing. Again, it's easy for us to say, oh, you guys should have figured that out. But if this is all you've got, you know, maybe somebody really smart would have guessed correctly, but it's not easy. Now, back to our thought here, with the tearing of the veil, the significance here of the 3 days. According to the Antiquities of Josephus, and we've all heard of Josephus, he was a priest. The tabernacle, or temple, okay, again, tabernacle, temple, the same imagery used in the Old Testament, was understood to be a microcosm of creation. Why would that be? Well, it's because where heaven meets earth, you would have things, parts of the temple and tabernacle, architecture and the furniture and stuff like that, that would symbolically, it would symbolize different aspects of the created world, the natural world, that sort of thing. We talked a little bit about that yesterday. But again, Jewish rabbis, Jewish thinkers, made this association. It's a little easier to see with the temple than the tabernacle. It was divided into 3 parts. The third part thereof, to which the priests were not admitted, was, as it were, a heaven peculiar to God. This is God's dwelling place, the Holy of Holies, a special place. And so the veil was conceived as the boundary between heaven and earth, between humans and God, between that which is earthly and that which is not. Demolition of the boundary was the victory of chaos. In other words, think of it abstractly. If you destroy the boundary between heaven and earth, you are destroying divinely imposed order. You are unleashing the forces of the other world into this world. And if you are thinking that we're this is where everything is maintained. The temple was the center of the world. Israel was the center of the world. This is where Yahweh dwelled. Everything might be disorderly and awful and random and the realm of other gods, but everything was nice and contained and orderly, like it should be here. When this gets destroyed, so that there is no barrier between the sacred and the profane, you wouldn't like that. That would disturb you as, again, a Jewish thinker, as someone who took this seriously. If you were associated with the demonic realm, this is like your best day ever. Not only do we kill off the Messiah, but lo and behold, look what happened. The veil is rent. What I'm getting at is it depends on your perspective. You know, we look at the veil because we can have the benefit of hindsight and think, that's wonderful. They looked at the veil and thought, that's wonderful, for an entirely different reason. And it conveyed an entirely different thought.
To the dark forces.
Yes, to the dark forces. Again, the resurrection was by many, I would say by most, not really expected. Again, the disciples' reaction tells you that it wasn't. Josephus and Philo also believed, again, this was standard Jewish teaching of the time, that the four colors incorporated into the veil, the one that was torn, blue, purple, crimson, and white, symbolized the four elements from which the cosmos was created, the four primal, foundational elements, the four elements of the world. And that's part of what made it a panorama of the cosmos. So when this is torn and destroyed, the cosmos itself is damaged and at least disrupted and maybe destroyed. Again, if you're on the demonic side of this is like the best day ever. If you're not, this is alarming. Mm-hmm. The death of Yahweh's Son is the destruction of order. It's chaos unbound, is what it is. Again, if you're thinking about the imagery here. So, this act could be viewed as something very frightening, and before the resurrection, if you're a Jew, regardless of what you think about the guy hanging on the cross, you may not associate the two events, but even the one event is frightening. Because, again, of what this symbolizes to you. After the resurrection, then the tearing of the veil, for Christians, takes on a whole new flavor, a whole new set of meanings.
For those 3 days, it meant like the dam was broke open,
Yeah.
and you automatically assume
Right.
not good heavenly beings are coming through, but the negative.
Yes, you have no reason to believe or no reason to think, because he's dead. Now, once he rises from the dead, then it's like, okay, the old has passed away, the new is. All these ideas start extending from the resurrection, because the resurrection is essentially an interpretive filter for that event and lots of other events. It reorients the people thinking about what has happened. It reorients them to think about that event and again other events the way God wants them to think about it. This was the point of this. Okay, don't think of it this way. You might have suspected that this was going on, but what was really going on, especially since now Christ is risen from the dead, it takes on a whole new meaning. You don't need, to be exclusively Jewish. You don't go through this system of ritual. Atonement has been made by this one person. Again, I'll read the book of Hebrews and you get sort of the full set of images that are associated with it. But prior to the resurrection, that was kind of disturbing.
I've heard say where
it
the
would be
demons in hell were throwing a party during them 3 days.
it's not a bad image to me. Now again, I'm not so worried about the chronology. Like, well, at what point does Jesus, address them and say, "I hope you guys are having fun. Enjoy it, because it's about ready to end."
Did they think that they were going to get out?
Didn't he go descend into hell?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. When when the restrainer, okay, the thing restraining or the God restraining the boundary between heaven and earth, when that has been destroyed, taken away, damaged, whatever, violated, I think that it probably is a reasonable thing to think that those who are confined, again, and that's a small subset of the demonic world, when those who are confined could have conceived of it as their opportunity for escape, for release. Again, we're not given, and neither do I think we need to care about a strict chronology of events. Like, we're not constructing a criminal timeline or anything like that. What we know is that this would have been very disturbing, again, pre-resurrection. And while he's in the depths of the earth, and all, again, this language that's used, and he goes and preaches to the spirits that are imprisoned, again, informing them. I think we're going to get to baptism of Christians. I'm not sure why. But when they are informed that, no, in fact, this isn't your opportunity of escape, this isn't going to work for your benefit, you're still doomed. And not only that, but this is going to trigger the timetable, the chronological progression, as it were, of your final end. God needed this and planned this, because while you guys are down here roasting, up there, the kingdom of God has been launched. And now it is only a matter of time before those who aren't confined are going to join you. And none of you will ever get out again. It's just that sort of, messaging going on. Yes. Yeah.
What do you
Again, using the necessary language of geography.
What do you think the significance is of, like, the 3 hours of total blackness?
Again, I think that, I don't have to think, there are comments about this, again, in first century stuff and early church stuff. It would have been viewed as, understand when I use this term, I'm not using it in an occult sort of way, it would have been viewed as a really bad omen. That there's something wrong now with the order of things, and since God is the one who is in charge of not only the normal order of things, but controlling what goes on, up there, it kind of suggests that God really isn't happy. Again, because things like eclipses, were viewed as messaging, usually not good. I mean, they scared people. So I think that would have been an associated ominous event for that.
Always a negative connotation?
For eclipses, for eclipses, they were viewed with some trepidation, always. But the other thing is, in that case, there were other prophecies associated with the darkening, of the moon, the darkening of the sun, and that kind of thing, that would have also contributed to a timetable of events associated with Pentecost. Again, so it's not just one purpose, behind the author noting that. There would have been other things associated with it. At Pentecost, the quotation of Joel and that sort of thing would have contributed to it. Colossians 2, Ephesians 1. Again, all associated with the crucifixion and the resurrection. You who were dead in your trespasses, the uncircumcision of your flesh, made alive together with him, having forgiven us all our trespasses, by canceling the record of debt that stood against us with its legal demands, this he set aside, nailing it to the cross. He disarmed the rulers and authorities and put them to open shame by triumphing over them in him. And again, Ephesians 1, Christ, that he worked in Christ when he raised him from the dead, seated him at the right hand of God in the heavenly places, far above all rule and authority and power and dominion, and above every name that is named, not only in this age, but also in the one to come. Again, I wanted to show you these passages because they're very clear in that they associate the crucifixion and the resurrection with kingship, with dominion, with the kingdom of God. Christ, gone into heaven, is at the right hand of God, of course, and you all know that's the seat of power and the imagery there. At the right hand of God with angels, authorities, and powers having been subjected to him. Again, he's not going into heaven seated at the right hand of God unless he's resurrected, and this is the trigger to rulership. 1 Corinthians 15, for as in Adam all die, so also in Christ shall all be made alive. But each in his own order, Christ the first fruits, then at his coming those who belong to Christ. Then comes the end when he delivers the kingdom to God the Father after destroying every rule and authority and power. Now catch this, for he must reign until he puts all his enemies under his feet. In this one passage, you have both aspects of the kingdom. Look at it again. You have a delivering of the kingdom at some point called the end, but he's reigning even now until he puts his enemies under his feet. The kingdom is already, but not yet. Okay. Jump into Paul quickly. I'm going to take a... Okay. What time is it?
4:42.
And we have till 5. Okay.
You can go.
We can continue it tomorrow because,
Okay,
you know,
yeah.
it's just going to move up into the other. Inauguration of the kingdom. So wave at me when we got 5 minutes.
Okay.
Part 3. Acts and Paul, reclaiming the nations. Birthing the church and inaugurating the kingdom. Those are two sides of the same coin. Acts 2. This is becoming one of my favorite New Testament passages. It's just clever. I just like it. When the day of Pentecost arrived, they were all together in one place. And suddenly there came from heaven a sound like a mighty rushing wind. And I haven't tracked on this image, but somebody here can probably tell me, what is the rushing wind associated with in the Old Testament?
Presence of God.
The presence of God, the whirlwind, the storm tempest, like Job 38 to the end and all that kind of stuff. It's sort of, again, an oblique way of associating the Spirit with the very presence of God himself, or itself, if we, however we want to say that. It links the Holy Spirit to deity, to the very presence of God. Again, it's kind of clever. It sounded like a mighty rushing wind. It filled the entire house where they were sitting. And divided tongues, the Greek word here is diamerizo, divided tongues as of fire appeared to them and rested on each one of them. I haven't tracked on this either. Where else do you see fire in the Old Testament?
In the wilderness, pillar of fire.
Pillar of fire.
When Elisha went
And what is associated with the pillar of fire? God, presence of God. Where else do we see fire?
Burning bush.
Burning bush. Does God have anything to do with that?
Oh yeah.
Where else do we see fire?
when Elijah went up in the chariots.
Chariots of fire. Yes. Where else do we see fire?
Sacrifice with the soggy altar.
Yeah. Elijah and Baal. But let me throw another word in that'll be a clue. Where else do we see coals and smoke?
Seraphim.
Isaiah 6, the throne room of God. Yes. You're missing a big one. Smoke and fire. Let me throw in. Yeah, that would be the eschatology. That works the other direction. And it's deliberate too, because again, God is associated with that. Smoke, fire. That's true, but that's not where I'm tracking. Let me try to give you another one. No,
Samson and the
thunder. Again, Mount Sinai. Yeah.
Yeah.
You actually have the
Thank you,
combination of images there. You have things that are associated with tempest and fire. You get the double whammy at Sinai. Okay. But this is it's a motif of the divine presence. Fire. The fire appeared to them and rested on each of them, and they were filled with the Holy Spirit and began to speak in other tongues as the Spirit gave them utterance. Now there were dwelling in Jerusalem Jews, devout men from every nation under heaven. So they're all gathered there. And at this sound the multitude came together, and they were bewildered. The word bewildered there is subkeo, because each one was hearing them speak in his own language. Really strange. Let's start with subkeo, verse 6. Lo and behold, if you actually, again, Greek text, I wonder if this word occurs anywhere else in the Old Testament Septuagint.
The Babel.
Lo and behold, go back here, right here. This verb shows up in the account of the Babel story, the Tower of Babel, the division of the nations. Oop, did I say division?
Yes, you did.
Yes, I did. Guess where this one's going to show up? Not Genesis 11, but what other chapter in the Old Testament talks about the dividing of the nations?
Deuteronomy 32.
Deuteronomy 32. Yep. It's in Deuteronomy 32, when, in fact, it's the key verse, when the Most High divided the nations. What are the chances of that? Now, here are the nations, again, known to the biblical writer of Genesis 10 and 11. These were the nations that would have been divided, at Babel, because they're the ones listed in the table of nations. So again, the square here, you get a whole bunch of them stuck in there in Canaan. But, the farthest point here is Tarshish, right here. And we get as far, east as this end of the Persian Gulf. Right? This is the ancient Near East, ancient Mediterranean. And no surprises. If you go through the list of nations in Acts chapter 2, if you just read it, you're going to notice right away that there's a few of the same names, but a lot of it's different. The list, though, begins in the east, Parthians, Medes, and Elamites. These are words from Acts 2, right here. Begins over here in the east. Guess which direction it's going to go? Yep. It's going to start covering the turf all the way, and it's going to work itself all the way over the listing. Now again, this listing, the one in Acts 2, is not going to represent the known nations at the time of the writer of Genesis 10 and 11. It's going to be the nations that the writer knows at the time of Acts 2, which is, conservatively 1,500 years later.
Would they correspond?
Some of them, in terms of name, correspond, but the issue is not name correspondence in Acts 2. The issue is that just as there's an eastern point and a western point, and these are all nations that are disinherited, put under the dominion of the sons of God, and we have our little, what eventually will be the promised land here. By the way, in the exile and in the years following the exile, because do all the Jews come back to Jerusalem at the when they return? No, a lot of them stay. Guess what? Over here. And we know from other ancient records that they start to disperse all over the ancient world. Well, shouldn't God have judged them for not going back? Well, he could have. But God knows something. God knows that if the Jews stay here, eventually some of those Jews are going to travel to Jerusalem for this thing called Pentecost, and they're going to hear about Jesus, and they're going to go back. And then we start evangelism from one end to the other.
That the long-awaited Messiah has arrived.
Yes. He has, there are beachheads and there are believers in every part of the known world. All, so that when they gather for Pentecost and then they go back to their nations, we've got a built-in evangelistic system that covers the entirety of the nations that were disinherited. It's already there. The mechanism is already there. All you need is the people, the Jews living over here, they just need to know that the Messiah was here, and he died, and he rose again. They need to know the gospel, because they're going to go home, and they're going to start talking. They're going to start going into the synagogues. They're going to start talking to their neighbors. They're going to start talking to their families. And wouldn't you know it, people are going to start believing.
Which was the original intent of calling Abraham a blessed nation.
That's correct.
And even though they didn't do it in the Old Testament, basically failed, God still accomplishes his goal.
Isn't it interesting how when we isolate them here and God says, okay, now that you're in the land, now you do the kingdom of priests thing and you live right and the nations are going to notice you.
A light to the Gentiles.
Right, light to the Gentiles and all this kind of stuff. And that would have worked because God would have blessed them for it. But they don't do what they're supposed to be doing. In fact, they do the opposite. They engage in idolatry. And so God says, okay, I'll just scatter you. I'll scatter you. Right. In other words, like we said yesterday, the whole thing about, and even today about, there's something decreed. There's an end that's decreed. And what happens from one point to the end, God can step in and do things, and he does. Paul, Peter, all this stuff. But a lot of times he lets his kids, his children, his, dare I say, council members, just like in 1 Kings 22, except now they're on earth. Again, what a coincidence. He lets his council members decide how to get the job done. And so he disperses them knowing that not all of them will go back, but they're there, and I'll use that when the time comes. God's going to get it done. He's just going to get it done. And what looks to us, and I'm not saying it isn't, but acts of disobedience, just messing up, doing it the wrong way, whatever. God obviously knows that. But it doesn't change the fact that what he wants done will get done. Doesn't really matter, the thing with the chessboard. Who's the better chess player? The guy that sits down and says, well, I've pre-programmed your every movement so that I know already now exactly where you're... is that guy the better chess player or the guy that looks at you and says, it doesn't matter where you move? You're going to lose. I'm going to win. Just doesn't matter.
Sovereignty, predestination, this complicated stuff that he's going to accomplish his holy
Right.
will.
The big difference is that I'm not front-loading sovereignty. I'm back-loading it. The ends are what is decreed, and God lets his imagers obey. He also lets them disobey. And he'll judge, he'll step in. Again, he's not tied to not being able to act in a very sovereign, I'm going to step right in here, and again, I'm going to knock this guy off his horse. Because I need this guy, and this guy is critical. I have chosen him to be a messenger to the Gentiles. God can do that anytime he wants. The thing is he doesn't have to predestine every blasted act that we do to get things done. it doesn't tie God's hands. It creates, it honors the fact that we're imagers and creates a balance between God being God and God wanting us to obey. It also means, incidentally, that what we do really matters. In other words, our failures are not like programmed. We have to take accountability. God wants us to be influencers. He wants us to do these things, and He'll actually reward us for doing those things. We help get the job done. If we don't, somebody else will come along, or God will intervene in some way, and they will get the reward that we would have gotten.
I did that.
Oh, you did?
Okay. I'm just wondering if I should stop here, and you know what? I think I will,
Okay.
and then we'll just pick up with Acts 2 tomorrow. Okay. You ready?
We are ready.
Cool. Hopefully I'll be ready in about 10 minutes into this. Okay.
Good thing we're starting with review.
What was that?
Good thing we're starting with review.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. I can mess up anywhere. So.
We're with you.
All right. We stopped yesterday. I believe it was this slide, either this slide or the next one. But to briefly catch people up here, let's see here. I'm going to put that in. I'll just skip it. All right. It's either the last one or this slide.
Might have to go back.
But I'm going to go back here and just flip
Oh,
through
wait a
these. We were talking about Pentecost,
Acts 2:11.
and I made the comment that a couple of the verbs in Acts chapter 2 are interesting because they occur in Genesis 11. That was the case with the second one, which is, of course, is the Babel event, the division of the nations, the disinheriting of the nations. And the second one, the first one occurred in Deuteronomy 32. And I made the comment about the connection between this passage and the Deuteronomy 32 worldview event of the surrendering of the nations. And then we went to this picture, which is the table of the nations, because there's a connection between Acts 2 and what happens in Acts 2 and the earlier Old Testament event where the nations were disinherited and Israel became, was selected, was taken by Yahweh to be His nation. And that's right about where we stopped. And you'll notice we have, again, an eastern point and a western point. The western point, we're going to come back to this, in the table of nations is Tarshish. These were the nations known at the time of the writing, obviously, of these chapters. And if you go to Acts chapter 2, the listing, there are a few points of overlap, but the listing in terms of the names is quite different, because this is the listing of the known world, for the most part, during the time of the book of Acts, during the time of Paul, during the time of Paul's journeys. The list, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to track through Acts chapter 2, begins in the east, Parthians, the Medes, and the Elamites. And that was significant because the Jews, of course, were taken into exile in Babylon. We know from the Bible that when the Jews returned to Judea, not all of them did so, and they dispersed in these areas and all sorts of areas. 1 Maccabees 15:22, which I didn't specifically mention yesterday, actually tells us that the Jews had migrated to Persia, which is Parthia. It's right over here, after the exile. And that is the beginning point of Acts chapter 2, of the nations. And I telegraphed what what I'm going to say by saying that essentially Acts chapter 2 is going to begin in the east where the Jews are, think of the Jew first, then to the Gentile. It's going to begin in the east, and it's going to start moving westward, and it'll go up here and down here, because it's, we got to see here. But it'll just start moving westward, and Acts chapter 2 is actually an illustration or a portrayal of the westward expansion of the gospel, of the Jews, again, who are at Pentecost. They experience what happens there. They become believers in Christ. They go back to their nations, and as the nations are listed, it's this progressive rolling back of the disinherited nations. Again, it's a symbolic flow. It's a symbolic portrayal of what we've already seen in the Gospels, that now that the kingdom has come, again, in some sense, the aim is the progressive reclaiming of all the nations that were lost. All the nations, lost is probably not a good word, but all the nations that were given up, by Yahweh, that were rejected. So the next are the residents of Mesopotamia, again, continuing westward. Then we have Judea, Cappadocia, Pontus, Phrygia, and of course, more widely known as Asia. Egypt and Libya, again, it just branches out from this point, and it keeps moving, rolling westward. The book of Acts ends, if you recall, with Paul imprisoned in Rome. Of course, Rome is over here. It ends with Paul in prison in Rome, and that's where Luke's list in Acts chapter 2 ends, with Rome as the westernmost progression in terms of Paul's life. Now, Paul made several comments toward the end of the book, and of course in his epistle to the Romans. Okay, it only occurs twice. Paul mentions that he wants to go to Spain. And both of those instances where he says that are in his letter to the Romans. So either he's doing that while in Rome, or he visits Rome and he goes to jail again. I mean, the end of Paul's life isn't laid out at the end of the book of Acts. He's still in jail. So Acts, is going to end with that part of Paul's life. But if you end here at Rome, you're not quite done with the westward expansion, the westward reclamation of the nations. The most westerly point in the earlier list was Tarshish. Okay, if you recall that. Here's Paul's references. I hope to see you in passing as I go to Spain. I mean, he's very optimistic that he's going to get there, despite his present circumstances. I will leave for Spain. I believe that Paul was actually conscious that his mission for Jesus involved spreading the gospel to the entire known world, which was the Mediterranean. And the end point of that was Tarshish, which in Paul's day would have gone by this term, but it was also in Roman records known as Spain. So Paul's thinking, I want to go through this a little bit because it does relate in some way to the issue of the completeness of the point of the kingdom. He says in Romans 11, "Lest you be wise in your own sight, I want you to understand this mystery, brothers. A partial hardening has come upon Israel until the fullness of the Gentiles has come in. And in this way all Israel will be saved. As it is written, the deliverer will come from Zion, will banish ungodliness from Jacob. This will be my covenant with them when I take away their sins." Paul connected in his mind the gospel reaching all the Gentiles. And apparently either the fullness of the Gentiles refers to the completion of the literal task, reaching them, all of them, or it refers to a number only known to God, a certain number of Gentiles being saved. He connected that with the unhardening of Israel's heart, their willingness, come back in, to receive the gospel in a more full sense. I mean, he's still taking the gospel to them, Jew first, then the Gentile. But this was sort of an interruption in the kingdom, in the sense that since Israel had rejected the Messiah, it was time to go to the Gentiles, and that was God's plan. And when the Gentiles had been reached, then that would help awaken the Jews. That in and of itself is a reversal, because the Messiah comes from Israel, which would go to the Gentiles. And then the Gentiles, there's an issue there. Something has to happen there before Israel will awaken. Now, for eschatology's sake, this is a big issue because we know that the world is bigger than the Mediterranean. And so the question is, what is this fullness of the Gentiles? What does that mean? And then if you're able to come to a satisfactory answer to that, and it's difficult to know with clarity what that is, then you have to deal with, has the gospel really overspread, the earth? I mean, what's going on? How does God look at that? Is what we see in Israel, happening in Israel, or that happened in Israel in 1948, have any relationship to this? Some say yes, others say no. The ones that say yes do so because they see that as a prophetic event that has something to do with the spiritual life of the nation. Others, those that say no, say, well, it's basically a secular state, so what, we don't see any relationship. But that's something to fight over because it has ramifications for eschatology. Now, why did Paul think this way? Because of Isaiah 66. This is what he has in his head. I'm going to read through Isaiah 66, and I've underlined some things and put some things in blue. The comments in the brackets here are my own. But if you start in verse 15, "For behold, the Lord will come in fire, and his chariots like the whirlwind, to render his anger and fury and his rebuke with flames of fire." Again, you get the fire connection in Acts chapter 2. There's a little hint of it there. And you have Acts 2, and then Psalm 68, you actually see this language. Anybody remember what Psalm 68 was about? The defeat of Bashan. Okay. "For by fire will the Lord enter into judgment," so on and so forth. "Those who sanctify and purify themselves to go into the gardens, following one in the midst, eating pig's flesh and the abomination of mice, shall come to an end together." So basically saying the apostasy of Israel and the apostate status of the Gentile will both come to an end. Again, there you have that link. The Gentile is included in all this. "For I know their works and their thoughts, and the time is coming to gather all nations in tongues. And they shall come to the source, Jerusalem. They shall come and see my glory." That's where the glory is, Israel, Jerusalem. "And I will set a sign among them." And seeing my glory, there's a connection there with the manifestation of the Spirit. Of course, the sign, speaking in tongues, gathering all the tongues of the nations. "And from them I will send survivors." Okay, from them I will send survivors. I.e., Jews who survived the exile, they're going to be sent to the nations, to the disinherited nations, to Tarshish, Pul, Lud. Both of these, Pul and Lud, are both in North Africa, and they're covered geographically in the maps that we saw. Again, Isaiah is written, it depends on your perspective of the authorship of Isaiah, anywhere from the 8th century to the 5th century BC. So again, the geographical terminology is going to be slightly different because it is yet again another time frame. Paul knew that the gospel had penetrated this area before, and that is in Acts chapter 8. We're actually told that. So, coming to the nations who draw the bow, to Tubal and Javan, which is Asia Minor and Greece, again that's from the table of nations, to the coastlands far away that have not heard my fame or seen my glory, and they shall declare my glory among the nations. It's the built-in evangelistic system that results from Pentecost. And they, the survivors, the Jewish missionaries, shall bring all your brothers. I would say that's the believing Gentiles based on the previous verse. They shall bring all your brothers from all the disinherited nations as an offering to the Lord. So your brothers from the nations. Again, this is Old Testament, but it's very clearly suggesting that certain people among those other nations, they're your brothers. They're believers too. Shall bring them as an offering to the Lord on horses, chariots, litters, and mules, so on and so forth. Bring them to my holy mountain, Zion, says the Lord, just as the Israelites bring their grain offering in a clean vessel to the house of the Lord. For as the new heavens and new earth that I shall make shall remain before me, says the Lord, so shall your offspring and your name remain. This is a repetition of the covenant. Right? Your name, your offspring. Again, the goal is a permanent family of all nations in a new Eden, as it was before the disinheritance of Babel. So from new moon to new moon, Sabbath to Sabbath, all flesh shall come to worship before me. So Paul is thinking that his life is about doing that, making sure that happens. He is God's instrument to defeat Bashan, defeat the cosmic forces, to reclaim the nations, and all that goes with it. So the connection, Paul's reference, twice in Romans that I got to get to Spain. I know I'm going to go there. Is entirely due because that's the last spot in the original table of nations that were disinherited. He's got to get there. Because he's thinking God is using him to fulfill Isaiah 66. And God did. But again, God knows that, the world's a lot bigger than this. You might not know that, but I do. And so, again, there's this sense of how do we, in our time and modern times since the first century, what's the status of that program? Let's talk a little bit about Bashan again. And going back to Psalm 68, I want to focus your attention on the portion here in the gold color. So we have, O mountain of God, mountain of Bashan, many-peaked mountain. Why do you look with hatred, O many-peaked mountain, at the mount God desired for his abode? Yes, for the Lord will dwell forever. Again, it starts talking about how God is sort of claiming Bashan here. And we read, you ascended on high, leading a host of captives in your train and receiving gifts from humankind. Over here, the Lord said, I will bring them back from Bashan, I will bring them back from the depths of the sea, that you may strike your feet in their blood, the tongues of the dogs may have their portion from the foe. This is an image of an assault on Bashan by God and his forces. And Bashan's defeat is all this imagery about leading a host of captives in a train, and of course stepping in their blood, and the dogs lick the blood. This is familiar Old Testament imagery associated with and following warfare. It's just stock description. So Paul is going to reference this in Ephesians 4. So God is asking Sinai, or desired Sinai, and the psalmist asked Bashan, hey, why the envy? That would make little sense if Bashan was already under Yahweh's authority. Of course, we know it wasn't, in the sense that this is the cosmic, demonic headquarters. Bashan is cast as the polar opposite of Sinai. Again, that's not new. We've seen that already before. It's associated with Yahweh's rivals, with death, with Sheol, the underworld, and all that stuff. By extension, the devil, Nephilim, Rephaim, bloodlines, and so on and so forth. So again, we get this assault, and let's pick up on this imagery. Yahweh is depicted as leading a train of captives down from the mountain and back from the depths of the sea. And here we come to Ephesians 4. So, start at the beginning. Paul says, I therefore, a prisoner for the Lord, urge you to walk in a manner worthy of the calling to which you have been called, with all humility and gentleness, patience, bearing with one another in love, eager to maintain the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. There's one body, one Spirit, one Lord, one faith, one baptism, one God and Father of all, so on and so forth. And we get down here, the grace was given to each of us according to the measure of Christ's gift. Therefore, it says, when he ascended on high, he led a host of captives. That sounds familiar. But here it says he gave gifts to men. There's a change in the wording. There and here with the pronouns. If you notice Psalm 68, you ascended on high, that would be God, receiving gifts from humankind. Again, this war booty idea. The he, you notice the subtle change here. Who's the he? Jesus. Paul does this a lot. He interchanges Jesus with Yahweh when he quotes the Old Testament. It's a very subtle reference to Christ as deity. Again, Paul does it a lot. When he ascended on high, he led a host of captives, and he gave gifts to men. And the rest of the chapter, in saying he ascended, what does it mean but that he also descended into the lower regions of the earth? He who descended is the one who also ascended. Again, it's already getting confusing. Far above all the heavens, that he might fill all things. Here's what he gave. Okay, he gave gifts. Here's what he gave. Apostles, prophets, evangelists, shepherds, teachers, to equip the saints, to equip the body of Christ. Now what's going on here? Again, we know this because we've talked about this before, the war imagery. New Testament commentators, many of them, have assumed that Ephesians is describing liberation. It's not. It's describing conquest, just like Psalm 68 was. Bashan, of course, we've looked at before, part of the crucifixion imagery, so I want to zero in on that reference to Bashan. That the bulls of Bashan surround me when Jesus is on the cross. So Bashan is connected to this. The crucifixion is a conquest of ruling spiritual powers of the Deuteronomy 32 worldview. And we've taken a look at all these terms. So again, I want to connect the idea that the defeat of Bashan is connected to the crucifixion, is the catalyst or the reason for the conquest of these powers, these spiritual powers. So if we look at Colossians 2 again, these are verses we've already looked at, but we'll hit them real quickly here. He disarmed the rulers and authorities, put them to open shame by triumphing over them in him. Well, why did he do that? Again, back here with canceling the record. Again, reference to the cross. Ephesians 1, again, Christ was raised from the dead, seated him at the right hand of the heavenly places, far above all rule and authority and power and dominion. There you have those terms again. All these, again, rulership terms for divine beings. Above every name that is named, not only in this age, but also in the one to come. 1 Peter 3, we saw Christ who's gone into heaven at the right hand of God with angels, authorities, and powers having been subjected to him. And again, connected to the resurrection. 1 Corinthians 15 we saw, when he delivers the kingdom, he must reign, puts the enemies under his feet. Again, even that's war imagery as well. So, Christ is inserted into Psalm 68 as the conqueror of Bashan. That's what Paul's angling for. That's what he wants you to see. And the result of that is that he then gives gifts to his people, the church, as Paul lists out. Christ's conquest results in the dispensing of these things to his inheritance. He takes from the demonic inheritance and defeats them, and then he gives something to his own inheritance. What about the descent in Ephesians 4:9? Now, again, one scholarly view is that the language speaks of both the grave and the cosmic Sheol, the underworld. Now that's possible, since elsewhere in the New Testament we read that Jesus descended to the underworld to confront the spirits in prison. So I'll admit that's possible, but it's hard to connect that to the gifts in terms of, immediacy. I would actually say, I could probably make an argument for that, but I think there's a better way to do that. So if you look here, I have things colorized. We have ascended. Okay, he ascended on high. He scales the mountain. And we know that he's talking about Jesus. The scaling of the mountain there is going to war. All right. Then he descends, and a reference again to obviously not defeat, but he descends in some way, and many say, well, that's a reference to the death, and then of course we're going to get the resurrection. Descending, ascending, death, resurrection. Again, that's possible. But the issue is that the best way to connect the descending and ascending to the gifts? Here's a second view. That verses 9 and 10 do not refer to Jesus' time in the grave or Sheol, but to the Holy Spirit's coming to earth after Jesus' conquering ascension on the day of Pentecost. So, as in the Old Testament, again, where there's this two Yahweh thing going on, visible and invisible, and the angel was the embodied Yahweh, but still wasn't Yahweh. If we see, or if we remember, I think is a better way to say, that the Spirit is but isn't Jesus, that allows us to look at Ephesians 4 in a slightly different way. I'm not going to go through the passages, but here the Spirit is differentiated from Jesus. That happens. And here the Spirit is identified with Jesus in some way. So you could say that there's this assault on Bashan, the return from the victory, with the captives and all that stuff. Okay, and then Jesus, of course, ascends, and then you have this other descent. And the descent, the second descent, is the descent of Jesus as the Spirit. And when he does that, he gives gifts to the church. That's Pentecost. Okay, the church is born. Out of Pentecost are going to come prophets, apostles, teachers. It's the birth of the church. So if you take that view, and even if you take the other view, the only issue is which one connects to the gifts better. What you have is the defeat of Bashan, which is the result of the resurrection, is the catalyst for Pentecost and the birth of the church, which in turn is the mechanism to reclaim the disinherited nations and the defeat of the cosmic powers. That's already in place and already happening. That is not, again, if you're going to have the kingdom as only remote future, you either have to disconnect it from all this stuff that we've been spending 2 days on now. You either have to disconnect it, and if you disconnect it, then I'm wondering why you're doing what you're doing. I mean, where's your... I want to say where's your power for ministry, but the fact is it's still the Spirit, whether you get this right or not. But where's your sense of a current victory over darkness? I mean, I don't know why you don't mentally slip into fear that, the real victory over darkness is going to happen when Jesus comes back. Well, yeah, there'll be a big shebang then too, but the real victory over darkness has already begun. So I just think we need a bit of mental reorientation when it comes to that. Now, I debated whether to throw this in here, but I couldn't have it sort of make thematic sense anywhere else. So I want to go through this real quickly. I think all of you were here last year, so I'm not going to do this. I'm going to try to do this as quickly as I can. But for those who weren't here last year, I do want to hit 1 Peter 3 and this whole baptism thing, a spiritual warfare. Now, 1 Peter 3, of course, is the passage that connects connects Noah and the spirits in prison, which are the offending sons of God. Again, this is all old material from the previous 2 days, and many of you are probably familiar with it anyway. But this whole spirits in prison thing connected very obviously to Noah, but less obviously how that connects to the resurrection, and then baptism, all in this passage. Like why is he jumbling and, pushing together all these ideas? And I think the best way to explain this is to understand typology. Just summarize the slide. Typology, there are two kinds of prophecy. The one we're most familiar with is the spoken one, utterances, prophetic utterances in the biblical record. So spoken prophecy is one type. Typology is the second, and that is unspoken prophecy. That is an event or a person or a person's life or some institution that in some way forecasts or foreshadows something that's going to come later. Probably the most obvious example, I don't know if I listed it here on the next slide, no, we'll just stay here. The most obvious example would be the Passover lamb. Okay, the Passover lamb, it's a lamb. It gets sacrificed, and it means something in Israelite religion. But the Passover lamb, as we learn in 1 Corinthians and other places, was really a foreshadowing, a forecasting of the death of Jesus. Okay, it spoke, as it were, unspoken, but it spoke silently. It prophesied silently about something yet to come. That's what a type is. Typology. Peter and Jude, of course, are very familiar with the Jewish tradition about Genesis 6. And you have the whole Watcher story about them being imprisoned. And in the Watcher story, if you go back and read Enoch, the Watchers, of course, know that they're in trouble. And they ask Enoch to go to God and try to get clemency from God. So he becomes he plays an intercessory role for them. He goes to God, he's taken into God's presence, and God says, you go back and tell them to forget it. Okay, they're done, their history, I'm not going to forgive them, so on and so forth. And so he goes back and delivers that message, which of course isn't taken well. Peter sees an analogy between the events of Genesis 6 and their fallout and the gospel and the resurrection. He considers what's happening here to be typological of something else he knows about that came after it. So remember in Romans 5 where Paul talks about Adam being a type of Christ, and he actually uses the word type. Adam prefigured Christ. Just as Adam prefigured Christ, so Enoch prefigured Christ in this way. And that's what Peter's tracking on. Jesus was the second Adam for Paul, Jesus is the second Enoch for Peter. It's a useful analogy, it's a type. So Enoch descends and announces their doom. And in 1 Peter 3:14-22, Peter has Jesus descending to the same spirits in prison, the fallen angels, to tell them they're still defeated, despite the fact that he was crucified. He goes down there and says, you might think you're going to get out, you might think that you win now. No, sorry. I'm out of here, and you're still going to be here. In fact, this is the worst thing that could have happened to you. God's plan of salvation and the kingdom is not only intact, but it is now being propelled by what happened. So the crucifixion actually meant victory over every demonic force opposed to God. And again, that's why 1 Peter 3:14 ends, look at the way it ends, with Jesus set at the right hand of God above all angels, authorities, and powers. Peter just, boom, at the end, he gives you the whole point of what he's talking about. And now this part, the baptism part, has vexed people for a long time. Christ suffered once for sins, the righteous for the unrighteous, that he might bring us to God, being put to death in the flesh, made alive in the spirit, in which he went and proclaimed to the spirits in prison, because they formerly did not obey, when God's patience waited in the days of Noah, while the ark was prepared, in which a few, that is 8 persons, were brought safely through the water. So what's the connection with that other stuff, with this? Again, moving through it quickly. The word conscience here, synodesis, and this appeal to God, most often conscience means, a sense of moral right and wrong, but it actually has other possibilities, other meanings here. The word can refer to some attentiveness to obligation or loyalty, that idea. Now, other context, if you get the slides, you could, you might be able to click on that. I can't remember where I put the link to there. But you can, again, just use do a search on the word conscience with Strong's and you'll get to the other references. So we have here this appeal to God for a good conscience on the basis of the resurrection of Christ, who's gone to heavens at the right hand of God with angels, authorities, and powers. So, baptism, in a nutshell, is not what produces salvation. It saves us in that it first involves or reflects a heart decision, a pledge of loyalty to the risen Savior on the basis of the resurrection. You have to believe that Christ rose from the dead. This passage, therefore, makes baptism a loyalty oath. Okay? It's an appeal to God, based on this sense of obligation to trust Him, to believe in Him. And that is somehow connected with this victory over the forces of darkness. I think the best way to understand that is if you look at the passage as Jesus, again, being the second Enoch, going down and telling the fallen, the imprisoned spirits that they're still there, they've been defeated again. And that idea is connected with baptism. When a person gets baptized, when they make the decision to follow Christ, that is like an echo of Christ's message to the spirits in prison that you lose. Every person who is baptized is one less person they rule. It is an echo. Think of dropping something into a pond, the ripple effect. It's an echo of defeat for them. This is why, we don't really do this today, it'd be nice if we did. This is why in the early church, you look up some of the earliest baptismal formulas in the early church, and they included a denunciation of Satan and his angels.
I was just going to
Yes.
say, we do include that in our baptism, where the individual literally says, I renounce Satan and all his forces.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a loyalty oath. Again, we've sort of diluted it in many ways today, but it was a serious issue.
Michael, I never read the book of Enoch, so can you say what did Enoch do and what are the pertinent things in that book that Peter was referencing?
Well, I think for the sake of this, the thing that he does, after the angels sin, and God says, you're under judgment now, and he dooms them to this prison, they ask Enoch to run interference for them, to go back to God and ask for clemency, ask God to, hey, can't you give us a second chance? And so Enoch does that in the story, and God sends him back with a message of no. Okay, you're going to stay here. And there are little phrases about you're going to stay here until the end, or, again, some of these eschatological phrases, which I don't think is accidental either. Unto the time of the end, you're going to be there unto the time of the end, which sort of implies, and I think we're not really going to get into this specifically, but Revelation 9 to me suggests a release just prior to annihilation, the final battle, Armageddon. But for the sake of your question, the relevant part is that Enoch goes and preaches to them. He goes and announces God's verdict to the spirits in prison. And Peter sees that as a foreshadowing, as an analogy to Jesus descending and announcing to them their doom, their defeat. So he uses it analogically.